also Kaka, 3 Ballon d'Or winners in that list. Having someone like that around the group.
Yeah, absolutely. But no Socca Kaladze today for Georgia, it appears. They do have former professionals, as you referenced there, frankly. Klimiashvili is entirely sure what we are going to get.
No, like you say, now they're nicknamed the Knights of the Mediterranean, and what we do know is that most, if not all of the players have won the Libyan League Championship for perhaps the way that they qualified for this tournament. So they may be a team that are used to playing together, similar to the way the Kazakhstani players form. It's the side that wins the league and move forward to represent their nation at the tournament. Perhaps that's the same for Libya, so they could be a more tidy outfit than we had originally imagined.
Well, just about ready to get underway for the afternoon stroke evening session of day 2 of the Soccer World Cup here in Oman. And it's been an entertaining so far. Bit of a break in the midday sun, as even though it is winter, December tomorrow, of course, temperatures and hot still in the Middle East. Here, Libya come though with their first foray forward in the opening seconds of this one in Group B. These early stages of games, particularly these first group stage games, which is the case for both Georgia and Libya, they haven't played in the group yet. They will have watched other sides that have done so. It is all about, because 20-minute halves doesn't sound like a great deal of time, Frankie, but as we know, plenty of opportunities are formed and created in that 40 minutes.
You're absolutely right. In most of the games we see it being quite dry, where both the sides figure each other out, sit tight in those low blocks, analyse the threats that they may face, and then after that it starts to open up, and then you have another little lull. What we've seen so far is that last 5 minutes in the games have been absolutely chaotic.
Lasha Gongadze with the free kick effort, and he did look to lash one, and it's deflected away of the afternoon. Just speak about those sides settling into a rhythm. We saw England play last night, their first group stage game. They were the last team on, 11 o'clock. Muscat. In it comes towards the back of the penalty area. Settles for Georgia's Berishvili. Out to this right-hand side now. Here's Bliadze. Runs for Jaliashvili. His effort blocked away by the Libyans. And those red shirts can try and flood forward, but Georgians dashing back themselves. That's not. There's Al-Jahani for Libya. Bit of composure at the back here for Abdusharoud.
Yeah, you just mentioned Abdusharoud there. And to see the Libyans are committing bodies forward. Every single time they get on the ball, 2 runners either side. And that man, Abdusharoud, is the anchor, isn't it? He's the one that sits in.
This time Libya will have their first opportunity from a corner. Georgia packing that penalty area. And we'll have a reload, same again.
They certainly don't look afraid of the challenge, Libya, do they? Happy to take it to Georgia, despite the...
Oh, it's a poor corner given away, and this is the first big opportunity of the game. Absolutely ruthless, utterly Bliadze, and just like that, in a flash, Georgia in front.
Yeah, well, we mentioned Abdusharoud left on his own, the sole anchor. I'm not sure that's the safest tactic. It was a loose ball, cut out excellently by Bliadze. Neat touch round his man, and from the mind, his belief never wavered, just toe poked it into that far corner. Deadly break from the Georgians.
Finish, really tidy finish, and we've seen as somewhat of a running thread through this tournament. If you don't take your chances, you'll be punished. It doesn't matter whether it's 11 aside, 5 aside, soccer. If you take your chances, you give yourself a great opportunity to build, and that's what Georgia will do now. Those early stages, we already said, these group games, especially the opening group game of the tournament. Now Georgia have got that settling goal. They can maybe just relax a little more.
Yeah, they can start to find their feet if they need to. And it will rock Libya as well. As I said, they came out to play, they came out to take it to Georgia. But now they've been hurt by that swift counter-attack. In the back of they're conscious of what's in store for them should they misplace it.
Libyan effort. There's fizz towards the goal by Al-Jahani. Just wide in the end. Maybe we've not seen too often. Iran did it earlier this morning, taking shots from a slightly deeper position. The European teams like to get a bit closer to the box before they...
Certainly do. It's a bit more a safer tactic, I suppose, but a team that shoots on sight, as we've seen, even if they drag the shot, there's plenty of players that steal in at the back post just to... But again, it was the number 4, Al-Jahani. He's led a couple of the breaks now for Libya. He seems to be that driving force through the heart of the team.
Georgia leading by an early goal it was. Luka Bliadze with the finish. Can Libya respond? Here is Al-Jahani. Just feel like if anyone's going to try and squeeze something out first half in terms of an attacking threat, it would be him. Here he is again, Al-Jahani. Well, not the most difficult. Georgi Nadaradze in the Georgia goal.
Just didn't quite catch that. I think we know he's certainly right-footed now from his earlier effort. Him on that particular strike.
It's hard up play from Georgia's number 10, Jaliashvili. But it is Libya again with Al-Jahani.
From every single time they break, aren't they?
Dusharud, now Al-Jahani again. Reverse pass, can be effective, isn't able to get the return. Looking for his partner. It'll be a kick into the Libyan side. One thing we can say about the Georgian team is they are capable of defending for long periods.
And it's the way in which they defend as well now. If you just look at that structure and compare it to what we saw in the England-Sudan game last night, they wanted to chase every single ball. You look at how the Georgians set up, and there's just a brick wall of Georgian players, and they defend as a unit. They take a couple of steps to close the gap, and then they reset, expending very little energy. But they don't have to, because they've got their systems set up to a T.
Only a smattering of supporters inside the stadium here in Muscat at the moment, but by this evening, that was last night as Sudan defeated England by a 1-0 in that game. And they have a chance this evening against Romania to Romania, one of the fancied sides to go all the way in Oman in 2024. Kazakhstan also in that group, and they are the reigning defending world champions after last year. Who'll be victorious here, though? At the moment, it's the Georgians who lead. Libya are probing and pressing. They might have an opportunity here with their danger man, Al-Jahani, or at least he has been through the course of... And mentioned the ability that the Georgians have defensively. The Grand Prix Soccer Sevens in Tbilisi, the Georgian capital, recently. We saw a number of these players on display for their club sides. As the latest Libyan effort comes from Dusharud.
Well, Nadaradze will be happy to deal with those all day, won't he? If they can restrict Libya to long-range effort, screamers fly in. Kashak scored one for Albania earlier on, but you'd much rather face that than one from inside your own penalty area.
So remember, rolling subs in soccer, 20-minute halves. No sliding allowed, but apparently that was considered acceptable.
Looked like a clear slide tackle to me, but...
Referee says play on, and Georgia will do exactly that. And now earn a corner from their endeavour. Of course, if you are given a yellow card as well, just to remind you, if you are new to soccer, then you will be sin-binned for 2 minutes.
And we've seen a few of those today, haven't we not?
We have. Clip to the edge and walking for about 5 minutes to go and collect that one from the car park here at the Automobile Association in Muscat, which is where this stadium is located. The locals and the team have done. The crew have been incredible in working through the night to get preparations ready, not just for today's games, but for yesterday's games as well. The Omani people have been really hospitable as well. Classy opening ceremony last night here in Muscat. Day 2 of the tournament today. We play this evening as well. They take on the United States. That's at 8 p.m. local time. 4 hours in the UK and Ireland. And 3 hours difference if you're in mainland Europe. Good chance for Georgia. Well, maybe just took a little nick. I think so. Neither does Klimiashvili. 5 caps for the 11-a-side Georgian national team. And he'll be quite happy if afforded that sort of space, Frankie.
Well, he showed his class there, didn't he? It was a really neat... His teammate knew to give him the ball straight back. Not a bad effort either. Through the legs of the defender. Ruffled the side netting. So those little touches, that's where you see the ex-professional. They've just got that awareness of what's around them. He didn't even need to look at Klimiashvili. He just had his sonar beeping.
And listen, it is warm out there. It's warm for us, but for the players, pitch which does retain heat and radiates that heat back out. Conserving energy important, even if you are used to the temperatures.
We saw one of the Iranian players drop to their knees earlier on at the end of the
and they were
40 minutes.
They're only from an hour and a half away across the Gulf, so... Flicked over the top by Grigolashvili. And it's not a tactic we see deployed too often, is it, that route one pass, but it can be effective. Libya, Ali Asidek hasn't had too much to do. In fact, I think it's Mansour Douche in goal at the moment for the Libyans.
Well, if you are going to deploy the long ball, try and look for that flick on.
Yeah, really.
It's such a small pitch, it has to be inch perfect.
Get in the keeper's eye line as well.
We've seen plenty fly straight into the stands.
And the car.
Very few find their man.
And that was just us having a kick about 9 o'clock this morning. Yeah, we have been out onto the surface, and it is spongy, isn't it? But it's because it's a brand new deck. It hasn't really had a chance to bed in and set. In terms of the footwear choices, have gone for flat shoes or futsal shoes or AstroTurf boots, you know, kind of with the sort of pimpled stud on the sole of the foot rather than actual boots.
Than it looks, and we had only spent 5 to 10 minutes out there before we gave up and retreated back to the shade of our commentary box.
Effort comes in to the stands behind.
Similar to one of your ones this morning, though.
Not going to rise to that comment. You had the bait out there, didn't you? Georgia 1, Libya 0 here at the Soccer 6-a-side World Cup in Muscat. Group B action between these two sides. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in this group. And of course, yesterday's affair between Germany and the Bulgarians was a real lesson in how to construct a game plan and execute it to perfection. Bulgaria self-destructed really at times, but Germany have set out their to be fearful of.
It was just an absolute demolition job from the Germans. And we were speaking about this off air, weren't we, Niall? That
good opportunity here, perhaps. Player dives in there to deflect it away. Abdou Sharoud.
Just a brief pause for the chance there. As I was saying, we're speaking off air and just talking about this group. Quote on quote, group of death in this Soccer World Cup. This could well be one of them.
Well, if you're wanting to keep up with all of the scores, all of the goals, all of the action, not just here on the World Cup live stream on the official soccer app, just search for the International Soccer Federation on the App Store, download the app and stay linked to the action. Long ball forward, it's a really good header, and it for the Libyan Shakwawoon.
That was an excellent knockdown though from Abdelaziz Adwaib. He could have flicked it, tried to... He had the presence of mind to just set it down for his teammate. Like an old school target man from the Libyan player.
Shakwawoon again. Boucharoud. Well, Libya haven't let their one-goal deficit dishearten them. They're about to make a change as well. Al Jaru use for the team in red. At the moment, Georgia allowing the Libyans to play in front of them.
Looks as if there's a...
Another turnover for Georgia. Could this be another goal for Georgia? Off the post. Via a save from the goalkeeper, Mansour Douche. Great save.
Really important. He did ever so well. I thought, in truth, Napiashvili probably could have taken a couple more strides towards goal. He took it ever so early, didn't he? Didn't need to palm that onto the post. Both hands behind it, strong save, and he keeps his team alive.
So it's a corner. Not the most clean of contacts from... And was the scorer of the earlier Georgian goal in this half. 4 minutes until the break. Still Georgia lead. 1-0, could be 2-0. Very similar in terms of the way nice and high up the pitch. Set Georgia on their way to a clear-cut opportunity. Libya had committed bodies, and seems like that's the way that the Libyans are going to play.
Yeah. Georgia very Libya onto them. They're an ageing team, an experienced team.
Here we are again, another high turnover. Appeals for a foul, and those appeals are listened to by the match official.
As I was saying now, the Georgians are a side that aren't going to chase around like a pack of wild dogs. They will bed in. See a loose pass, they latch onto it ever so quickly. And how vital is that first touch? Because it's so easy to get a toe to those loose balls and poke them straight out of play or too far out of reach for you to get on. It's been excellent just to beat the man.
And certainly experts in patience as well, the Georgians, from what we know about them. Not going to rush things with it. They're not going to panic. Latest Libyan effort. Goes behind. Ibrahim Lechamil.
I think if you describe what we've seen so far now, you'd call it a professional performance from the Georgians.
Yeah.
Nothing overly thrilling.
Yeah, perhaps not the most explosive of games we've seen in this World Cup. But you could argue the same for the first half in this group yesterday. We watched it together, didn't we, Frankie? Germany, I should say, beating Bulgaria 5-0, but it was much closer than that, only at half-time. Things can change.
It was a real slow burner, and the Germans did almost exactly what Georgia are doing now. Granted, Libya have had a little bit more joy than the Bulgarians did, but they just ground them down, bided their time, and as the game started to open up, that's when they really turned the screw. And the goals start to fly, and of course helped by a couple of choices from the Bulgarians.
What we saw from Germany is the goalkeeper coming out of his area, playing nice and high, and Libya just tried that tactic then as they hunt for an equaliser against Georgia. This is in Group B of this year's Soccer World Cup in Oman. Holding with almost on the touchline, those Libyan wide players, but at the moment it's defensive duties in which they'll have to execute, and turned away and behind his own goal by Ibrahim Lechamel. Opportunity from the corner. Well, a second would be nice for the Georgians. Save made by the goalkeeper in the way at the near post. Effort coming in from Kiknadze, who 11 aside. Georgian national team player. Lifted in towards the back of the box, and the goalkeeper will claim comfortably. This could be a one-on-one situation here. Well, Georgia, can they capitalise? Well, he's appealing his innocence, Miftah Jaru, but he's going to get sent to the sin bin. 2 minutes on the sideline. Frankie, sliding challenge. Seconds left of this first half, but he will have to trudge off, and Libya temporarily down to 5.
Yeah, the sin bin counter goes up another click, and that was I have to say it, a tick, tuck and roll from Makavarani. But these that Georgia will grind you down and look for a second, trying to retain possession is hard enough against this structured Georgian side, but with a man left pass, and it'll be crucial that Libya just try and keep it tight, try and keep the scoreline at 1-0 while they're a man down.
Be a real stinger for Libya. Taken short. And a slash left-footed effort from Chaliashvili. Cruises wide of the left-hand post. And we allocated 20 minutes. Of course, the referee's discretion how much extra time we play. No whistle just yet. Libya looking for one last sniff before. Just experienced and calm defending from Berishvili. And there is that half-time whistle. So Georgia in front here in Group B. In Muscat, leading as well from Luka Bliadze, turning the ball over high up the pitch after intercepting from a corner that Libya had. Georgia had all of their players inside the penalty area, but one of them broke free, found the interception. And was Bliadze. They could have had other chances to score as well. They weren't able to take, but all in all, I think you can argue that Libya have given themselves a decent chance at a result. Georgia's experience and know-how just a little too much for them at the moment.
Yeah, there's no need for them to go into half-time completely disheartened. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to re-establish themselves in this game. They find a way of playing through that low Georgian block. We've seen a couple of times they've tried to go in behind Nile, but with the experience those Georgian defenders have got, they've been ushered out every single time. I think if they're going to get any joy, it's going to have to come from those driving runs through the heart of midfield and finding a little bit of accuracy with those long shots.
Yeah, well, Georgia, that one was from Irakli Klimiashvili. And when you think about the way that Libya will approach this group, they know that they're in for a tough task coming up. Serbia can play a bit. Bulgaria, I don't think, were at their best yesterday, that's for sure. And so Libya may feel like they're the ones being underestimated in this group, and they might have a point to prove just off the basis of that.
It reminds me in many ways of Sudan, who are in a tough group of their own, but they're energetic,
yep.
They work for each other, they're much more competent on the ball than people might give them credit. If they can claim a scalp today, maybe even a point, they give themselves a platform to go off, but make no mistake, it's going to be tough for them. They're going to have to run, and they're going to have to spend a lot of time without the ball, especially against... And we've seen a similar theme today against the Georgians, but they'll have to get used to that. They'll have to get used to digging in, because when they play Germany, they might not see the ball for a good 2-3 minutes, especially coming in and joining in the tiki-taka.
Down to 5 players as well by the end of that first half, Libya. Now Jaru, and he was sent to the sidelines for a couple of minutes. Well, there are some of the other supporters in the stadium. Front and centre. Some prime real estate in the stands, and I'd suggest that before Sudan and Oman play tonight, get yourself a... It was lively yesterday with the Sudanese bringing their drums and their flags, and a real carnival atmosphere when they were able to beat England, and that's the beauty of this tournament. World, Frankie, and it's not very often you get sporting stories like Sudan defeating England, especially in a sport like football, and I know soccer's different, but people will always draw those conclusions.
It was an incredible night. The crowd was just incredible. The one thing that we were concerned about here is Oman not necessarily being one of your peak footballing nations, is will we get bums on seats, and we had that in spades. These were just great fun, weren't they? They brought a real carnival atmosphere. They shouted, they sung, they cheered for every single tackle, and I have to admit, they've earned themselves from that first game performance alone.
Well, this is where we are, Muscat, the capital of the Sultanate of Oman. We're here at... There are a number of government buildings around the area as well. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Development. And I'm told, Frankie, just behind the stadium, in all of Muscat. Strong recommendations for that place. And they've probably got about 10 footballs that they can bribe us with as well.
in which case, I might leave you to it for the second half.
Well, back-to-back, wall-to-wall action here in Muscat for the next 8.5 hours. Uruguay, Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan, of course, the defending world champions. That's up next in Group G. And then Greece, Belgium, Argentina against Tunisia. The United later this evening as well. So many great group stage games to look forward to in this tournament, which will span the length of 10 days between now and the 6th of December.
The United States is one that perhaps if you're watching at home, you might not anticipate with any real enthusiasm, but make no mistake, USA went very, and as we've already seen, the Omanis are a very capable outfit.
Al-Arash on for Libya at half-time, and instantly shot Lukman Al-Arash.
Well, that's the kind of bravery they'll need to show now. Willing to beat a man, willing to drive, have a go.
Georgian goal and the post between Georgia and a second. It was Georgi Kiknadze in there and managed to get good contact on target.
He did, and Baladze almost added an assist to his tally. Of course, he scored the goal earlier today, but that was an excellent reverse ball over to the back post. A tactic that, as we know, works so well in soccer. Runner creeping behind the defence. So interesting how teams use that back post and the byline.
Yeah, very. A man spare at the far post, who's made that late run in. This time it was Kiknadze for the Georgian team. At half-time and a couple early into this second half. This is one of them. And down gets Nadiradze from the effort from Al-Arash.
You just look at that there now, and that's the little moments where slightly smarter. There was 3 of them all bunched together over in that left-hand corner, and all you need is just one to split and go and make a run to the far post, and all of a sudden you've got an option, you've got a way in.
Well, I did think the whistle might have gone there. Georgi Kiknadze on his backside like a crab, trying to pinch the ball away from one of those red shirts, and Libya take the set piece quickly, and that's a top save and a second. Double stop from Nadiradze. Had to be crucial as well.
Yeah, smart double save. Sprung up well from the initial stop.
Well, since Al-Arash has come on wearing number 9 for Libya, they've looked a different minutes of the second half. Just shows how quickly things can change. A 1-goal lead is very slender indeed. To make a couple of swaps of their own, it is roll on, roll off.
It's exactly what you want to see from Libya. Introduce a little bit of chaos. Try and disrupt that tight.
Longer, haven't they, Frankie, since introducing their number 9.
With a team like that are just so safe and secure in the structure, disrupt it. Try and stretch the game, try and make it end-to-end, because that's where you'll find the pockets of space.
It's all the way back to Nadiradze. Half has now worked his way into the category of the busier of the 2 goalkeepers. That being said, Georgia in with an opportunity and a good save from the man between the stick with Douche.
Yeah, and Kiknatsy's had the wind taken out of his sails with that challenge. I think in the end he'll be grateful that the referee didn't. So it led to another strike on goal from the Georgians. I have to say, I've been impressed with Douche in the Libya goal.
Libya, Ali Asadeg is amongst the substitutes. Georgia with 13 players, including 2 goalkeepers themselves. So more than 13 players, of course, are registered and available to use, but not all of them appear. Months of AC Milan and the mayor of Tbilisi in and amongst the Georgia setup. Can't to Fry. How dare he? Why is he not at the Soccer World Cup in Muscat? Oh, a brief pause in proceedings, and it's just wonder whether, and as much as this is a legitimate stoppage, just wonder whether this might actually suit the Georgians, the delay in the game, because Libya started the second half brightly. We've now played 5 minutes of that. We'll have a significant amount of injury time, and it doesn't happen too often.
I think you're right though now. Georgia are not the youngest side in the tournament. It's out there in the Muscat sun. We've seen with some of the teams who opt to take more seasoned players, they do tend to just drop off the pace ever so slightly when you get around the 25-30 minute mark.
A warm applause for that's it. He was just grasping towards his left collarbone, but I'm not entirely sure the extent of indeed where he's feeling it most, but that is not a pleasant sight to see, and we wished him all the best as he receives medical assistance. Georgia have made the switch. Douche fly away to his left and beat out for a kick in.
From Chikaradze, wasn't it? Players will shoot from the tightest of angles in soccer.
Smartly done by Griglashvili. Turn here for the skipper, Gugnadze. This is Berishvili. All the way back. By just the one red shirt. Lobbed up towards the penalty area. Doesn't stick to the chest of Griglashvili. And so Libya can turn the ball over in their favour. Georgian territory, calmly done in defence by those in white. Round the corner from Griglashvili, and on the deck. He wanted a free kick. Referee said nothing doing. just feel the tempers and tensions beginning to rise. A pause in proceedings due to that unfortunate injury for Georgi Kiknadze. The way that the Georgians construct in the game plan and the patience, Frankie. We're seeing it there, but Libya, whilst it's 1-0, fancy themselves at having an opportunity. Did make the save, but it deflected perilously back towards his own goal.
Well, it looked to me, Niall, as well, like the Libyan player had his left foot
on the pitch.
On the pitch. Which is meant to be a foul move in soccer, but one of our resident referees was right next door and didn't agree.
Officials wanting a handball. I don't think that that was ever the case. It might have struck an arm, but down by the side. Would have been extremely harsh to give that.
Have to make more of them. Such a waste. Really good position on the pitch. Chance to get runners in and around Georgia's penalty area. And it just clears everyone.
Alarash, and here he is firing with his left, beaten away by Nadiradze, who certainly has been the busier of the two goalkeepers. Georgia still feel like they do have a grip on this game. They certainly have control in terms of the score. Here in Group B. Remember, back-to-back games here at the World Cup in the group stages. And the whistle goes. Not yet signalled. I'd imagine it's in Georgia's favour.
Yeah, it was Gialiashvili, who again just snapped onto missiles, these Georgian players, when there's a loose touch. Straight on target. I think he's actually been quite cute there. I'm not actually sure how much contact there was. Perhaps he realised and decided that taking a tumble might be the better option.
Set piece for Georgia. I think that might have ended up in Qatar, that effort.
All I'm saying is I'm glad I don't have a car parked outside.
Well, you need to be confident to take those sorts of efforts on, and no shortage of confidence amongst the Georgian ranks, especially when you consider the players they have in their squad, something we've already touched upon. There's Napishvili for the Georgians. Excellent strength, just his way past those red shirts, but it is the Libyans who might have an opportunity here. And Nadiradze with his best save yet, his most crucial save yet. Big left hand, and the corner comes to nothing. And you need a good goalkeeper in soccer, and Georgia have certainly got one of those.
Yeah, Nadiradze producing an excellent save there. Really quickly. And we talked about Georgian legs tiring. I think that was an example of that there. Libya led the breakaway, 3 players, runners charging left and right. Worked space in that one.
Yeah, talk about average ages. There are some young sides, young squads in this tournament. Georgia aren't one of them. Oh, that should have been on one, and you can feel the frustration creeping into the Libyan camp. Slashed wide by Mehmet Aboud. Should have scored, Frankie.
Should have. That have gone back to Libya. You just have to be clinical. You never know when you're going to get another clear-cut chance like that. Couldn't have asked for a better angle. Just got his geometry ever so slightly wrong.
Just harking back to that Nadiradze save as well. Wonder how important it could prove to be with 8 minutes left on the clock. Georgia leading by just a goal to nil.
It looks now like Georgi
Kiknadze, I think
he's up. He clearly looks like he's got some sort of ice pack strapped to him.
Goalkeepers come all the way into opposition territory. Across it comes, and another good save from Nadiradze. Now the Georgians defensively, we said they're robust, but Libya have been slicing through them with ease in this second half. Kick in from the Mediterraneans into the side netting. And a chance to maybe reset, just slow the pace down a little bit for the Georgians.
We saw the exact same thing earlier with Canada now. See that Canadian side nowhere near the pedigree that these Georgians have. But similar to this Georgian team, they've brought an experienced squad with them. Players with a lot of know-how, but perhaps not the legs they once had. And as Georgia are wilting in the Muscat sunshine, Libya just look like they're growing ever stronger.
Well, 6.5 minutes to play, which is a significant chunk of time. Might not seem so, but of course 20-minute halves. And chances can pop up out of nowhere. Napishvili back to Nadiradze. Had an outstanding game between the sticks for Georgia. Jaliashvili trying to use that strength, hold up play, his speciality. Foul from Libya's Mesbah.
And they'll take their time in these moments now.
Well, the last two of these have ended up over the big screen and into the car park behind. Well, low one that time. Just be a kick in. Just the one white shirt to aim for in the centre in Jaliashvili. And there he is, and he scored. 2-0 Georgia. And will that suck the life out of the Libyans here in Group B in Oman? Good finish. And Georgia double their advantage, 2-0.
Crucial time for Jaliashvili to score that goal. Just like it felt like Libya were growing into this contest. They've been hit with a gut punch, and that will suck the life out of them. Set pieces are so important in soccer, and we've just seen why. A low-driven ball into Jaliashvili, who only needed one touch, the all-important touch, to double the Georgians' lead.
5 minutes of the second half to play, Georgia 2-0 up. And you mentioned the way that they can smell blood, the Georgians, when they've got a team by the scruff of the neck. They really do squeeze them. And maybe we'll just see that here. But then again, if Libya do pinch something, you never know. It's set up an interesting finale to this Group B game. Of course, tomorrow, Serbia against Bulgaria. More group stage action to follow after this game here in Muscat. Aliakhani. Well, we've mentioned the word panic a couple of times, and teams sometimes can do that, Frankie, when they're trying to chase something. We saw it yesterday. Bulgaria, in this very group, decided to go rush keeper and throw bodies forward in an attempt to overturn a 2-0 deficit to Germany, and Germany just completely dismantled them, picked them off. They ended up losing 5-0.
Well, and judging by the way that Mansour Douche has approached the halfway line a couple of times in this one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him start to creep higher up the pitch.
It is only group stage game number 1 for these two sides.
And as we said yesterday, why risk the goal difference?
Absolutely.
You have to roll the dice sometimes, but you also have to cut your losses and think, where may you get points?
Especially considering we were discussing whether this is the group of death, as you previously mentioned. And in a group where these teams are so strong, it could well come down to goal difference. And Bulgaria will be kicking themselves if they don't get through this group by the modicum of goal difference because of the amount they shipped last night to the Germans. At the moment, it's 2-0 here between Georgia and Libya. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Set piece effort driven goalwards seems to be a tactic that Georgia use. If they do get a free kick near to the halfway line, it looks like a shot is what they're going to take on. Billy this time wide of the target. Well, there he is, the man you mentioned, the goalkeeper, Douche.
Well, it looks like he's just crossed over that white line into territory he's not allowed.
Yeah, of course, the goalkeeper is able to come up to the halfway line. Nadaradze, well, with Georgia 2-0 up there. That man in blue in the goal for the Georgians, Nadaradze, will be probably not receiving the amount of credit he deserves after some critical saves. He might need to come up with some more here. Instead, it's the legs of Natabishvili, the 32-year-old, who deflects it away from the danger zone and out for a kick in.
That second goal has certainly given them a lift, hasn't it now? They're just chasing that a little bit harder. As Bliadze takes one of the crown jewels.
Certainly wore it well, didn't he? Not a grimace of pain on his face. Mashavariani. Grigalashvili. There have been a number of infringements in this game. Another foul going the Georgians' way. Shikradze behind this one then for the Georgian team. 30 seconds of normal time to play. We'll have some stoppages.
You could tell from the off on that one now, the body shape was just all wrong. All wrong.
Yeah, your only real option there is to go far post, isn't it? Too many bodies blocking the angle at the near post. Lechamel here for the Libyan team. Over halfway. Into Alarash, who had some opportunities early on in this second half, didn't he? Well, the game might feel different, and one of those found its way in. Long range effort this time, fizzed in by Libya.
It's that sliding doors moment, isn't it now? What could have been if they'd have just taken those chances when they're in the ascendancy.
It was unfortunate there for Lechamel. The ball just skipped up off of the surface. It is a freshly laid ground, of course, but ball just took a little skip up, which outfoxed him. Uruguay against Kazakhstan up next, and you'll see those Kazakh flags being hung on the halfway line. Libya on the move, and once again wasteful. This time Al-Qaid with the attempt on the Georgian goal. Kazakhstan defending world champions, and maybe a slightly different looking squad this time around. Uruguay will know that they are up against it. Kazakhstan, naturally, one of the favourites to retain their crown. Should be an interesting contest. Everyone will be keen to see what the level is. Can Georgia pinch another one? Right at the death here. Mentioned goal difference being a factor, and they have found another one. Might well be an own goal as well. And Georgia's hot start to the 2024 Soccer World Cup has been confirmed with that decisive third goal. It was an own goal, deflected right into the top corner, past the helpless Douche, and in it goes. 3-0.
Yeah, well, that just about sums up Libya's afternoon. For all the good they've done, most of the goals have been of their own making. Self-destruction from the Libyans. And they're fast slipping out of this one.
Well, they might have found a consolation had that gone in, but that will do us for this Group B clash. Georgia convincing winners over Libya in terms of scoreline, but maybe The picture of the game doesn't entirely reflect that. The Libyans had their opportunities, chances they couldn't take. It was an early lead handed to the Georgians by Luka Pliadze, turning over a corner kick from all the way up the other end, and then he went on to finish one-on-one. Jaliashvili made it two, which probably put the result beyond doubt, and then Berishvili has been credited with third, but it was an own goal really from Libya as it was deflected into the top corner. All in all, Frankie, good afternoon's work for the Georgians, although maybe not the prettiest of performances. They've got the job done.
No, it certainly wasn't a vintage Georgian performance, but it all comes down to those fine margins, and they just had the extra little bit of quality where it mattered in and around the penalty area. They took their chances, they did what they needed to do, and ultimately they've got 3 points on the board with 3 goals in the tank at the end of their first game in Group D.
Well, the world champs are up next. Kazakhstan entertain Uruguay here in the capital of Oman, Muscat, as Group G action comes your way shortly. We'll be back for full live commentary of that one. Until then, see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome to this Group G clash between Uruguay and Kazakhstan in the 2024 Soccer World Cup, coming to you from Muscat in Oman. I'm your host, Martin Hopkins, and join us as the two teams emerge onto the pitch and line up for their respective national anthems. Two sides with a proud footballing heritage. Uruguay, of course, twice for World Cup winners in the 11-a-side game. Kazakhstan, the defending champions, runners-up 2 tournaments ago, and last out they won dramatically after a 2-2 draw with Ukraine, winning 2-1 on penalties. There's always a bit of a buzz when the defending champions are in a competition. Dan Short, you were there.
I was indeed, Scoop, and let me tell you, Kazakhstan are pretty special. The good news, if you're Uruguayan, is that, and possibly everyone else in this tournament at the moment, is that there's no faces there that I recognise from last World Cup or this year's Euro Cup. Last year's, in fact, there might be one there that I'm noticing at the moment, but that looks a very, very changed side. Now, I'm pretty sure that these Kazakh players qualify for the side by becoming the nation's champions. So the champions will then go on to represent the country. So it doesn't really get much better for anybody. It's all bad news. And Kazakhstan are just a well-oiled, or better than that. They're a supreme top-shelf automobile. They are just the best of the best. And they're not usually a side full of lots of skill, will play around you and just, you know, completely obliterate you. What they are is this organised, solid unit who hunt in packs. They've got perfect positional sense for every occasion on the pitch, and they wait for that moment to pick you off. And the second they do that, you're in your own goal mouth 1 second. The next, it's up the other end in the back of the net. They're just from front, absolutely rapid, and they're just a magnificent spectacle, really. And they are the masters, and everybody knows that if you knock Kazakhstan out of the tournament, you're probably going to go and win it.
Well, that's the holy grail of football, isn't it? Where the sum is greater than the individual parts.
Absolutely.
That's why football's such a great game, a team game.
That's it. Everyone wants to win against Kazakhstan. But here's the thing. Everybody, I don't care if they say it or not, they fear Kazakhstan, and they are a side to be feared. They're just fantastic. So Uruguay have got a big challenge on their hands, and we look forward to seeing what they can do.
And we're getting underway. It's shadows lengthening on the pitch, which should help the game. Very hot earlier in the day. It's starting to cool off a little bit, and there is a slight breeze around the stadium. Robust challenge there from Uruguay. Straight in is Ayankan over on that far side, conceding. And here are Kazakhstan in the right full-back position. And back to the keeper it goes. And he is one that comes out of his goal over to the halfway line. Surprising more teams don't do that. And here are the white shirts, smuggled away though by Uruguay. And I see what you mean. There's a bit of zest and a bit of zip about the work. Here's Brazilov, right-sided defender. Put it forward to Tide. Over on that far side, there's the first shot of the afternoon, high wide, over the bar. A goal kick to Uruguay.
Yeah, I'll take that, Uruguay. It's, as you see already, Scoop, just very quick. The ball, they don't necessarily move themselves around all that much, but the ball they move very quick, touch and pass, and it's zippy.
The key to success in all forms of the game, moving it around quickly. Here are Kazakhstan on this side with Islambek into the centre circle. Out to that far side. Distinctive numbers. Brazilov on this near side. Goes out of play though, and it's a kick in to Uruguay. 10 yards inside their own half.
Just wonder how Uruguay are going to approach it, Scoot. If they're going to have a go, or they're going to try and play Kazakhstan at their own game a little bit. I would suggest the latter is probably the better idea to start with. Don't want to fall behind too soon against Kazakhstan, because it can get very, very nasty.
Here's Brandon on the near side, fed by his keeper. Tries a right-footed shot straight at the goalkeeper, who gathers confidently. There's Fernandez. And it's back again with the Kazakh goalkeeper. Sinas Alexander. Out it comes to Islambek, who seems to be the playmaker, dictating things to his teammates. Here's Islambek again. Ball goes out of play. That'll be a kick in.
Yeah, good for Matias, though, one that stuck with it, kept to the task. I think he's going to be busy.
So it is a kick in midway inside opposition territory for Kazakhstan. It's taken by Brazilov. There it is already.
There it is.
What a start.
There it is, Scoop.
What a start. Adilov the man. And how long did that take? That's inside 4 minutes.
Blink of an eye stuff. And there you go. And this is the other thing now, Scoop. You'll see all players changed. The whole outfield is now changed. You've had 3 minutes, and that set phase of football, those players are gone. You've got a brand new set of players, and that's why they can just move it so quickly. They've always got odds. They rotate regularly, and they've got a plan for it. That's Nick back though.
Here come Uruguay with the shot. Oh, what an effort that is! What a super goal! Really impressive strike. And Uruguay are level straight away, and it's their number 8. And it's Nicolas Odoqui.
What a strike that is. Scoop nicks it in the middle, couple of strides forward, whack.
Didn't take my eyes off this strike, this game. Clearance up by Kazakhstan. Another shot, that one's right over the top though. Arguably the goal of the tournament, that one.
It's right up there, Scoot, isn't it? It was almost a toe bug.
It was, well, that's the modern way, isn't it? To get a bit of curl. Hit it with almost with the big toe. The Ronaldo technique. Well, Kazakhstan the game. Here's Zahar Gaganov. Out to that far side. Central midfielder. Zahar Gaganov. Out it comes to Zagbonski. Directing play is Zalgaganov. Ken Skuglov. Back to the keeper, Alexander. Once again, building from the back. Zalgaganov seems to want the ball at his feet. Uruguay quite happy to let him have it there. No challenge from the Uruguayans. Back to the goalkeeper, Alexander, who comes upfield. Now that poses a problem for the opposition, and he tries a shot. It's not far away, just over the bar.
Do you know what? That's big shoes to fill as well, because the Kazakh keeper of the days gone by was absolutely the world's #1. So if he's going to come in and like that, then he's obviously a suitable replacement.
Zalgaganov will take the corner over that far side. The keeper must have tipped it over. I think it was going over the... but it was really travelling. Captain Ken Skuglov is available in the middle. A bit of space. The man with the R-band. He does do so. Scuffed shot though. And it's gathered by the goalkeeper.
Did just enough there, Uruguay. Very good with the set pieces. They'll move you around and try and find the space, but Uruguay stuck with them well there.
Fernandez up to Felipe. Can't control it though, frustrated with himself. Felipe Volts, the forward. And Kazakhstan have it once again. The keeper once again brings it confidently out. It's Alexander. No challenge coming though. Very deep from the Uruguayans. And once again, he'll try another shot. Not quite as close to that one. Third time lucky, perhaps.
I don't think last time, Scoot. Really don't. I mean, you're right. They're waiting really for Uruguay to press him, aren't they? Just to leave that man spare. But if they don't press, he's happy to pull the trigger.
Might as well keep going.
Well, yeah.
So here are Uruguay, confident with the ball at their feet. Up it comes to Matthias, left-footed shot, and it's in! A great strike. What a game this is. It's 2-1 to Uruguay.
Well, I said everybody fears Kazakhstan, Scoop. I'm not sure Uruguay do after all. Fantastic. I mean, first and foremost, the best part of that play was the drop of the shoulder in the middle to let it run through. Just there, just runs past his man. Matthias takes it, one touch, bottom corner. I think the keeper will feel he could have done better on reflection, but he's hit the target and he's got his rewards.
Matthias Menza puts Uruguay in front. They're on a shock here. Long way to go though. Back it goes to the keeper Alexander. Uruguay 2, Kazakhstan 1. Plenty of action in these opening 8 minutes. Back it goes to the keeper. I think that the fact that the heat has abated a bit has helped things. It was quite slow earlier on today in the opening games, understandably so. Cleared upfield. And here's the number 17, Zagbonski. Robust challenges, tries a shot, comes off the defence. I think that's a kick in over on that far side. The referee's seen something and wants to talk to a couple of players. I think it's a bit of afters. There's Matthias, the goal scorer, who enjoyed his celebration, didn't he?
Certainly did. But that might be the one thing, Scooter. You're right, we're a little bit cooler, and that may well help Uruguay because Kazakhstan, say, rotate a lot, don't have a lot of numbers on the bench.
Low cross comes in, smuggled clear by Uruguay. Still, it's Kazakhstan on the offensive, and it deflects wide, and a corner on this near side, taken by Nurgan Abrasilov. 2-1, the Kazakhs trail, pressing. It's a kick in fact, on this near side. Doesn't get past the first man. Outfield it goes. And that will be a kick in once again. Almost in the same position. And some real quality strikes on goal in this game so far. And of note is the goalkeeper, Alexander, coming out as he does do so here. All the rest of the players gathered on the edge of the box. Eventually he's challenged. Bit of space open for Adilov. Here's a Brasilov in possession. I'm going to ask you for a judgment so far on Kazakhstan. That's what you see. Give you a few more moments to formulate your opinion. But Uruguay could be springing a surprise here. The blue shirts of Uruguay goes out of play. It'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, as I say, a lot of fresh faces in this Kazakhstan squad this year, Scoot, from what we've seen before, but they'll still just keep going. That's the one thing about Kazakhstan as well. They don't change the plan. They keep going. They do tend to find a way, but Uruguay have been brilliant. The marking's been fantastic, and they've taken their chances.
The Kazakhs once again to Islambek. A couple of yards inside his own half is Kenzugurov. Robust challenges though from Uruguay, standing firm. Quite content to stand on the edge of their own box and invite the pressure on. And once again, Kazakhs can't find that through ball. Here's Philippe bringing it onto his right foot. Can't get past the defender though. And Tabazarov does well to clear upfield. And it's picked up by Uruguay, who have their tails up in the lead by 2-1. Here's Felipe back to Brandon. And he goes and wants a free kick. He's not going to get one, and there's going to be another rash of substitutions. 1, 2, 3, I think 4 from the Kazakhs.
I think that might be the full array, that one. And that's not surprising either. That is something that they do generally utilise, Kazakhstan. Just a few minutes each time, little phases.
It's a double-edged sword though, it's got to be done well. And here come the Kazakhs on that far right-hand side. Far touch line, it goes out of play. There'll be a kick in to Uruguay.
Does maybe they almost train as two separate teams. And if they keep those players together that come on regularly together, if they separate themselves into two groups.
Back it goes to the keeper, bringing it away are the blue shirts of Uruguay. Back to the keeper. There's something special about those light blue shirts.
It's very, very nice looking and they're very appealing.
They are appealing on the eye. Twice World Cup winners, of course. The inaugural competition in 1930 and 1950 as well. Kazakhstan, a nation of only 3 million people, with a proud football village. And it's a free kick over on that far side. And that's a Brandon on this near side. Careless. Almost giving it away, but there's a foul. Referee very quick to blow.
They got away with it a little bit there, Scoot. They've actually changed themselves up now. on a lot longer, and they're trying to play the long ball, and don't really know why they've changed up too much. I think they're just working well, but here they come again.
Here's Brandon Diaz trying to thread it through. Goalkeeper though, Alexander, who rolls it out nicely, quick counter attack, and a good foot in there from Matthias, the goal scorer. Matthias, their celebrations, they were almost nonchalant, weren't they? They didn't run around too much, they stood there soaking in the praise, enjoying the moment. Here comes Kazakhstan, still playing it around with Abrazilov. Centre circle, over it goes that far side to Zagbonski. To the captain, Kenz Hugelov. And Alexander looks as if he fancies upfield. Once again, he could do that a little quicker. He's content to pass it this time. Pass goes astray, and it's picked up by Uruguay a long way out. And is Diaz, and that's not going to threaten the goalkeeper. We played the opening 15 minutes. 2-1 to Uruguay. Could we be viewing what arguably be the biggest shock of the game? Now I'm going to offer a controversial opinion, Dan. Kazakhstan prepare to make another rash of substitutions. Bottling down that touchline, Kazakhstan. Another 4 substitutions will come on. What difference does it make? I know they were interchangeable.
The last lot of changes.
Yeah.
I think it's all about freshness. I think that's all it boils down to.
Because what we have seen in this tournament so far is teams making a bright start, us being impressed by that bright start, and then falling away at the end.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And I think that is what it's all about. One thing at the moment that Kazakhstan haven't done quite so well is, so I mentioned earlier, that their positional play, the robustness, the ability just to wait on the mistake. Uruguay, who have almost picked Kazakhstan off in some respects, they've been very solid defensively. They've kept to their shape. They've kept to their game plan. And then when they've had 2 chances, scored them both.
And both marvellous strikes. Long ball from one goalkeeper to the other. Fernandez to Alexander. Out he comes again. It'd be great if in an 11-side keepers did this more often, wouldn't it? It'd be very, very entertaining. There's a lot of aspects of soccer I think that other formats of the game could learn from. Here a shot saved well by the goalkeeper. Down low to his right. Abrazilov was with the shot. And Fernandez was equal to it.
See it now. That is angling into... The keeper's made a couple of good saves already, and that's another one of them.
Abrazilov himself will take the corner. Another acrobatic save by the goalkeeper. He questions if he'd conceded from there, but he palmed it away, got good distance on it, and the ball's up the other end of the field with Alexander.
He's enjoying himself as well, the keeper, isn't he? Every save is a celebration from him.
Out he comes again. Alexander up to the halfway line. Is someone going to challenge? They'll have to do so eventually. Bazarov receives it outside. Back to Adilov. The number 17, Abrazilov, comes back into the centre circle to help out and receives the patient build-up from Kazakhstan. Out on that far side is Adilov, driving towards the dead ball line, gets the cross in. Note from Uruguay, but an illegal one.
Yeah, and do you know what? It wasn't really necessary either, was it? And that's the one thing. I mean, Uruguay have been brilliant so far. Really to plan, sticking to task, not making silly mistakes, but that really is a silly mistake. And that's something that, you know, this is a side that punishes people for I hope for their sake it doesn't come back to bite them.
Okay, so it's a couple of metres outside the penalty area. Over the ball is Adilov. Looks like he fancies a crack. 3-man wall. Kazakh player on the goal line next to the goalkeeper. In fact, behind the goalkeeper. The referee blows his whistle. And he leaves it. And No shot yet, and they try and pass it into the net, and a decent move, but it didn't quite come off.
They've got every trick in the book when it comes to set pieces. All right, it hasn't worked, but I mean, sometimes people say they just shoot, and they do occasionally, but they've full array of set piece moves, and when they do come off, when something like that comes off, you go, wow.
Here are Uruguay once again with Brown driving down this near touchline. Might fancy try and get his shot away. Timely release of the ball though, and a wayward shot on that left-hand side. Looks a good player. Does Diaz?
Yeah, I mean, well, he looks to get his head up and drive, and he's got a bit of skill. He's defended really well as well. He's really stuck to his man, and he's made a couple of good stops along the way as well as going forward.
Uruguayans have their first names on their shirts. Perhaps that's how they would like to be referred to. As once again, Uruguay on the defensive. That position, playing it across the goal. Now a bit of space over on that far side. Given away though. Here come the white shots. Another shot. The keeper didn't, but he saved it. Almost sprung up into his own face. I see what you mean. A little bit of pressure starting to be cranked up by Kazakhstan. On that far side, there's a shot, low shot for the keeper. Gathers comfortably. Islambeck was not troubling the keeper from there. Here's Brandon Diaz again, cutting in over the halfway line. Brought clear by Kazakhstan, but picked up by Felipe for Uruguay. Down the line. There's a shot from Diaz, comes off the back, goes into the face of Islambeck, and he will receive a bit of treatment. That was travelling, that shot.
It was. The surface carries a few little bits and pieces as well, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's got something in the eye on its way, as well as a smack to the face. But it's not done just yet. It's not. They're not playing badly, are they? I mean, they're still knocking it about nicely, but there's just that little bit of quality, someone who can unlock the door at the moment. But not writing Kazakhstan off just yet. But Uruguay, to their credit, have been very, very good. Stuck to the game plan and moving it around nicely. Got some able players as well.
Here comes the kick in down. In fact, it's a corner down on this near side. Referee not quite happy yet. And it's a high one, unconventional one, back to the halfway line. And there is the half-time whistle. Well, we had a very, very eventful opening 8 minutes, didn't we? Kazakhstan took the lead on 5 minutes through, but then almost immediately Ordokwi equalised, and then Matthias put Uruguay in front, and we could have a very, very interesting second half, Dan.
I don't think we're going to have a boring second half, and Uruguay have got a certain way of playing. They're not just going to defend, they have got some players there, and they are going to try and find space and spread themselves about. Kazakhstan, with of course, very much still in it, and you'll see on the screen there, they've had more shots in the game so far, but Uruguay have done everything really, really well. They've just got to do it for another 20. But really good half from Uruguay, very impressive, and hats off to them. Bit more to do for Kazakhstan.
So we've had sight in this Group G, we've had sight of Kazakhstan, England and Sudan. What are your opening thoughts?
Well, my opening thought as an Englishman is this group could get blown wide open with a win for Uruguay, because Kazakhstan are going to have to chase and playing later on. And in England, they're going to start having a question who they want to win later, because all of a sudden you could find everybody on 3 points. I mean, I guess they don't really at this stage want Sudan to to fall behind, because then you've got two teams chasing those top points. Uruguay looking good. It looks a really good group G, and it could go any which way at the moment.
So the score is Uruguay 2, Kazakhstan 1.
Uruguay and Kazakhstan.
Referee delivers a shrill blast of his whistle. Two teams should come back onto the field of play. And it's Uruguay will be attacking the goal away to our right. And he will be kicking off. And very much holding the advantage. 2-1, all happening in the opening at 8 minutes. And what will the bring us? Here are Uruguay. Kazakhstan at the back. Over it goes out to that far side. Patient build up as ever from Jens Hugelhoff. Received the armband just before the game. I wondered if they decided in that moment who the captain was going to be. A bit of prestige being the captain of the defending champions. And here come the Kazakhs once again. A well-oiled machine with Imashev. Back it comes. The skipper. And they can't find a way through though. Uruguay defending well. Bit of pace about this opening action. Probably persevere with the plan. We play the same way all the time. Here's Ken Hegulov. Good ball. Back to the right fullback. Danazov. To the number 8, Zargaganov. To Kens Hegulov. The Kazakhs preparing their next rash of substitutions. Patient build-up, and they've found their way to the edge of the penalty area. But Diaz brings it clear, breaking over the halfway line. It's an opportunity, great save from the keeper. Stuck out a right hand, it was heading into that corner. A really good stop that from the keeper.
Quick on the break, Uruguay, aren't they? And I stopping and stuttering, it was fluid, and the pass was laid off at the right time there. Lovely weighted pass. Good save from the keeper. Nice height.
Alexander seems a flamboyant character. Uruguay have the corner over on that far side. 2-1 they lead. Opening exchanges in this second. Here's Victor. And, given away carelessly by Kazakhstan, who will then use the opportunity to make their
Just moving it a bit quicker though, haven't they, Scoop? But again, Uruguay's shape and man marking, which I think has been spot on again already in the second half.
long ball caught by Alexander. They haven't used the full 15, have Uruguay. Here it is on this near side for Zargaganov. Foot back to the number 10, Kens Hugelhoff. Shot cannons off the defender, who certainly felt that. And the defender looks to be in a bit of pain. Caught the ball in the most painful area imaginable, did Brandon Diaz.
I think he was hitting South America there, wasn't he?
Helped to his feet by a teammate.
Putting it on the line though. I do like him as well. He's to him.
And here are the Kazakhs again, trying to get back into this game, trying to thread the ball in the inside right channel. Islambek couldn't get on the end of it. And the referee indicates the ball should be still for the keeper. Out come Uruguay. Bit of pressing there.
That's more like Kazakhstan. Try and force that error, pounce on it. They've moved the ball quickly in the opening few minutes, Kazakhstan, but they just haven't been able to busy. It's really busy in the middle of the pitch for Uruguay. Every time Kazakhstan get their head up and look to make the pass, there's just a sea of blue shirts in front of them.
Here's Matthias Fernandez with the long... One factor is the keepers aren't as big in this format of football, are they? They're sort of under 6 foot predominantly. Not so much of a stopping crosses required.
Yeah, helps if you're good with your feet too.
And you've got to be good with your feet. Here's a yank man over on this near side. Back it goes to the halfway line. Clearance upfield from Brandon Diaz.
All up there at least.
And here we have another incursion forward by the Uruguayan keeper. And once again, he'll have another shot.
Well, if you're going to weigh up risk versus reward from a Uruguayan point of view at the moment, it doesn't go down and leaving a man free from the shots we've seen, does it?
No. Here are the white shirts busy in action. Is Adilov. Perhaps a bit more pace required. Back to Alexander, the keeper. And past Nicholas in midfield. Still is making a great run to Bazarov. Still 2-1 it remains to Uruguay.
Can those area, and there's still 3 blue shirts to get around. It feels like he's beaten the whole team already, and he gets there and he's got another 3 to beat. So that's good from Uruguay.
Good composure from the keeper. Pick it out from the back, closed down though. And the Uruguayan, look, well, he's rolling around, claiming he's been hit on the right knee. Knew the player was coming.
Well, look, let's give him some credit first and say that there was a superb piece of skill. I'm not 100% sure about.
Victor Rodriguez is the man who's been fouled. Well, he's won the free kick.
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah. He rode the. I mean, he was waiting for the foul, wasn't he? That's what he did. I just don't think the foul came.
And it did. And we haven't seen too much of that in this tournament so far. Another player is down. Kazakh player Yelemezov. I think he's been hit in the face. So players on both sides in the wars. It's interesting, still predominates. The difference between the European game and the South American game, and I know that Kazakhstan is, but perhaps their footballing culture is more European in style. Here's Rodriguez, recovered from his knock, up towards the maintains his position there. Here's Matthias, scorer of the decisive goal so far, playing it out to that far side. Back goes Feli. Back to his keeper Fernandez. Will he try a run upfield? Hasn't done so thus far. Tries the long angle ball and he's just given away possession. That's careless, just giving the ball away.
You want Kazakhstan to have the ball at their feet for as long as you possibly can. You want to try and keep it.
Here's Alexander. Another run upfield, reaches the halfway line, assesses the options, this time up to Izminev. Out it goes to that far touchline to Zargaganov. Patient build-up. Zevov. Down near that far touchline. And then once again, good defending from the Uruguayans. They wait for the right moment to make the challenge, and
that's right. They've been a little bit Kazakh in that sense. They've picked their moments well. There's been barely any mistakes or loose balls or anything to be punished.
Gets back to his keeper Fernandez. Picked up by the defending champions. Given away though. Here's Matthias. We'll try and bring in a shooting foot, but he's forced back quite a long way back. In fact, so far back into his own half, and then goes down, picks up the Menza, looks a good player, but opts on this occasion. In fact, asked to be substituted. You don't see that too often. I think he received a little knock there. Of the goal by which Uruguay lead at this moment, which is Kazakhstan on this near Abrazilov. Into the penalty area. Fernandez stretching. Palms it up into the air. Still the ball is alive. And it goes behind and it's a goal kick.
If he meant to steer that ball like he did, that was absolutely fantastic. I surely shouldn't have known anything about that.
Here's Brandon Diaz. Back to the keeper, Fernandez. Towards the halfway line. Still Uruguay have it. Breaking forward, there's a good shot. And the Uruguayan claims he was pulled back. Down. Not sure what he wants. And there is a bit of a stop-start game, this one. This phase of the game. Perhaps that's...
I think it most likely is, Scoop. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that less players on that bench for Uruguay, and they'll want to just try and tick the clock down a little bit and preserve a little bit of energy.
Saldana comes on for the Uruguayans. And here's an opportunity for a shot, which was in a very, very promising position. But and over from Brandon Diaz.
Yeah, he's had a good game, Diaz, I have to say, but that one wasn't one he'll want to look back on later on, I don't think.
Again, up towards the halfway line. Come on, let's see another tracer. Into the centre circle. This time plays it out to the far right-hand side to Abrazilov. And a thunderous shot there from Adilov, which cannons off the defender, who was once again down injured. Time. Victor Rodriguez is the Uruguayan. In fairness, it did really hit him at quite a speed. And those balls are quite hard, aren't they?
And he wasn't very far away either, was he?
No. So a stop-start affair. Still, Uruguay beating the defending champions. Founders, and it will be a goal kick to Uruguay, which Fernandez will take. Kazakhs cutting off the short pass out, so it's a clip ball. Dealt with, though, by Uruguay.
Not the best of headers from Tabasarov.
And here come Kazakhstan down this near left-hand side. The ball drifts out of play. I'm waiting for the well-oiled machine to exert its stranglehold.
Scoop, it's not been there, it has to be said. I mean, they've not been poor, but it's not the Kazakh we know.
Here's Rodriguez. Tries to tee up his colleague. Eventually there is a... And again, it's not beating the keeper. Here's Brandon Diaz over on that far side. Matthias is available if he can find him. Goes down. Little bit theatrical from the Uruguayans.
These referees are very, very good. They don't need you to make sure.
It's very much in the South American football culture, isn't it? To make sure you get the Kazakh goalkeeper. Coming up towards the halfway line. To Adilov. Trying to drive towards the dead ball line. Gets his cross in. Blue shirts, though. Is this going to be the story of the remaining few minutes in this fixture? No further goals in this second half. They all came in the opening 8 minutes. As the Kazakhs come down the right-hand side with Abrazilov.
Well, they've got the corner, Scoop. Things won't change, though, in these last 7 minutes. They'll stay completely the same, Kazakhstan. They won't panic. Saw England panic a little bit towards the end last night. They won't.
Here's an opportunity, low cross. Did it hit the base of the post? And it comes to nothing, and it's cleared upfield high and handsomely. The defender made sure he did the job there. Low. The Uruguayan defence, a few problems. Here's Alexander, though. Once again, coming up towards the halfway line. Assesses his options. Will he go? Seems to have not done so much. In the second half, there's a flashing shot from Abrazilov, but that didn't trouble the goalkeeper.
Come back to that keeper question. Scoop, I think he might have been told, you've had your 3. Just lay it off now.
He used them in quick succession, didn't he?
He did use them up pretty quickly.
Bus challenge in the centre circle. Up the ball goes into the air as the temperature dips. Back to Fernandez, the goalkeeper, and is that a shot? Gathered by Alexander up the other end. Up he comes to the halfway line. Let's see if he's used up his shot quotient. I think he has. Plays it forward to Izmenev. Oh, that's sensational! What a sensational strike from Uruguay! And is that sealed a dramatic win? Defending champions.
At this stage, you'd have to say yes, Scoot, wouldn't you? I mean, it's a tactic that they've used all game, Kazakhstan, and that's the gamble with it, isn't it? There's always a chance that this might happen. Picks his spot, slots it home. Uruguay.
The strike, high drama. Is this the biggest shock of the tournament so far? 3-1 to Uruguay. Will the plan change now for Kazakhstan? They brought on the rush goalkeeper, who has to wear a bib, and he can only operate. That's where he has to play, and the keeper comes back on. Is that a tactic the Kazakhs employ often?
That is the first time I've ever, which would tell you what sort of position they think they're in at the moment.
Here's long ball forward from Fernandez. And they enjoyed that. Once again, the plan for that. Off comes Alexander. So when Kazakhstan are on the attack, they're employing a rush goalkeeper who has to operate. It's high-stakes stuff from Kazakhstan.
It is a better tactic than just sticking with the rush goalkeeper. We saw Bulgaria do that yesterday and got punished a few times in a couple of minutes.
And here come Uruguay. And there's the rush goalkeeper. So they're keeping one back. Mind the shot for Kazakhstan. And it's the captain pressing the defending champions. Fernandez forced into the save. Just 2.5 minutes or so left for play. Desperate. Here's Kenzulov out to this near side. Kazakhstan pressing. They trail by 3-1. But Uruguay have been well worth their 3 goals. Well, as the Kazakhs continue to play it around. Patient build-up. But Uruguay all of light blue shirts. Quite patiently waiting. And there's an opportunity. There is a goal from the rush goalkeeper. The field for low cross came in. And the rush goalkeeper, Zolgaganov, has got a goal for Kazakhstan.
They're not over, Scoop. Couple of minutes to go. They will have another chance. Guarantee you that.
Long ball forward from Uruguay. Drama. So it's 3-2. Here's Alexander up towards the halfway line, joining in the play. In fact, no, he comes off now that Kazakhstan are in. Goalkeeper Zolgaganov comes on. Got them a strike earlier on. And here he's in possession. Brings it onto his right area. 3-2, the Kazakhs trail. Using their full knowledge of the six-a-side game. Breaking into the penalty area. Big hands. And on comes Alexander, the regular goalkeeper. So when the opposition have it, they have a regular goalkeeper. And when Kazakhstan are a rush goalkeeper.
I don't want that, Uruguay. That's giving it straight back to Kazakhstan. It's a great opportunity to just try and keep the ball. Even if you have to send it long, just make sure it finds a target and hold it up.
Goalkeeper's covering some yards, coming off quickly to be substituted. Out it goes to Islambeck over on that far side. Policed by Matthias. Kazakhstan being urged on by their small knot of fans. Here's Zargaganov breaking into the penalty area. Here's an get his shot away to Bazarov. Here's Islambeck. Now there's a bit more zest. Abrazilov in possession. Back to Hengelov. Here's Kenz Hengelov. How long have we got, Dan?
Well, we're over time.
Well, there were a few stoppages, but there's not going to be many more opportunities for the Kazakhs to salvage something from this game. But into the penalty area, gathered safely to some relief by Fernandez, who throws it upfield to Matthias, and he loses out. A free kick, and it's gone Uruguay's way.
That might just be the whistle they needed, Uruguay.
And that's why Matthias Mensah is smiling. Well, it's had some dramatic goals, innovative use of the rules, everything that soccer's all about.
Looks like a surprise result on the cards as well. Double European champions, world champions. I don't think they've been beaten in years.
Don't forget Kazakhstan were, but they were in the here they come once again down that left-hand side. We're in the final the year before that as well. So they will be keen to keep their run going. Here's Kenz Hengelov. A wall of light blue shirts still. Played in shirt though. The Uruguayans appealing for the free kick. And one of them seems to want one of his opposite numbers booked. There's a long shot. There it is. There is the final whistle. That's what it means to Uruguay. Look at their faces. They're dancing around. By 3-2, they have beaten the reigning world champions.
Yeah, listen, it wasn't a perfect Kazakhstan performance, that's for sure, but let's not make it about that. That from Uruguay, they've been studying Kazakhstan by the looks of the performance out there, looks of the shape, and they did everything right, and they really limited their mistakes. There weren't many at all of Kazakhstan. They stopped them playing, and when they had opportunities, they probably only had 3, well, less than that, clear opportunities, and they scored 3 goals. So it was a great performance from Europe. Is you got Germany, Croatia, all these kind of sides are going to sit up and go, well, now we've got a World Cup we can win because Kazakhstan are beatable.
It gives the rest
100%. I don't think England will be very happy right now sitting there watching that.
No.
But from their point of view, perhaps they were hoping the Kazakhs were able to scrape a last-minute equaliser. And Uruguay and Kazakhstan are in. Looks a real tough group, and that's going to be very exciting now to see who can finish in the top 2 out of them. Kazakhstan aren't finished yet though, Scoop. They're over, and they will get better than that. They are better than that, but Uruguay have given themselves a brilliant chance of qualifying out of this group now. Congratulations to them.
Nevertheless, it puts a curve in champions' mind. If you're a champion that's been unbeaten for so long and suddenly you've lost, it does 2 things. Once, it gives the opposition a bit of belief, as you were saying, confidence.
Well, from me looking out there, I think I'm seeing 2 Kazakh players who lifted the World Cup and lifted the European trophy. So this team are here, not really, but have the responsibility of defending the championship, and they know the pressure on them. They also know that everyone here considers Kazakhstan to be the best side. Pressure on their shoulders, and even more so now they go into the second game knowing they have no points on the board.
And Uruguay, as befitting a proud footballing nation, a nation of just 3 million people, in any format of football.
I'm delighted for them, Scoop, because they've gone out of a game plan today and they've done what they wanted to do, and that's why you saw the excitement that you did at the end.
Very, very good, very proud.
Deserving of the win, and yeah, full congratulations to them, and they'll be delighted tonight. I'm sure they'll sleep very soundly indeed.
So it's finished here.
We know today.
All the initial action was in the opening 8 minutes, and there were 2 further strikes in the second half. It has finished dramatically. Uruguay 3.
You're going to have to play against. What made you the most proud today from your team?
The courage for winning the game. This is a very courage team. It's there, Uruguay. This is Uruguay.
Everyone's smiling. Go and celebrate. Enjoy it.
Yes, very glad. Cheers. Saludos a todo Uruguay. Vamos arriba Uruguay.
Oman 2024.
Old foes reunited. Greece and Belgium found themselves in the same group in Essen last summer. 4-2 to Belgium was the result when they locked horns. To an abrupt halt in the knockouts, but by a bizarre twist of fate, here they are once more, ready to chase a great perhaps. This time they collide on the scorching shores of Oman, the so-called two great soccer nations with a shared goal, but only one can make it a reality. Greece versus Belgium, live from Muscat, but first, the national anthems.
Soccer fans, please rise for the national anthem of Belgium. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Greece.
A ball is yet to be kicked in Group C, yet Pakistan find themselves top of the tree courtesy of no-shows from Kuwait and then their replacement Jordan. Joining me for this one is now two very strong teams in this tournament, and you could be looking at a potential winner.
Well, I was wondering how we could top the last game, Frankie. What an occasion it was. Done the defending champions, but we might have a chance of doing that with these two opponents, as you say. The Belgians smart, strong, organised, but the Greeks are savvy as well. I must say that off the basis of what we just saw in that last group stage game, these two teams might well just raise their standards and lift their expectations, because everything that we love about soccer, and these teams will know that that is the level that they need to reach.
It puts the feelers out, doesn't it? These two sides know now they've got a real chance. Have just had their noses bloodied by Uruguay, and really the Uruguayans were good enough value for their victory as well. So these two sides heading into this match, a bit of a grudge match. They've got past history in this tournament. They'll feel that they can genuinely get a win here in Oman.
And as you mentioned just a second ago, the fact that Pakistan were awarded 3-0 puts them top of the tree without having even to play a game or kick a ball. And so immediately there's more emphasis on this game, not only because it's two of the top sides in this group, but because they're on the back foot immediately. A team has already picked up 3 points without having to play a game. So Pakistan, when they come to face these two sides, will be a match fresher.
Just look off. There's a Greek flag hung from the stand in front of us. Travelling support, and we get a first look at that stunning Greek kit. The tournament held a special ceremony, a kit that was designed, inspired by the mythical 1969 team. At the launch of that kit, now 82 years old, played 50 times for his country, and was something for a legend, the Greek side Panathinaikos. Made over 500 appearances, scoring 100. Even from that now, you can tell they're taking this seriously. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous kit, but they're well prepped for this. They're well up for it.
Yeah, they'll be hoping that the attention isn't so much on the shirts that they're wearing, but the names on the back. Beauty of a kit, a thing of beauty. And you got to look the part to be the part. And I'm sure both of these sides will entertain us. 27 degrees as well, but the sun just beginning to dip behind the mountains here in Muscat.
And Shatsis gets us underway. A huge match in Group C. Two sides will be placed first and second come the conclusion of the group stages. And who knows, maybe even a first glimpse at a potential winner. And it will be Greece, with the early strides forward.
Just wonder, hours time, Frankie. Oman, the hosts, taking on the United States, and then Sudan with their next group stage game.
A huge collision in the area, and the referee
Both players in a heap on the deck. As you mentioned, it was a sizable coming together.
To it's Alexandru Kojakaru for Belgium, who's down in the deck in considerable pain. We saw a similar incident just a couple of matches ago, didn't we? Treatment in conditions like this, the last thing you need is to have the wind sucked out of you.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the temperature still hovering up and around 27 degrees Celsius, but the sun just beginning to down at pitch level. It is as warm as it will be all day, just because the sun has been beating down on it, and it does sap you, it does sap your energy. Early pause in proceedings as the goalkeeper receives treatment.
Thankfully, it looks like both players are going to climb back. And Kojakaru shakes hand with the opposing number, and we'll resume. First few touches now for the Belgians, who, by the way, their own interception from Greece. First chance for a shot, driven over the bar. Fuskas it was, broke kindly for him. Bit of a wild effort, but a sighter.
Put his boot through that, hammered it hard. Surface is particularly bouncy, seeing as it is brand new, so always hard to keep those volleys down.
And here he is again, Fuskas. Another rasping drive, and that one was slightly closer now.
And he was frustrated. You can just tell by the look on his face. Felt that he should have hit the target. Early goals are priceless in these group stage games. 2 bites of the cherry inside 3 minutes.
Well, we've been fortunate enough to watch quite a lot of soccer over the last day and a half. And one thing that's been a common theme is games starting at quite a slow tempo. The boiling point, but this one, they start at full throttle. Greece doing a lot of the early work. And Belgium now will want to settle. Neat feet in the centre circle by Marcelli. And a bit of a risk, Kalamaridis, but instead decided to trick his way out of trouble. As I say, last time these two sides met, it was Belgium. Greece did end up going deeper into the competition in Germany. They were knocked out in the quarter-finals by Mexico. Whereas Belgium exited in around the 16 to the United States, who we'll see later on. That's a clever ball. Just couldn't find the contact needed to trouble Kojakaru. Belgium with a couple of sloppy passes in these opening moments now.
Yeah, but you'd rather get that out of the way early when you're...
But there's a smart one. Carves an opportunity for Belgium to play a ball into the box. Well dealt with by Greece, and now Fuskas will chase down. A player who spent time as a professional in the 11-a-side game, the second division of Belgian football. And we were saying earlier, weren't we, you can just see the touch, the close control of players that have represented at a certain standard. And that again. Feet fakes to shoot. Laid out to the touchline, sent him slightly wide. It's a clumsy challenge, and Belgium will have themselves a free kick. It was Chatsis who over.
Yeah, really good work on this near side, and Belgium have done well to win themselves a set piece. What can they make of it?
The book it was for Belgium, who did ever so well to bob and weave his way up the field, and the strike comes in. Blocked by Goulas. And Belgium have their first corner of the game. Strike saved. Beaten away by this. Another opportunity for a shot. That man again, Marcelli, trying to wrap his boot around the ball. Just got slightly too far under it.
Of the crossbar, and sometimes those side-footed efforts are the way to go. We've seen a few times already this afternoon, those laced efforts, which tend to... Power isn't always the best option.
Those teams are certainly putting their feelers out there though, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned you can tell the difference with former professionals in their touch. The game earlier this afternoon was just how quickly, after a loose touch, they were attracted to the ball, almost magnetised to that loose touch and trying to win it back for their team. And the Greeks, I think, have shown very similar traits already.
All the piranhas, don't they? They just smell blood. Ever so quick to latch onto anything, slightly astray. Chase to keep that one in. Just can't quite get there. The sun begins to set, leaving a beautiful hue over us here in Muscat, Oman. Sun setting for a World Cup, isn't it now?
Yeah, gorgeous. Look, from our cameras here at the Automobile Association, but the mountains behind, such a pretty vista.
Such a fantastic job, the Omani. I'm sure the atmosphere will ramp up this evening, with of course Oman playing, and then Sudan, who have a huge following here in Oman. To live here in Muscat, in Oman. And they certainly came out in numbers as their side defeated England in the group opener.
Speaking of the English team, I can spot a few of them in the crowd opposite Frankie, just taking in the action. Of course, England played late last night in that defeat to Sudan. That was in Group G. In Group G action, take on Romania, not next, sorry, the game after that. But certainly in early to get their seats in the stands and see what the opposition is like in this World Cup.
Patiently look to work something. Both sides of equal talent. Not much separates the two. Not much is clearly abundant. And then Mecha does some good work up this left-hand side. And his team are kicking. Marcel, a player who's spent time in a professional game, and Greece thought the ball had gone dead. It hasn't. Here's a chance. Fuskas into the box, but ends up on the turf himself. Perhaps the wrong option now.
Yeah, strangely worked in Greece's favour that there were a few thoughts that the ball might have gone out, but the Greeks were then able to continue.
I don't even think they were sure for a couple of seconds. Once they realised the ball had just spun back on that white line. Had a 3-on-2 situation. Gas just couldn't capitalise on. Chip forward. Marcelli's seen his fair share of the ball so far. Everything the Belgians will be looking to do this afternoon.
I like this from Belgium, just having the one player deeper in their own half, and not even too deep, just in the centre circle. Certainly a little wider, those black, red and yellow shirts to provide that width and those options from that singular player at the back.
All the best teams in this tournament have used one. Be it Germany's keeper, Betts, or Nemetcha for Belgium. Patient stuff from the Greeks. 10 minutes played. No real openings yet now. Couple of half
just a couple of minutes ago that particularly these first group stage games tend to spring into life a little later than maybe we'd like to see. Both teams.
Waltzakis. Faced up by a wall of Belgian players, still manages to smuggle away a shot. And it's one that Kojakari, he wasn't sure whether it was going to make its way past the post, so he stuck out a foot.
Yeah, couldn't be 100% certain, could he, that the ball wasn't just creeping in at that far post.
Greece have themselves a corner, cut out. Another point, Niall, is there's not been many subs made in this game so far. We've seen some teams opt for 3 changes. Certainly utilise substitutions to their max capacity. Perhaps with temperatures cooling and both teams clear on.
Yeah, rotation's so important in these six-a-side tournaments, not just within the game, but between the games as well.
Nemecha goes long, and that's an excellent ball, and a chance. Marcelli was the man, nodded down to him, opened up his body, just tried to side foot it home. Didn't quite make the required contact, but an excellent ball.
Yeah, it wasn't firm enough, was it? The strike, the build-up was lovely from Belgium, but just that side foot, wasn't able to wrap his foot around it. Wonder whether Greece's patience will begin to wane at all. You often see that team first 12 and it might become first 15. Of course, 20-minute halves, and then you start seeing teams start to force things, doing things they don't normally do, going against the game plan. Discipline.
It's almost like shaking a wasp's nest, isn't it? As soon as there's a big chance or a goal,
you get tempted, you suck yourself in.
Everyone just starts buzzing around.
And that's where the spaces appear.
Papadopoulos, the man that described himself as Greece's best player. Not sure whether that was tongue-in-cheek or whether he's got an...
Side player, 11-a-side player, just general football player, FIFA player, what does he mean?
Who knows?
He's got confidence at least, or a sense of humour, maybe both.
To shoot, does shoot, firm effort. Spilt originally by Kojakaru, but he recovered it as it just spun up in the air.
Yeah, routine from the goalkeeper. You'd expect him to... And actually, that might be a bit of a glimmer of opportunity for Belgium, that Greece are now just resorting to testing the goalkeeper from...
Giannis Margaritis preparing to come on for Greece. As I said before, change has been few and far between so far, and that's neat footwork. And can Greece turn it over and counter? Papadopoulos tries to square it, cut out by Nemecha, who's done excellently well there. Because Chatsis was waiting, and here he is! As he gets the strike away. Greece have themselves a corner, but they could have had themselves a goal. Chatsis is pleading a case with the referees. Either way, they will have to settle for the corner and nothing more, and one that they give away cheaply. And if Belgium are smart about it, they can break. But the move breaks down. Marcelli, the man, couldn't quite get his boot to the ball before it passed that white line. Free kick awarded in Greece's, in Belgium's favour rather. Just a reminder, you can't slide here in soccer, and Papadopoulos the guilty man on this occasion. Marcelli taking a risk. He's holding off Zach Ferry. Belgium caught in possession here. Miss for Greece, they just can't find that killer pass, can they?
Yeah, Belgium turned back into trouble there, didn't need to. And Greece couldn't capitalise.
We mentioned earlier how stodgy this turf can be. You do not want... And Belgium almost did just that. Five minutes to go until the interval, still 0-0.
Game needs a goal. Long as well.
Chatsis. Papadopoulos. And just on cue now.
So
we have light.
I don't have the switch for the floodlights under this desk, I promise you. Yeah, the sun's now just dip behind those mountains. And 5:15 local time here in Muscat.
Stunning dusky picture behind this purpose-built stadium.
Just see the mountains in the background, top right of your screen there. Gorgeous setting.
Nemetcha. Throwing the passes around for Belgium. Loose touch. Margaritis goes up with the keeper. Koja Karu pleads with the referee. It was a fair challenge, or so the referee thinks. He's not so sure about that.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Nemetcha again. Very firm in the challenge. You just see here, well, he went in with his lead foot, that left foot. From the Greeks.
For all their good passing, Belgium, they've almost played themselves into trouble on a number of occasions. This can work it well. Jafari shoots, blocked. Breaks for Margaritis. Greece recycle. Strike comes in. Looking for Shatsis, who was lurking at that back post.
So hard not to get frustrated when you're playing like Greece are and you're generating chances, but you just can't. I saw that shot on target that's going to cause some problems. And it's really hard not to let yourself get away with it. You know, get carried away with it. I mean,
Firm challenge. Martins was the man who felt the full brunt of that one. Belgium with a kick in a dangerous area. Chip towards the far post. Well defended by Papadopoulos. He had to get there. And that back stick. Good strike. Kisses the top of the crossbar on its way through.
and again, good technique, knee over the ball, not leaning back. And just scraping the top of the frame of the goal, as you say, Frankie. And these are the moments where maybe a bit of until half-time.
Dragos Koja Karu it was, adjusting his sights. Stuff from both teams. Still trying to work each other out, still trying to nullify each other while building something of their own. Very much case. Margaritis. Here he is again. It's all rangy. Fuskas, who's been almost everywhere. And that's a clever ball to the back post, driven across the face of goal. Chance for Greece. Again, just couldn't connect. It was a
story of the Greeks game so far. Ball drops nicely for them. Unable to really get that purchase required to test the goalkeeper. And as you rightly described, frustration, I'm sure, in the Greek camp.
Fuskas does look a real thorn in the side of the Belgians, though. A busy player, started operating up front, but he slowly drifted back into more of a deep-lying creative role. Jafari, neat footwork. Stabuk with the firm challenge. Greece will have themselves a free kick.
Good time to get one as well, Frankie, right at the end of the half. I think
Luke earns himself a talking to,
yeah.
As you say. Something here would make that half-time team talk a little bit sweeter for Greece.
Clear foul. Can Greece finally piece together a proper opportunity?
Well, Goulas and Fuskas, the two men standing over it. They've got Demishi for company, but it's going to be Fuskas who strikes it. Blocks before it could gather any real momentum, and there goes the half-time whistle. A game of few chances. and it's 0-0 at the break. Two teams who we suspected may top the group come the end of these initial stages. At the minute, cancelling each other out. A real chess match, a tight encounter. Now, what do you think both need to do differently in the second half to wedge this one open?
Well, without stating the obvious, score.
Score a
That's
goal,
what
yeah.
they need to do, score. Especially the Greek team who, even at the end there, when they had that free kick opportunity, we were saying, are they going to be able to finally piece something together and really carve out an obvious opportunity? Again, the free kick into bodies, deflecting, and it seems to be dropping for Belgium, settling for Belgium a little bit at the moment. 3 shots for Greece, 0 on target. You can see it there in the statistics. And you rightly pointed out, again, a few chances. The Belgians themselves with only 1 on target, but they did just graze the crossbar towards the end. I've been really impressed with Kenneth Parmentier for the Belgians. He's been someone who maybe might unlock the Greek defence. He's the player, 16 on his back, who's been able to really weave between Greek shirts and try and force something. And I said earlier that forcing something isn't always the way to go, but sometimes you need a bit of individual quality. In a game like this, where both teams are cancelling each other out, it's a bit of a stalemate. You just want someone to grab this game by the scruff of the neck and go, I'm the one that's going to do this for my team and pick up this first victory of the group stages.
Do you think there's a bit of history at play here? Both teams very aware of each other from the last World Cup in Germany, and it seems they're just afraid of each other, scared to make a mistake. No one wants to overcommit. No one wants to take any real responsibility in the attacking areas, just in case they are the man that loses the ball that leads to a goal.
I think so, Frankie, especially considering how close that tournament was. Games often going to soccer penalties, and I think with how close these two teams are in terms of their quality and their patterns of play, you might be absolutely spot on.
Well, a reminder, if you do want to follow all the action live here from Oman, download the International Soccer Federation app. There you'll get news on fixtures, scores, interviews and much, much more content from this Soccer World Cup. And of course a look ahead to what's to come. Tunisia versus Argentina, the game after this one. Then Sudan look to pick up where they left off yesterday versus Romania. The hosts Oman face USA. France get their tournament underway against Turkey. Latvia and Mexico in the second to last game. And then finishing us off, a potential classic in the making, Hungary versus Croatia.
You can see some of the Romanian lads in the crowd as well, and they'll be eagerly watching on. Think about the group that they're in. They're probably anticipating that Sudan game.
Well, this Greek team pretty consistent from the one that turned out in Essen last year. Belgium, a side who have made a few changes. Many of them featured in the Euro Cup. And Belgium will be the side that will get us underway in this second half.
Yeah, well, Belgium are the team, as you've already referenced, that have some full-time players amongst their squad. And at the moment, nothing to split the two sides at the break. Then again, we've seen games where the second half has been far more entertaining than the first. Could we be in for another one of those?
Who is going to light that touch paper? Who's going to get the goal that busts this encounter wide open? Chatsis tries to latch on to a long throw from his keeper, Georgios Kalamaridis. Belgium deep in their own half. 3 players in a line for Greece, just jockeying the ball as it switches from left to right. Just trying to bait Greece in and unlock that back door. Fuskas doing well to Harry Kojakaru, and then he gives him a healthy shove through the back. And the referee has just said last time,
yeah,
which I think means last time before he's going to earn himself a sin bin.
Yeah, unnecessary from the Greek captain. And I know that maybe this game needs a bit of a spark, and I understand why sometimes players do that. They get physical, they get aggressive, just to kind of get themselves up for it. It's been a pretty flat game at times, but the referees, as we know, here at the World Cup. Absolutely no nonsense in terms of their decision making and authority.
Well, there was certainly some needle in that last one, wasn't there? Kazakhstan, got hot under the collar as they were stunned by Uruguay. Not used to losing, and I think that was abundantly clear from their reactions. Belgium again taking a risk in and around their own penalty area. Parmentier with very few avenues to escape, but he manages to win himself a kick in.
Yeah, and I think that was well defended by the Greeks, or I should say well played in terms of pressing at that top end of the pitch, because we've seen Parmentier already. If you give him space and the opportunity to come inside, he will use those quick feet, force him towards the touchline and maybe even double up on him at times, and you stifle that avenue.
Here he is again, trying to roulette Fuskas, who gives him another nudge. He's frustrating the Greeks, isn't he? The ball's sticking to him like glue. Although you do get the feeling, the more he does it, the higher the risk. And he will have his pocket picked. And he is the last line of defence for Belgium if he does. Kazakhstan collects, rolls it out to Parmentier. This time opts to go long. And that is meat and drink for Kalamaridis. Almost as tall as that goal, isn't he, Kalamaridis?
Tell you what, one thing the Greeks know what to do, it's meat and drink.
Fuskas, chance! Why didn't he pull the trigger? Just tried to lay it across the box. Goal at his mercy. Once again, another chance goes a-begging for Greece. And tackles flying in now. The foul had already been given when Marcelli went through Giotis, I think it was. In this game, it's getting a little bit of spice to it. And I think you might be right in saying that's down to frustration now.
Yeah, I think so, from both teams.
Because that just followed another missed chance from Fuskas, who just was caught in two minds, wasn't he, between pulling the trigger and laying it back. Had more space and time than he thought. Clever ball to the back post for Fuskas, whose touch is loose. And you can see him gesticulating to himself.
Yeah, he's just simmering a little bit, isn't he, the Greek captain Fuskas. And interesting the way that Greece approached that set piece with two players almost on either post. Something you usually see from a defensive corner rather than an offensive one. But I just wonder why they're doing that, what the tactical thought process is behind that.
Well, a perfect time to remind you of another soccer rule. You cannot put your standing foot in front of that white line while taking a kick in. Parmentier, the guilty man. And Greece have an opportunity from it. Struck well, that was from Moutsakis. Sent Kojakaru sprawling, but again he was equal to it. Gets down well, doesn't he, the Belgian keeper?
Yeah, good save, important save as well.
Fuskas comes all the way back to Gulas on the halfway line. Greece starting to probe a little bit more now. That's a firm tackle. The ball was overrun there from Chatsis, as he just tried to pirouette away from his man. Was sent sprawling to the turf. I think the correct decision had been made, though. I'm not sure there was enough contact for a penalty, just watching this one back on the monitor.
Yeah, it's certainly not inside the box. He goes over inside the box, but the contact with the Belgian player was outside of the area.
Well, the ball was well away from him by the time that he did take the tumble. It was Parmentier who applied the challenge. It's a little bit more direct there from Greece.
Well, maybe that's what they need to do. I mentioned not forcing things a couple of times, and maybe we've got to the point where it is about experimentation and not so much about game plan. Well, 25 minutes on the board.
One thing we are starting to see is from that number 20, Gulas. He's whipping that ball straight through the centre, trying to find the feet of those Greek forwards.
I've mentioned a lot about distances in these group stages. Belgium have two players advanced. One of them's now just retreated, both of them, in fact, beyond the halfway line. But the distance between defence and attack is sizable there. Gives Greece a bit of room to operate in the middle there to try and pick those passes.
And Giotis has just come on for Greece and trotted straight into that penalty area where away across from Fuskas, pulled back, shot comes in, charged down from Belgium. It's a fine block. The Book it was, who just flung himself in the way. Greece turning up the heat. searching for that opener. As a kiss it was with the strike. Side-footed effort directed towards that bottom right-hand corner. Belgium stand tall. The Red Devils having to do their defensive work at the minute. Fuskas drills one across the face of the box.
Yeah, Greece about to introduce Papadopoulos, it looks like, as well. Maybe try and turn things in their favour, particularly in terms of scoreline.
Searching long ball. Well, Nemecha got one right in the first half.
Yeah, well, considering these two teams are two solid European teams in six-a-side soccer, the lack of quality has been disappointing. As you mentioned, approaching the half-hour mark now of these 40-minute matches, and Greece have had a couple of half chances, but neither side has really done enough to deserve the victory at this point.
How often does that happen in football? You build yourself up, you think two teams, equal quality, both with bags of talent.
And I'll tell you what, 0-0 results will be a bit of a collector's item this tournament, Frankie, for sure.
Yeah, we've seen goals and plenty of them over the first day and a half. As Marcella sprinkles a little bit of stardust over the field. But he's stopped in his tracks.
Tell you what, it's a good job this surface has been freshly laid and it's nice and spongy, Frankie. The amount of players that have been going over. It's been physical this second half, hasn't it?
Nemecha. Another loose ball. Perhaps a chance for Greece to break. Driven cross. Nemecha sticks to his task. It's bubbling. It's not quite boiling. Still waiting for that moment. Approaching half an hour played, 10 to go. Stalemate as it stands. If I'm correct in saying that, the first 0-0 of the tournament.
I think you're right, Frankie, yeah. And wouldn't have picked this game to have been the one with no goals in it, that's for sure. But
6 goals the last time these two sides World Cup. Half an hour played and 0 so far. Ojikaru bowls one forward. Marcella again. Neat bit of trickery. Earns his side a kick in. Just shy of the corner flag. Papadopoulos does well. Even better to keep it in. Who's he got for company? Cuts it back across the face of goal.
should have shot.
Should have shot, but yet again, how many times have we seen the Greeks get into a position where they could pull the trigger? They just try and overplay it.
Yeah, they've done too much.
That one extra pass every single time.
And obviously you're shooting into bodies. Belgium had black shirts there in the box. But again, sometimes you just have to take it early.
Just need to take that safety off, don't they? Parmet. A rare loose pass from him, Margaritis.
Already up to 8,000 this game, Frankie. Feel there'll be a few more.
Strike! Clips the post. We're urging them to shoot. And it seems they've heard our calls. Motzakis it was. Let one fly. Just in line with the halfway line. And it kisses the post and whistles past. Perhaps the closest we've been to an opener so far.
Yeah, well, both sides now have flicked the woodwork, haven't they? Greece need to do a little more. Belgium haven't been as in the game in the second half.
Goulat sets, takes it to the dead ball line, does shoot, and there's the opener. Greece have their goal. They've been huffing and puffing, but they've blown Belgium's house down, and it's Goulas who intercepted ever so well, made his way to the dead ball line and lifted a strike over Ojikaru. And finally, we have that goal.
We do, and it's a proper finish as well. Maybe not entirely where he was aiming, but with that left foot, he manages to get enough power, generates the lift, almost stabs it over the top of the goalkeeper, off the bottom of the bar and in. And the way the Greek team and the subs and the coaches spilled onto the pitch shows you how important they feel that goal is. Chances have been hard to come by in this game, and Greece have finally managed to grab one.
Well, that sets us up nicely for the remaining 8 minutes or so. The touch paper has been lit, and Gulas is the man holding the flame.
Just wonder what Greece's game plan will be now. They have the goal. Are they keen to chase a second one, put the result beyond doubt, or are they going to be a bit more conservative with the ball?
Well, they certainly weren't conservative there, gifting possession back to Belgium. They snap back into their defensive duties.
And equally for Belgium, when are they going to go for it? Still 8 minutes to play, which is a significant amount of time in small-sided football. Are they going to push? When are they going to, right, okay, now's the time. Now we have to take risks. Now we have to gamble.
You're absolutely right. For the last 15, 20 minutes or so, have seemed quite content to soak up pressure from Greece. Try and find that odd long ball out.
Similar situation again, Belgium with 2 players really high and 3 players on the edge of the box. Big gaps in the centre. That's a deliberate plan from the Belgians.
And Greece played into one of those gaps. Chatsis buzzing around, winning possession back for his side. The captain again. Screams of frustration from him. Little's gone right for Fuskas tonight. You can see the qualities there. But every idea just hasn't come to fruition. Jaffer preparing to enter the fray. Strike does come in from Belgium. Looks like it clips the back of Mortzakis' arm.
Yeah, I think Belgium need to get the ball to Parmentier as much as possible.
Just the strike, and there's the equaliser. Well, Niall, you asked them to take risks, you asked them to be brave, and that exactly is what Mikhail Dubuk has done. He had the freedom of Greece's half, and he's met a kick in with the firmest of strikes. Parmentier, the creator, the man who finished, and out of nowhere, it's 1-1.
Well, the pendulum swings in Belgium's favour. How will that alter the complex of this?
And if Greece weren't frustrated before, they will be now.
Just wonder whether Belgium will fancy themselves to go on and win it and capitalise on that momentum. It's up to Greece now to ride that wave out.
They've rarely been in Greece's half since the interval, but all they needed was one chance.
Brilliant from Parmentier.
And it wasn't a bad effort either.
Yeah, excellent footwork in defence. Win the ball back, weaved his way forward, got the shot away. Like I said, Belgium need to go on the ball as much as possible.
Kalamaridis wasn't quite sure that was going past his post. Gulas the scorer. Over to Chatsis. Once more, Greece have to find a way through. They thought they had the goal that might have been enough to win this, but that's a neat spin. Greece, excellent defending from the Mecha. He's been everywhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Really good block this time. Just wonder as well how the Pakistan team will be feeling. 1-1's a good result for them, keeps them top of the group.
Certainly is. They're yet to lift the finger, but they could finish the day riding high. Of course, though, everyone else is potentially yet to benefit from a 3-hit. So there's plenty of time for it to even its way out yet.
Just wonder as nervousness will begin to creep in. Belgium with all of their players behind the ball.
Mortzakis, space to shoot, does shoot! Not far past the post, and Chatsis is there with his arms in the air. Why don't you pass to me?
I think he could have got closer, Frankie. I think he could have got closer to the post and just nudged it in. He didn't gamble, he just kept his position, had himself where he was. If he gambles to the far post, just a yard or two, it's a tap in, and it's 2-1 Greece.
You're not wrong now. And here he is. Gets to go off. Speculative effort, and it's a sliding tackle. And one that sends the boot to the turf. Not one, not two, but 3 spins for dramatic effect.
Sends to the sidelines as well.
Yeah, he's earned himself a yellow card, which of course is a sin bin in soccer. That'll be 2 minutes out of action for him. And Greece will have to play half of the remaining minutes. A man down. Could Belgium smell blood now, Niall?
I think they have to.
It's now or never,
I
isn't
said
it?
about gambling and taking risks, and when were they going to do it? When were they going to pull the trigger? They're going to release that safety catch and say, right, let's go for it. Let's really try and apply the pressure to Greece. Now is that time with a man's advantage. I mentioned all game, Belgium need to get the ball to Kenneth Parmentier. He is their most creative player. If you can get him in a 1v1 situation or as that spare man, Belgium have a great chance of going on and winning. And that will really burn the Greeks. And I think in the context of this group and the teams that we have in this group, a result like that, a late winner for either side, could be a real deflator for the opposition. Suck a bit of energy and joy out of them. At the moment, though, we're going to have to wait a bit of time before we get restarted.
Well, I did originally think that Mikhail de Buch was rolling on the turf for dramatic effect and to further his cause. And getting Chatsis Simbind and sent to the sidelines, but it looks like he's in genuine discomfort down there. He's received some treatment from Belgium's physio. And gingerly returns to his feet. Gives the bench the thumbs up, but one they may have to monitor over the next minute or so. Moving particularly freely, is he?
No. It's all about how these two teams resume now. After that small delay, 2 minute Simbin will now begin. It's just about how the teams keep themselves switched on in these critical stages.
Here he is, the boot back to his feet and back on the ball. An opportunity for him to strike, does strike. Snuffed out by Fuskas.
I think that's interesting as well. I mentioned about forcing things.
Just hold that thought because Parmentier's on the ball and we know there's danger when he shapes the shoot.
And just because you've got a man extra doesn't mean you have to shoot forward. You can be patient. Use those 2 minutes, stretch them. Because as long as the ball's out for a corner, it's no good.
Greece have a chance to break if Fuskas can get on the end of this one. He beats there. And I think he's earned himself a corner or a free kick now. Thank you for some clarification on that one.
I'm not sure whether it might have even gone over the line on the side. So we have a kick in rather than a corner. We'll wait and see. A kick in.
Well, and he'll be grateful for the retake.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you don't want to try and take shots because if the ball's behind and in the stands, that's easy. 2 minutes.
Drilled over to the far hand side. Wasteful that from the skipper, Strasos Fuskas.
Don't think Greece will mind too much. Gives them more time to get back to a full quota.
Yeah, and Chatsis has served half of his 2 minute sentence for that challenge on the book. Belgium just have 60 seconds to try and capitalise on their man advantage.
I know he's their most creative player and probably their most technically gifted, but I don't want to see Parmentier here near the line. I want to see him.
And he's given the ball away there. Pounced upon by Greece, but a firm challenge wins it back. The referee takes a few seconds to make his mind up. And it's going to be a yellow card as well. Now Belgium are down to 5.
This game has swung this way and that, hasn't it?
It has.
Like a real grandfather, the pendulum back and forth. And speaking of clocks, time is up. 40 minutes have been played. We've had a couple of stoppages though, Frankie, so I think we'll have at least 2 or 3 minutes of additional time.
And Greece must be just moments away from getting all their players back onto the pitch as Fuskas drives into the area. Bobbles around, but Gojikari manages to poke out a leg.
Greece, Simbin's expired. So now it's them who have the man advantage.
As you say, that's just turned completely on its head. Not quite sure it was a tackle worthy of a Simbin yet. As Babalukis just exchanges words with Marcella.
Yeah, that will hurt Belgium. Probably their best player on the sidelines.
Goulas, the scorer, came up with another moment of magic. He's done it once. He's got just seconds to do it again. Drilled across the face of goal, and it was Babalukis who flung himself at it. Couldn't make any kind of contact. A half chance there from Greece. They won't get many more time. It's fast running out. Loose ball forward. Fuskas really frustrated at Babaloukas there that he just couldn't keep it in. Left now. We're 1 minute and 35 over the allotted 40-minute time slot.
Yeah, Greece will know that as well.
Pumped forward, and it's a waste from Kojakari.
Now or never for the Greeks, you feel, if they're going to win it.
One last charge. Switch of play. Excellent footwork, chance to shoot. A dragged effort. It's a corner kick. The Belgian bench calling for the full-time whistle. Want this game just to last a few seconds more. Strike! Just past the post. That was the chance, and there's the full-time whistle. Greece just couldn't find a way past a stubborn Belgian side. They went 1-0 up in this second half, but were pegged back, and it finishes 1-1. A game that was a slow burner. It took a while to get going. Moments of quality at a premium. No, one all a fair result in your eyes?
Yeah, I think so. Deflation, frustration, exasperation from both sides, particularly the Greeks who were puffing their cheeks out at the end there. And two sides who could barely be split in soccer tournaments in the not too distant. You see there the tail of the tape. 8 shots in total for Greece, but just the 2 on target. The same for Belgium. I think it probably was a fair result, one apiece, Frankie. I don't think either side truly did enough to be able to walk out of that with their chests out and their heads held high and say, we deserve to win that and we were hard done by. I think they'll have to shake hands on 1-1, a point each, and move on to the next.
As you say, on a night where Greece and Belgium extinguished each other's fires, a point will have to do for now. Pakistan still at the top of that group, but stick with us, because next up we've got Tunisia versus Argentina. Plenty more soccer on the way. Nightfall signals one thing here in soccer.
Well, we will shortly be hearing from someone in the Belgium camp after this game. He's with Martin Hopkins.
How do you see things from your point of view?
For me, it's good. It's important to win, but it's okay. We don't lose. We have 1 point. Greece 1 point. I think maybe we have to beat against Greece and Cyprus for the first place. It's important to not lose this match. And for me, it's okay. We have to work together, but it's okay.
What was going through your mind when you fell behind?
It was difficult, but we have to learn every time.
And the equaliser, cracking strike.
It's good, yes. We have the chance, but also it was difficult game. Next time we try to make the best game.
What do you think is the key to success?
Okay,
the key to success in this format of football?
Make a group. Make a group. You have to be strong and to be together. But here it was difficult game. Greece have to win. We have to win. Everybody see for others, but it was okay.
And what do you take out of this game into the next game?
I hope to win, really. But it's good. It's good.
Well done. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Soccer World Cup 2024. Let's look at the lineup of both teams, both squads here. We have Thomas Mirabelli, Julio Alberto. This is for Argentina. Patricio, Daniel, Nacio at number 15. Juan Carlos at number 19. Ariel at number 7. Marcos at number 4. 19 Federico. Matias Ezequiel number 91. Kevin at number 9. Ezequiel Vasquez at number 8. Yuel Liacio at number 6. Nicolas Daniel at number 1. Nicolas Betequevez at number 92. And Juan Cruz at number 23. This is the lineup for Argentina. Can we make some noise for Argentina? Looking at the lineup for Tunisia, we have number 4 Socca World number 1 is Mohamed Amin, number 28 is Nazem Gourzeni, number 5 is Wasim Mahmoud, number 4 is Raif Ben Saleh, number 3 is Dalian Jameli, number 12 is Fouad Kimoumi, number 8 is Zaid Shibani, number 7 is Zaid Sydney, number 10 is Raid Haji, number 9 is Yasmin Esquez, and number 15 is Fatima Jadid, number 49 is Alex, number 40 is
The Soccer Roadshow rolls on, and so it's into Group H here at the 2024 in Muscat, Oman. It's Argentina against Tunisia. Group H had its opening game to kick off the tournament. Africa were beaten 6-2 by the top scoring Tunisians. What will we have in store as a footballing great in Argentina pose the Africans next? All the action on the way shortly, but first, here in Oman, we will rise for the national anthems of Argentina and of Tunisia.
Soccer fans, please stand up for the national anthem of Tunisia.
The Argentinians supercharged in that national anthem. The Tunisians calm, composed, and keen to extend their lead at the top of Group H. My name's beside me for this one, Martin Scoop Hopkins. Always good to see those national anthems belted out.
Well, I was just thinking that the Argentinians belted it out with gusto, didn't they? I think that's the performance of the tournament so far.
Certainly from a national anthem perspective.
Absolutely.
They'll be hoping to replicate that on the pitch though, won't they, Scoop? Tunisia have already got a result under their belt. The first game of the tournament that was yesterday, and a convincing 6-2 victory over South Africa. Secure another win today against Argentina, and they're almost halfway through to the knockout stages.
Absolutely, and it'll be up to the tournament for them. But this might be a very different test against Argentina. An established football nation. Certainly meant business. I watched them on the adjacent to this. One thing I would say is they've got a relatively light squad, the Argentinians. So there's not too much scope for any error. But we've seen others so far in this tournament profit from that.
Yeah, just 12 members of the Argentine squad, and we've seen how important rotation is, not just within games, but also matches. And speaking of between matches, do you think that it bears any significance that Tunisia have already got one game under their belt, whereas this is Argentina's first run out on this pitch, in this stadium, in this environment?
Familiarity, you know, it is everything. They will be more relaxed. The Argentinian players will be nervous. The Tunisians will have settled their nerves, especially having won, and advantage having played first. So Tunisia, the first team to play twice in this tournament. 6 goals already, top goal scorers, but a different challenge.
And of course, following this, Sudanese continue their group campaign against Romania after picking up that shock victory against England last night, so well backed in the stands. And then of course Oman, the host nation, face the United States at 8 p.m. local time here in Muscat. The sun has set, night has fallen, and what here between Argentina and Tunisia. The last game between Belgium and Greece, so hotly contested. With the opportunity inside the Tunisian penalty area, and the Africans composed at the back, lifted forward. Goalkeeper decides to come to the edge of his area before checking back and dropping between his sticks.
I'm surprised by how many long balls there are in this format of football. It almost instantaneously gives the ball away.
Yeah, certainly feel that we've seen more of that in today's crop of matches than we saw yesterday. Saw some really creative attacking, floor-based from the likes of Germany, who won 5-0 in their impressive group stage opener against Bulgaria.
It was a stranglehold of death from them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was.
Death by 1,000.
Peralta for Argentina. Now, Loiseau. And again, another long pass. Aimless one, although the goalkeeper decides that leaving it to bounce over the top of his head is the best option. And another long forward pass. Side really yet to settle into their rhythm after just 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Wasted possession. Pumped down the channel.
You mentioned that Tunisia being used to the conditions. Well, Argentina, this is their first run out of the tournament, and sometimes you just need to stay patient. Kind of get yourself into the groove and the tempo, and might they do that here as the goalkeeper came flying out. The Argentina title to jump for the ball, Juan Peralta, and the goalkeeper on the ground, Nadim Guaismi for Tunisia, and the referee's whistle.
Goalkeeper looks in a little bit of pain. Seen a few injuries this evening.
And particularly to goalkeepers as well. They seem to have been in the wars today.
Well, they are get in the way, throw themselves around, stop the ball going in the back of the net.
They always say goalkeepers are the crazy ones as well, so you kind of expect them to throw themselves into situations that might end up being... Chamali for Tunisia, down the line and out of play. Referee's whistle goes as we'll see. And Juan Peralta is replaced by Kevin Ortlieb. Of course, rolling substitutions in soccer, remember. 20 minutes per half. Many other differences in rules and nuances that you find in this format of the game as opposed to what you may be more familiar with. But if you are locked in to the app, then thanks for your company, as we've been steadily bringing you a flow of fast-paced football, and games up until 11 p.m. local time.
Interesting to see the variation of tactics from how various teams have decided to try and strategize their game. Kazakhstan with all the substitutions, it didn't really pay off for them. Other teams trying not to make them.
It's a good chance and a good save. Cleared away in the end. And I think the free kick has gone in the Argentinians' favour. Excellent defending from Joel Loisao.
And Harboui with the shot. Drawing the save from the keeper. Set himself well.
Yeah, we'll get another look at it here. Headed back across by Tunisia's Balik Jamali. As you see there, saved. Goalkeeper nice and high. Here is Loiseau, of which there are two with the same surname. Argentina squad.
I think the record is 4 in this tournament of the same surnames.
The Omanis, a significant number of players with the same surname.
Yeah.
And of course, they're on at 8 p.m. tonight against the United States. For Argentina, and they weren't able to take it. Thomas Mirabelli had almost struck him inside the penalty area. Perhaps he wasn't expecting it, couldn't trap it, and sprung off of it. Argentina, the side growing in confidence and in stature. 5 minutes played here. And they've been the ones, the tempo of the game in the early salvo.
Not dissimilar to their fellow South Americans. Uruguay earlier on.
Yeah, and what a performance. Defeat Kazakhstan, the defending champions, and that will send a few ripples through the tournament, Martin. It'll show that the quality is there to dethrone the Kazakhs.
They were well worth their win as well. As well. Not the biggest squad.
Yeah, Argentina not the hugest squad either in terms of size or in terms of... And physically, the Brazilians are probably the largest group of players that we've seen. Free kick for Argentina. Left-footed strike. It had swerve on it. The goal of Tunisia. It was a good save from Guesmi. Argentina will look to come again and build again. Swerving effort from Mirabelli towards the far corner. Loiseau. Ball across the penalty area. There were two blue shirts in there. And across the face it goes and out for a kick in. Tunisia. Scoop.
Yet to settle in this game. It's the South American side who started the brightest, stringing the most passes together. Decent chance up the other end.
Yeah, and that will
Which drew a save from the keeper.
Yeah, that will give them a bit of belief. Might they have another opportunity here? Unable to lift it beyond the goalkeeper, Harboui, over the manufacture the shooting opportunity.
Harboui looks an imposing physical presence, able to hold the ball up well, spread.
Yeah, Sfaxi as well for Tunisia as a Chella. Just two red shirts forward. The Argentines behind the ball very quickly there, flooding back to offer support in defence. Here is the aforementioned Harboui and Timumi. around the corner from Harbawi. Settle for Tunisia. 1v2. And Vasquez dispossessed. In their favour again. I'll just feel like sometimes they're trying to force it a little too much, the Argentines. Small-sided soccer, Scoop, is you might have a game plan, but sometimes you do have to throw that out the window and mix it up, and I think we've seen that a few times already today.
Everyone's got a game plan. They're hit in the face, as Mike Tyson once said.
Well, no one's landed the first punch yet, but might that be different? Yes, it is! Goal of the contest, and it goes the way of Tunisia. Argentina's goalkeeper was high up the pitch, and Tunisia sniffed out the opportunity. And Tunisia lead Argentina by a 0-0, 9 minutes on the board.
Great strike from Timui. He seized the opportunity. He saw where the keeper wasn't. Great awareness, and he dispatched it with aplomb into the back of the net.
Yeah, Morguera dashed back. He tried his best, didn't he, to divert it away from goal, but could only poke it. And Tunisia lead here in Group H. That puts them currently, as things stand, on 6 points. Timumi's strike, the difference of the first half. Well, for an immediate response, and we saw that between Uruguay and Kazakhstan. 2 goals in quick succession at either end.
In the blink of an eye. You're never more vulnerable. Just scored.
Oh, it's an old adage, isn't it? What have Argentina got here? What can they muster? Loiso. Good strike. Away off the line.
Did well there, helping out his keeper.
Combination of goalkeeper and defender, as you say, Scoop. Nudging the ball away. Malizia with the effort. When these teams found out their fixtures, I'm sure many of them would have been looking at the times and who they were set to play. Don't put us on at 11 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the morning when the sun's at its strongest. Still hot down there pitch side, isn't it, Scoop? But I think these evening games are preferable even for those nations used to the sunshine.
Absolutely. Different challenge here in the evening than it is at the start of the day. You've almost got to adjust your tactics accordingly.
Whistle goes again. Referees have been busy. A few sin bins. Of course, receive a yellow in soccer. You're on the sidelines for 2 minutes. In the bin.
We saw a bit of dissent on the touchline.
We did from the
Iraq coach.
It's going to be too high for Ortlieb. But we've seen hot, fiercely competitive encounters between almost all of the teams involved so far.
There's only the one really one-sided encounter. Perhaps it's the Germany game.
Yeah, certainly in terms of the ruthlessness that the Germans showed against Bulgaria in their group stage opener. But also the Tunisians will feel like they deserve a shout to be in with a say of being included in that conversation. 6-2 winners against South Africa. Game 1 of the tournament remains the most goals that any competition so far. Germany tried their best with 5, but Tunisia have 6 goals. And they also have this free kick, of which their captain and goal scorer is hovering around. 2 blue shirts in the Argentina wall. Now that's 3. Now 2 again, as plans change. Over it for Tunisia. Beaten away by the goalkeeper, was hit with real venom. Might get another opportunity. Cleared away by the Argentinians. Mumi leading by example with his goal, but eyed up that far corner there, Scoop, didn't he? It wasn't a million miles away.
Seems to be the team's talisman. So wants to be involved in everything. As the captain, of course, the goal. And a lot of these teams seem to have a particularly influential player, and he seems to be Tunisia's man. in that respect.
Well, the whistle's gone. Once more. A set piece for Argentina on the edge. Now we've seen a free kick up one end, well saved, just a matter of seconds ago. This is the second such set piece Argentina have had in this first half from a very similar position, right on the apex. Good angle to try and shoot, but of course so close there'll be a host of bodies in there. Loiso stood over. Loiso goes short. No purchase on the goalward effort from Doliotti.
Good intent. The penalty area.
Just swiped at it a bit, didn't he, Scoop? Never really got the connection he was after.
No, it was good delivery in that corridor of uncertainty between defender and goalkeeper. The finish not there.
Famous Geoffrey Boycott phrase, the corridor of uncertainty. And speaking of cricket, there are a couple of makeshift cricket pitches just over the back of where this stadium is situated. Capital of Oman. And we saw some people last night, just as the sun was going down, engaging in a bit of cricket.
Not sure team though.
I think I can safely claim they were all spinners. Understandable with the fact that the desert is probably only a few kilometres away from here. Just wants to be running around in 27, 28 degree heat, still hovering around that 27 degree temperature. It's down by Astaloa. Well, Argentina settled into this game well, didn't they, Scoop? First 5 minutes, they popped the ball around nicely. They looked composed and comfortable. Since going behind 10 minutes, they haven't looked as good, have they?
It's been a little bit ragged. I'm quite surprised.
Well,
Plenty of time to go in this game.
Yeah, plenty. Another game. It's Croatia to close us out at the final game of the evening here in Muscat. 11 p.m. kickoff. And we've mentioned how competitive some of these groups are. Hungary and Croatia, two very handy soccer sides. Tunisia already with points. Here comes the goalkeeper, Morguera, for the Argentine side. Jo Loiso offered an option wide right, but the goalkeeper decided. I haven't seen a goalkeeper score a goal yet in this World Cup, but I feel like might not be a million miles away off the basis of what we've seen. Tunisia now on the edge of the area. Did that cross the line? Did that cross? That it did. Rattles off the underside of the crossbar and down. Really difficult decision. And the decision is no goal. Play continues, but it was a scoop, wasn't it?
It was absolutely fantastic strike. The Tunisians absolutely adamant it had crossed the line, but the referee very quick with the decision.
And a foul, meanwhile, for Timumi, the captain, on the ground. Well, fascinated to see that. Just try and confirm whether the ball did indeed cross the line. Tunisia would have doubled their lead heading into half-time. Confident. Well, here is that opportunity. Left-footed. Oh, it's really hard to tell from that angle. Off the underside of the bar and almost kind of span back onto the post as well, didn't it, on its way?
The official was in the best place to tell. Down on that touchline, and he was unequivocal.
Another effort, this time deflected, and Morguera into a retreating save. This game's just starting to heat up before half-time.
Are we going to see a strike at one end or the other before half-time? Would very much change the complexion of the game. Not like that.
I think you could have stacked another 3 goals on top and it probably still wouldn't have gone in. Just one of those things. Need the confidence to take. Argentina nipping in there. Stabbed away by Tunisia. And their defender, Wassim Mahmoud. That's Patricio Malizia who just nicked in there to seize possession. Hasta luego. Well, referees have been busy not just this afternoon but in this game as well. Number of infringements or infractions. And another set piece this time for Argentina. I'm sure the Tunisians will be straight over to the monitors at the end of that first half to see whether that ball did indeed cross.
There's nothing you can do about it. You've got to get on with the game.
They'll feel hard done by, though, if they don't end up getting a result. And that did appear to be in, but of course so difficult to tell. And especially as Argentina, in the final minute of the first half, have a set-piece chance, smashed into the wall.
No chance of it ever clearing that wall.
Yeah. So difficult to drive the ball into to the edge of the penalty area when you have a free kick through all of those bodies. Tunisia chasing it into the corner. Leapt up off of the bench, and that is a yellow card. The Tunisia captain went absolutely flying. Straight in front
of the Tunisian dugout.
Of the Tunisian bench. Timoumi, the man fouled, and Patricio Malizia in the sin bin. Well, he took himself off the surface as well as he ran in there for that challenge. So the numbers uneven for the final stages of this first half. Tunisia lead Argentina 2-0. Blocked by 3 defending blue shirts. Played 30 seconds of added time here in Group H.
Very tough to play when you're at a numerical disadvantage. You've really got to keep your head and keep your discipline, not give the ball away.
And if you're the team, make sure you take advantage of that. Tunisia looking to do exactly that. Here's Hadji in the corner. Well, an intriguing first half. Both sides felt each other out to begin with. And then Tunisia with the goal of the contest through their captain, Foy Timoumi. From inside his own half, the Argentina goalkeeper had advanced too high and he clipped it over the top of it. And that's the way it stayed, but it could have been more. An opportunity rifled in off the crossbar. Uncertain as to whether the ball bounced over the line or not. The official said it didn't, and so half-time, Scoop. Argentina 0.
Well, yeah, intriguing was a good summation. Not exactly action-packed, absorbing, perhaps one might say. But you get the thing both sides in the second half.
Well, let's take a look at the story of that first 20 minutes. First chance of the evening, and it came Tunisia's way. They have had 6 shots, 4 of those on target. Argentina forcing the goalkeeper Guaini into a good save. This is the opening goal. Couldn't keep it out of his net, could he, Morguera? He dashed back helplessly, Scoop, but was too late by that time.
Such great awareness from the Tunisian, really good left-footed shot.
And he didn't even look up to see, because he must have glanced before and observed the fact that the goalkeeper was off his line and thought, you know what, next time I'm getting the ball, I'm giving that a go.
Try it. Great technique.
Just a little kiss off the post as well. Argentina have had opportunities of their own that cleared away. Goalkeeper. There's another free kick that Tunisia had. They've probably been the better of the two sides in terms of chance creation. But Argentina in this game, whilst it remains just 1-0, that was the controversial. It's crossed the line, so difficult to tell, off the bar and away from the line, and then a couple of further saves made as well, and then it all ended with that. Bit of a coming together in a sin bin.
It's an impossibility to tell with the angles we've been given and the angles we're located at, whether the ball did cross the line or not.
Well, Tunisia will want a talking point. That just becomes a moot point. If they can go on and score another couple in the second half, then people will forget that one of those things.
It's just something you've got to put out of your mind. No point dwelling on it. Just get on with the game. The officials are not going to take any nonsense anyway. It's not going to make any. Been impressed with the officials in this tournament?
Well, between the morning and evening sessions here in Muscat, the referees were out there in the midday sun, baking away. Decision-making processes, all of them. Some of them acting as dummies, some of them acting as props. They were practicing soccer penalties and the protocol around. Watch from the sidelines.
And it's a great setup where you've got three officials, one on the far side, one on the near side, and the way the referee is required then comes onto the pitch and gets involved then only when he is required.
And all three of the match officials have whistles, and they're almost given sections of the pitch to try and marshal, and so if the ball is to your side, let's say, you are then probably obliged to be the one to blow the whistle and make the call.
Do you know, it's made me think that in other formats of the game, in much, especially in the last 20 years, it's so much faster. We've always been used to one referee, then the linesmen became referees' assistants, but they're not really assistants. And I wonder if there is scope in the 11-a-side game to change things a bit and learn from games like soccer, formats like soccer.
Well, you think of an historic footballing nation, won the 2022 World Cup just an hour or so away in Qatar, also in the Middle East, of course, in the men's 11-a-side. This is soccer, and so the big boys are from different nations that maybe you wouldn't expect, the likes of Kazakhstan. But yet, even so, those blue shirts of Argentina, but Tunisia are the ones that hold the advantage at the moment, leading by a goal to nil. We're almost ready to get underway for the second half here in Group H. Oh, it's given away, gifted straight to Argentina, who have equalised in a matter of seconds to start the second half. From the Argentina bench, what a start to the second period. Not 10 seconds, not 5 seconds in to the start of the second half.
It's one of the quickest goals I've ever seen from a restart. Absolutely tail between. I've never seen it done so quick, and no wonder they're so back on level terms. Tunisia caught napping.
It was a tidy finish from Juan Peralta as well. Firmly struck into the bottom corner beyond the goalkeeper. Tunisia looking to immediately advantage. This game has just burst into life at the start of the second half.
Well, you thought it might, didn't you?
You see it so often. We saw it yesterday. Teams nervous and anxious maybe to get things going.
Feeling each other out.
Absolutely, and then half-time, coach says, come on lads, you've got this in you. And they come out, and you see there immediately Peralta and buried it.
Lovely finish.
Yeah, excellent finish, kept his composure. I think sometimes the second and first touches are the most important. Speaking of which, we said that the referees were practicing their soccer penalties and the protocol around that. Well, we've got one now. The Argentinians perplexed as to why the decision. But Tunisia have the opportunity, and if you've never seen a soccer penalty before, this is. You have 10 seconds to score. The goalkeeper claims it, and gathers it, the ball is dead. If the ball goes out of play, the ball is dead. That's how it works. If the other half, the penalty will not be retaken. And away we go. Good chance to make sure that Tunisia extend their lead. And that's where soccer penalties are unique in the respect that they're almost doubly as difficult to try and get a result from. And again, we've not seen one scored in this tournament yet, Scoop.
No, I haven't seen one either. She spurned, certainly hit it well. Did the forward, Harbawi, but couldn't get it on target. Keeper stood on his line. It's awarded for, so it'll be interesting to find out after the game.
Well, take a breather. What a start to the second goal inside, I think, 5 seconds from Argentina. We've had a penalty. We've only played 3 minutes of the second period. Might we have another chance here? Might we? Yes, we will. Yellow card for Harbawi, and he'll be a miss for the next 2 minutes for Tunisia.
Well, crucial phase of the game. Argentina have got to take. Can they make the numerical advantage count?
Well, it was so well managed yesterday. Wasn't too many yellow cards or sin bins. Today, referees have been busy getting those cards out of there. And the Tunisian side now down to 5, as the Argentines were in the first half. Long range effort. Opportunity. Goalkeeper can't hold it. Whistle goes. And the defenders get the benefit of that whistle. Well, having just conferred with in the vicinity, Scoop, nobody's entirely sure why that soccer penalty was given. And maybe the officials out there at the moment are the ones who we need to ask that. Their job at the moment. Tunisia down the right-hand side. Lofted in towards the back of the penalty area. Stabbed back towards a teammate. Red shirts looking for angles and openings. Tina stepping in there to clear upfield. Here is the goal scorer, Juan Peralta, with a bandage wrapped round his head. A lock of hair sticking out of the top of it. But Tunisia with a good opportunity to try and extend their advantage as they held in the first half and beaten away by the goalkeeper, Morguera, who was with a lob in the first half, but coming up with the goods there.
Bowie did well, get his shot on target. Fine save from the keeper.
And the big man can't head the ball on target as it was lifted into him.
I thought you were going to bring breaking news as to why the penalty had been given.
I wasn't. The only breaking news is that the sin bin is over already for Tunisia. With barely more than a scrape. Tunisia 1, Argentina 1 here at the Soccer World Cup in Muscat. Action. Group that contains South Africa, Croatia and Hungary as well. Well, that gentleman at the top of the stand, he could have reached that. Instead, we have to go.
That's one ended up on the training pitch.
And I tell you what, I recognise those. They're the England boys.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, they were really dejected yesterday. 11 o'clock kick-off, the last of the night. Beaten 1-0 by Sudan in an excellent atmosphere with drums and really made it a carnival atmosphere, the Sudanese, as did the Omanis, the host nation, of course. And those two teams play back-to-back after in Group G, and then the USA take on the host nation, Oman, in Group A. But here in Group H, it's one apiece. Argentina looking to change that scoreline.
Play on consecutive nights, whether that has an effect.
Well, the Sudan team so well backed. I think the majority of the players are actually based in Muscat. A home game for them, if you will. despite not being the host nation. Harbawi out to the left side now. Peralta comes across, nudges it away. Kick in for Tunisia. Well, after an explosive start to the second half, this feels a little bit like maybe a calm before the storm, as Tunisia will earn themselves. Malizia just grasping his right shoulder. See him there, the captain of Argentina. So a corner kick for Tunisia. Flicked into the air, and they'll have a second opportunity. We mentioned the importance of set pieces right throughout this tournament so far. Lofted in and headed goalwards, just drifting wide of the post. Not too much animation in terms of the reaction to that headed attempt. Maybe tells us a little more about just how close it actually was, but from this angle, looked dangerous.
Yeah, have we had a header yet? A bit of physicality though here on this near touchline.
Brazil scored a header, following in from a shot.
Of course.
Drope with the finish yesterday. And big rivals aren't Brazil.
The biggest rivals.
Argentina looking to add the 6-a-side World Cup to the 11-a-side one they won in Qatar in December 20. A real groan from the goalkeeper, Nadim Guesmi. Claimed it fairly, didn't he, Scoop? But maybe just got a boot in the ribs for his...
In some pain, the keeper. Not helped the flow of the game. We've had a few injuries. The referee's dealing with it properly, though.
For the
we had a player stretchered off earlier on in the day.
Yeah, we did for the Georgian team. Yeah, some of the games today have been a bit cagey. Things will begin to open up as the group phase unfolds. Of course, group stage matches taking place over the course of the next few days, and you can watch it all on the... So go and download that. It's available from the App Store.
There's all sorts of information on the app.
All the scores, all the goals, all the moments. World Cup here in Muscat, Oman, 2024, after 2023 in Essen, Germany, and 2022 in Budapest, Hungary. It's released for this tournament, and it's got off to a brilliant start. We've seen some exceptional matches, perhaps the highlights being Sudan beating England, Oman, the host opening night after a wonderful opening ceremony.
It was great to see the joyous scenes from the Sudanese.
It was, and obviously earlier today, as you well know, Scoop, by Uruguay, so 3 key moments have happened already, you could argue. Prodded away and get themselves up the pitch. Peralta loses out. Tunisia now have it. Bit of room to work with here, perhaps. Tunisia's Selma the gap. Tried his best to find his teammate, Aymen Sfashi. Appeals for handball, not listened to by Matteo Astaloa. Well, we're into the final 9 minutes now, and both sides will... At this stage, it's all about risk, isn't it, Scoop?
It's anyone's game. Who wants it the most?
How much are you willing to give up? How much are you willing to sacrifice to chase a winner? You could end up a loser.
We have, and we've seen a lot of goals right at the death as well.
All right at the start. In the case of today's game, Argentina scoring inside of this second half. That's why we are where we are at 1 apiece. Tunisia with more chances in the first half, the better of it on the whole, but caught by the Argentine been able to re-establish their advantage. Might they do so here with this corner kick? A few red shirts sneaking towards the edge of the area.
Yeah. Corner taker.
One back though, turned over by Tunisia. Might they find something? Good save. What they do find is the legs of the goalkeeper. Tunisia again from distance this time. And
defended well. That was a real opportunity though for Tunisia.
Really was. Towards the near post, saved by the legs of the goalkeeper.
There were two men there lurking, ready to put the ball into the back of the net.
Dogliotti. Simone. Now Malizia. Over halfway. Plenty of blue shirts to aim for, but that was a red one that he... And they can't work it right. Argentina looking to make them pay. Deflected for a corner. Those moments when you win possession back, you have a numerical advantage, as Tunisia did, Scoop. They couldn't make it count.
Now we need a bit of quality here from and we didn't get it.
Gifted straight back to Tunisia. And here's a one-on-one chance. Left-footed effort, beaten away by the keeper's legs. And appeals for handball. Tunisian Timumi grasps his forehead as if to say it's hit him in the face and not the hand. Well, he's been booked. Again, we're down to 5 players for the Tunisian team. That's the 3rd sin bin of the game.
Peralta telling the referee that to book his opponent, the referee to do his job.
It's a clear handball. See on the replay, Argentina for the goal, and it'll be a goal kick, but the referee wasn't going to buy that. A little bit of trickery from Timumi, the captain of Tunisia, gesturing towards his... It quite famously happened in the World Cup 2002, didn't it, with Rivaldo for Brazil against Turkey, where he gestured towards the ball, striking him in the face. Oh. Well, there's fouls, and then there's that. I think we can put that in another category of its own.
What was all that about?
Well, he tried to rip the shirt off his back, it looked like. Yellow to 4, Tunisia.
The red mist simply descended.
Zaid Selmi has been sent off. There's 5 minutes to play. Of at least numbers. Argentina have to make this count. They have to squeeze Tunisia here. Make that numerical advantage count when the opposition have got 5, let alone 4. Less congested in that area though. And Joel Loiseau plays it short. Lifted over the top. Ortlieb with a great chance. So close to the goal as well, Scoop. He couldn't turn it in.
Absolute golden opportunity spurned.
Well, now the goalkeeper for Tunisia is treatment, but the referees will no doubt factor that into any stoppage time or sin bin time that is played.
Well, this is being reduced to 4 men. Argentina have simply got to take advantage of that. They won't have a better opportunity. Just play the ball around till the opportunity presents itself.
Well, it's been one of those games, hasn't it? It's been bitty, lots of stoppages, 3 sin bins through the course of the game. The most explosive the game's been was the start of the second half, in which Argentina scored after just 4 seconds. I can't imagine it was too much more than that. It was really in the blink of an eye.
Definitely.
Peralta. Ortlieb. Peralta gets the return on the overlap. Tunisia looking to dig in with just 3 outfield players. Will they be punished? Post. Argentina have found a way through the Tunisian rearguard. The African side perhaps have only got themselves to blame. And Ortlieb has made that numerical advantage count for Argentina. Tunisia 1, Argentina 2.
Absolutely fair play to the Argentinians. They did absolutely what was required there. They played, presented itself, and then took the chance. Simply, Tunisia have shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, shot themselves in the foot and then shot them.
Surely when you're reduced in numbers, you've got to be really, really careful. And if he pulled his opponent, he just kept hold of it.
Maybe he was hoping to hold on to it until the final whistle blew.
Well, he should have waited till then.
Goalkeeper comes and thrown out quickly. Tunisia have committed bodies forward here. One-on-one situation. Peralta into the edge of the box it goes. Clean challenge. Officials say it was a fair tackle. Lifted over for Argentina. Back up the other end it goes. And the Argentines will try and construct something. Still only 5 players on the Tunisia team. One of the sin bins has elapsed and now back onto the field of play. So it's 6v6 again now, but might it be too little too late in terms of numbers for Tunisia? There is just 1 minute and 20 seconds of regular time to play with Argentina.
Of the 40 minutes in the game, it looks like it's come down, in essence, to those few minutes of numerical disadvantage.
Or of the 40 minutes in the game, Scoop, been spent with less than the full allocation of 12 players on the field. Both Argentina and Tunisia on the match officials. Thrown up towards Peralta. Bounces once and into the arms of the goalkeeper. Thrown up subsequently the other end towards Harbawi. Down it comes. Behind it goes. And time slipping through the fingers of the Tunisians. And maybe this result has slipped through their fingers as well.
We're into the final minute.
Free kick, Argentina, and they will be in absolutely no time has elapsed. There will be added minutes, no question about that, due to injuries. And
I'm not sure on the this evidence that Argentina are the strongest South American side in the tournament.
yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. And Croatia and Hungary group either, based off of the performances of both of these sides. Tunisia have shown spirit, Argentina determination to get themselves back into a position from. They've done that. 2-1 they lead. Is there a late twist in this tale? Is there a late Tunisian twist? The goalkeeper comes out and punches again with one hand this time. That will be a corner. Towards that penalty area, that congested penalty area, touched out of his feet. Well, that was a foul that he tried to buy there. Tunisians Jamali.
Still the Tunisian player is down. There didn't seem to be any contact there, and unless he's in some respect. It looks innocuous. And goalkeeper and Harbawi inquire as to the... And time, no doubt, will be added on for this. I think he caught his ankle in the, let's be charitable,
well,
in the artificial turf.
I've heard that phrase a few times. And it's Tunisia's time that is slipping away. Forward from Tunisia, last chance saloon perhaps. Argentina taking their time and picking up the victory. And what a good victory it was for them. They had to for it. But it was when Tunisia were reduced to 5 players and then 4 in which the crucial moment came. At the start of the second half, Argentina in the blink of an eye after the restart, equalising and then finding a way through against the reduced numbers of the African team to secure victory in for Argentina. Tunisia handed defeat after their opening game victory against South Africa. Final score, Tunisia 1, Argentina 2. Scoop, your assessment of a crazy
Key moments in the game. First of all, the restart for the second half. Unbelievable goal, straight from the restart for Argentina from Berhalter on 20 minutes. But then, with things level pegging, simply suicidal play from the Tunisians to be reduced for not just once, but twice. Once they were down, Argentina were going to score. There would be real questions asked if they had failed to score a goal, and they did. And it's come down to those two key moments, I think, in the whole. Interesting to see how these two sides do in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, well, Hungary and Croatia, the other two sides in this group, and they face each other. This it's currently just approaching 7 p.m. local time in Muscat.
Referees did well. Plenty to occupy them in this game. Saying they were practicing key moments. They dealt with things well. Tunisia will be left to reflect on that moment where they thought the ball had crossed the line in the first half. But it is Argentina that have prevailed.
That was the decisive goal, wasn't it? Well, Frankie Rudland is with one of the Argentina
First win of the tournament, a 2-1 victory. How does that feel?
No, it feels amazing. We've been preparing for the last 6 months, so we feel really happy. It was a hard match for us, being the first time playing in this court. But yeah, amazing. We feel all very happy. It was hard game anyway.
When you conceded that penalty just after you equalised, did you start to feel like it wasn't going to be your day?
No. During all the match, I felt that we were going to have our chances. So if we still keep on the mood, I think it was hard for us to enter on the mood. So now we feel happy to end the match with a victory.
You've got a really tough group. You've got Hungary, you've got Croatia, and you've got South Africa. Are you still confident that you can qualify for the knockout stages?
We are really confident that we're going to make it through the playoffs. We know that first match is always harder, so we hope we are going to be better on the next match.
I'll let you go and celebrate. Thank you very much for your time and congratulations on the win.
جمهورية السودان الشقيق سيلعبوا مع رومانيا في هذه المباراة أو رومانيا. يبدأ بتشكيلة منتخب رومانيا. يلعب في منتخب رومانيا رادو بولوسيتش، رقم 10 إدريان خنزارو، رازفان، رقم 8 رقم 4 كاتيلين، رقم 9 بول إيساك، رقم 30 هالاس لوسيان، رقم 11 لوتشيس ألكساندرو، رقم 34 رقم 7 توما، رقم 16 إليه، رقم 14 سينيسكو، رقم 17 أجاخي، رقم 20 زورو، ورقم 44 رازفان. ننتقل إلى تشكيل المنتخب السوداني الشقيق. محمد
Group G action for you now, and it's a group that's very rapidly becoming the group of death. Last night by a single goal to nil, sits second in the table, and it's Uruguay now who top the group after beating double Euro champions and in the shock of the day to put themselves top. That now means Romania, who are set to play their first game now, are in third. If they win by more than one, them and Sudan and Uruguay all on 3 points. Kazakhstan, the world champions then, will be behind the three of them, and England still chasing. A very tasty group indeed. We'll be bringing you the game very, very soon. First though, it's the national anthems.
Please remain standing for the national anthem of Romania. رجاء الوقوف للنشيد الوطني الروماني.
Well, this one's going to be interesting. Streaky last night. Sudan might just tell you that they were resolute, dogged, determined, and kept England at bay and took their chance when it came. Romania, with familiar with if you are someone used to soccer, the likes of Bertu and Toma and Lucian, Alexandru, Razvan, all names that will... So Group G, and I'm alongside Martin Hopkins, aka Scoop. Scoop, this one is big for lots and lots of reasons, as I mentioned.
We see from Sudan. You said they were arguably lucky, but there's more than one way to win a game of football, and certainly they rode their luck last night. They chose to play, and it was successful for them. Romania will be a different challenge, I think.
Yeah, Romania far more accomplished, far more established. England at the moment, who have brought along a brand new, fresh out the packet side, not completely familiar with surroundings and the tempo, the style of Romania, a side with pedigree. They finished third in the Euro Cup, beating Oman, the hosts, on penalties after a 2-2 draw. They lost by 4-2, and that is nothing to be ashamed of at all. Croatia, particularly in that tournament, were fantastic and will be, well, considered one of the main favourites. Kazakhstan have been put to the sword. Who would have thought it? Kazakhstan, world champions, have actually lost a game of soccer.
Romania already winners this evening, that they weren't anticipating.
Well, I don't even think they knew it existed, Scoop. It was a surprise to all.
They didn't know the words.
I think that they went back for round two, didn't they? Well, round two for the national anthem of Romania. Round two for Sudan after they played last night. This is the opening game.
Be interesting to see the Sudanese goalkeeper. Had an eventful game last night. Let's see if his tactics are still the same.
I think we'll enjoy. Now in goal warming up, he's full of energy and vigour, and he tends to have a big smile on his face. So.
Goalkeepers have got to be a bit mad, haven't they? And
absolutely right.
But he certainly entertained us.
The goalkeeper at the other end has been made famous. The most viewed video, Sam Alexander. He was beaten on a soccer penalty by the Italians. His name has just escaped me, and it's always been in my mind. Daniel Araujo. He was rainbow kicked in the Euro Cup in Chisinau, Moldova. And it is Romania in the white, in Sudan in the red, if you're not familiar. And it's Romania who sloppy pass out for a Sudanese kick in, which will settle down Sudanese nerves instantly, I'm sure. Sudan backed again by a healthy spattering of fans. Some noise, they've got the megaphone, they've got the drums, and they'll want the points.
Osman starting the game for Sudan as he left off against ball straight back to Romania.
That was Toma, the number 7, who just laid it off. Now onto the left-hand side and back in the centre for Bertu, the captain. Rolls it onto the right-hand side, and there's a chance at the... Had it not hit the Sudanese leg, the keeper was beaten there, I think. Romania will come again. It's Panzaru having to go. Vincenzo Toma, who makes things tick for Romania generally. He won't be making things tick there as he slides it out of play for another Sudan. In with, I think we'll see the same Sudan as we saw last night, a team that will bide their time, try and sit in, dig in. Wait. Star keeper for the tournament so far, putting it out of play for a Romanian kick in. That's Panzaru. For Romania, they do like to play this way. They spread themselves wide. Quite crisp, neat passing. Might fancy a shot from range. They do so. behind that. Looked for a second as that might have come off the arm of the defender, but there was no appeal, so...
Lovely extravagant dive from the keeper.
I think to be expected.
Made it look good. And let's not take it away from him if he did.
Oh, we'll wait and see if maybe we might get a replay if we're lucky. It was a corner anyway for Romania. Cut back on the angle. Shot came in from Toma. And then the ball ricochets away in the challenge and out for a Sudanese kick in. Who impressed you for Sudan last night, Scoop, other than the keeper?
Walid Mohammed, the number 9, their captain, their talisman, seemed to be every inch the team leader and the figure that all the rest of the team looked up to.
Well, he's going to be important again. I'm sure he will be throughout. It should be dealt with from the header, although they've given the ball to Sudan, and there is the number 9, Walid Mohammed. He's got his goal in the 29th minute last night against an England side that knocked and knocked at that door, but were refused entry. Sudan seeing a little bit more of the football than they did in the first 5 minutes or so than last night, and they're knocking it about quite nicely. And will bide their time along that back line. 3 at the back at all times virtually for Sudan at the moment. And certainly a side that don't want to concede. Romania will have other ideas. That's Bert.
Touches, and it would have been the first goal of this encounter.
You know, it's got to be one of the, if you had a heat map, one of the hottest spots on a pitch for goals where that last touch comes from is right on that back post.
I don't think we've seen too much of it.
We
so
haven't
far.
actually in this tournament.
I was thinking that in the previous game. Hit it low and hard.
Well, here's a chance for Romania again, perhaps. A lovely little run and a shot comes in. Keeper gets a leg to it. But Romania have stolen it back and it's not over yet. It is now. As Catalan fires it with his left foot.
Hit it low and hard to that far post and make it the job of the forward to get on the end of it.
Yeah, that's right, Scoop. Yeah, absolutely right. Something you might see from Croatia a little later on. They're pretty good at that sort of thing. Here's Catalan again. Quite comfortable in possession, Romania. I'm happy to just knock it about. They do find space well. It's a lot of give and goes from Romania, generally speaking. Bertschuk. Nice turn away, but we'll have to do it all over again as he comes back towards his own goal. Alexandru will venture forward. Now, he does have a shot now and again if he's given the opportunity. Instead, he goes to the right this time. And some defending that's just resulted in a free kick, I think, for Romania. A little late from Walid Mohammed.
Well, let's see if Romania can come up with another decent low cross. Come shot to that far post.
They are a side that I recognise as one of the better soccer sides, and the better soccer sides usually have plans from set pieces. What can they muster from this one? Only the one white shirt inside the penalty area.
Looks like it's Toma's job to get on the end of it.
It usually is.
Catalan there as well.
Cut back on the edge is for Toma. And Sudan will take that all day long. Romania having to go right back home from a decent position. A little bit of space for a second on the left-hand side for Bertschuk, and then was closed down by 2 red shirts and dragged it across to the other side of the pitch. Catalan again. And Panzaru back out to the left-hand side. Might try the shot on the angle, and I didn't see any contact there myself. Scoop as Toma went down, but he's got the free kick.
He got the free kick he wanted. And this is a dangerous position. Spurned opportunity before. They had a free kick in a really good position on the field, and it ended up with their own keeper.
Yeah. Yeah, could have done better with that one for sure. So Romania usually one of the better ones for set pieces, but Maybe just tried a little bit too hard on that occasion. Three-man war. Wouldn't fancy being part of it right now. Now that's on purpose, and that is pure Romania, although it didn't come off. I like the inventiveness, though.
Yeah, great innovation there. Fooled a lot of people in the stadium and their opponents.
But you for Romania. Cross to the far side into the path of Catalan again. And he hits one, smashes against Awas Mohammed. Romania with plenty of possession, possibly not a surprise to us who would have watched Sudan last night. And I think they'll take it. They'll be quite happy with it. They're happy to be out of possession. Romania probing. Here we go again. Lovely little feint and then a ball flashed across. And here is where Sudan will want to try and make things count. Punish on the counter. That's a beautiful ball through. And there's a innocuous dive, surely in the area. Now he's surely going to be booked for simulation for that, and he is.
No contact at all from Anwas Mohammed. Well, let's not detract from the quality of that ball.
Yeah.
From the number 9, Walid Mohammed, his captain. It was an absolute, the epitome of a defence-splitting pass. Really, really showed his quality there, did Mohammed. Having been fed the ball by Bercic, who is the key player for Romania. And if they can come up with more opportunities like that, Sudan might spring a surprise.
Well, that's what they're all about, or so it would seem. For now, they're a man short for 2 minutes because the man who went down to ground under no contact was punished for it. And there is very much a feeling of this game being played in the right way, in the right spirit at soccer, and so that kind of very clear simulation won't be tolerated.
Have you ever met a football fan that doesn't enrage?
No. Simply put, here's a chance on the edge. It's a little bit of a hospital ball in truth, and it's cleared away as far as Sam Alexandru in the Romanian goal. And once again, Romania will come again. Here's Vincenzo Toma, ball out to the right-hand side. Might get it back, does. He's got to the left-hand side, Panzaru, and he finds him, and Panzaru pulls the trigger. And again, it's into the Sudanese brick wall at the back. And for a side who has a lot of possession against them in their final third, they are yet to concede. That might change. Smashes off the top of the head of a Sudanese defender out of play for a kick-in. And he might just need a minute or two with that one to take a breather right on the top of the head.
Toma looks a good hard-running player for Romania.
Yeah, one of the better players. Toma, proper, what I would consider proper soccer player. Knows how to play the game, uses his energy at the right times.
Good distribution.
Really good distribution. Yeah. Very rarely do you see him lose the ball, and he's very quick to pass and move, get into the spaces. And they like to try and break you down, Romania. And they are a good side, as I say. Achipa Romanei is in charge, and he likes it played a certain way. He's a young player, and he used to play for the Romanian side, so he knows a bit about soccer. And they went a little way in the Euros. They beat Italy in the quarter-final on that penalty shootout, as I mentioned, with Daniel Ruggio's goal. They beat Lithuania 2-0 in the last 16 before they finally came up against a decent Croatian side. Croatia capitulated, though, in the final against Kazakhstan. Gifted them a goal in the opening couple of minutes, and they just never, ever were able to recover. Almost ready to get back underway. It will be a Romanian kick-in. Sudan ring the changes. Back on comes Badam. And that is it. Captain Toma once more. Panzaru getting a little bit mixed up, but we'll go back to his captain. He'll have another go, Panzaru. Just looking for a bit of space to shoot. Instead, he rolls it back. Toma off the left peg. Goes way over the bar and out of the ground.
Nice bit of footwork there for Toma. Little feint over the ball. Teed it up into position, but couldn't keep his shot down.
He found the space well, didn't he? Just couldn't keep his technique together to keep it under the bar. Instead, it flew out of the stadium. 7.5 minutes to go in the first half, still 0-0. And that will suit Sudan. Team number 12, Ahmed Ibrahim. Sudan, for the first time in a while, enjoying a little spell of possession, and they might make it count here. Down to the left-hand side goes Sam Alexandru. That's what they like to do, Scoop.
Great work from Bardam. Sudan proving it wasn't a fluke last night.
Would seem that they're very comfortable to play this way, and if it works, well, that's absolutely fine. Here's a bit of magic from the magician of Sudan, who played it right across the face. Romania were able to get it away, and forward will come Paul Isak. Lays it into the path of Burchu. Now he's got a shot on him if he gets the chance. To the area again, and there is the keeper. He will enjoy getting down to claim. Sudan very happy to play out from the back, which is almost an odd tactic when you consider how much they like to defend. It's almost like they want to defend straight away every time they have it. And there's a lot of shirt pulling going on there, and still bustling through was Martin Bardam. Just didn't get hold of it properly in the end. If he had stopped and turned to the referee, he might have got a free kick and had a man sin bin, but he bustled on through, couldn't find the target. 0-0 it remains.
Good strong running from Bardam there. Could have done better with that opportunity. All sorts of grappling, perhaps the referee thought it was a bit of both.
Well, they allowed an advantage, which was a decent one because he did get a shot away. It wasn't the referee's fault that he couldn't quite find the right way to place it into the back of the net. But again, great shoots for Sudan in terms of their attacking prowess. They've had a few good opportunities on the counter-attack. What they do need to do, though, of course, is make it count at some point. You can't keep on defending and not score when you get those opportunities. But at the moment, I think they'll be relatively pleased. Quarter of an hour in, 0-0. And as things stand, it would put them back top of Group G on 4 points. Adrian Panzari on screen. And this is one of the sort of setups. 2 men either side of the post, and one on the edge and one on the outside of the pitch. It goes to the back and fizzed across. And there was no touch again. Someone on that back post, Scoop.
How many times have we seen it? That's 3 times, isn't it? At that back stick, no one there. Taking a chance in.
You've got to gamble on that back stick. It is, like I say, one of the real hot spots.
If I was the Romanian coach, I'd be saying, what happened?
I'm going to use a name that no one in the world other than me and you right now will know. Scoop. Guy Whittingham be stood there all day. There's a shot from range. Cannons off the Sudan defender.
Well, there's a long history of players ghosting in at that far post to score. And
I don't even think he bothered ghosting. When he with no offsides, just wait there.
Well, fair enough, yeah.
Corner for Romania on the cutback, and he didn't know much about that, the defender, but he had to be there as Paul Isak pulled the trigger. And another ball makes its way out of the stadium. We're going to run out of balls in a minute.
Just one thought. This might put England's performance into a different perspective, because England play really, really well against Sudan. And Sudan, on this evidence, look a good side.
I quite agree, Scoop, actually. It's a very good point raised. England were very disappointed last night. I said it earlier in the intro, I really think this group is the group of death. I think this is the one where there's jeopardy all the way through it, and it's going to go down to all of the last games in this group to determine who's going home and going through.
And some of the England side are behind the goal away to our right.
Yeah, well, it might just please them as well. It might give them that extra spring in their step. As you say, Scoop, mentality is part of their thinking now, watching what they're watching, because Romania are a good side. And Sudan have coped with them, and they have opportunities themselves to go in front. And this one finally poised, could go either way. A little over 2.5 minutes of normal time to play. the allotted 20. Clearance away from the keeper. It was the number 11, Mohammed, so good they named him twice, that went to ground. He didn't get the free kick, and then a snapshot. A toe really from Halas Lucien. And another one fizzes past the upright. And Shacharidis will watch it by the play, but so too will the Romanian keeper Sam Alexander at the other end, who will get on with it quickly. Goal right before half-time might change the Sudanese confidence levels, perhaps. And here is a chance! And over the bar again. And Tiron E this time was the man to hit it. And I'm beginning to put Romania in the wasteful bracket.
I'm just thinking, wondering if this game's following the same trajectory as last night's game.
Romania are a side who usually do have goals in them and do concede goals. They're usually kind of 3-2s, 4-3s, 5-4 type side, Romania. At the moment, they're drifting 0-0 at half-time. There is a minute and a quarter left for that to change. There's Duru to the left-hand side to find Panzaru. One white shirt in the box. One on the outside in the centre circle. He receives it. Romania just knocking about, trying to open Sudan up, but they're quite good in their shape. Might be a little bit of room now on the cutback. An opportunity for Mikola Duru. And another one goes over the top of the crossbar, and it is still 0-0.
Well worked move. Romania knocking the ball around nicely, trying to stretch their opponents. They look a fit side, Romania. But Sudan will be well
playing with fire, the goalkeeper, and that's a penalty. That's a slide challenge from the keeper. It's a foul as well on top of the foot, and it's a sin bin for the keeper, Al-Shacharidis. And that might just take that big smile he usually has off his face. A soccer penalty, and he's going to be replaced by Mo Abel Al-Qasim. And this will be the first introduction to soccer for the substitute keeper. Save a soccer penalty, potentially.
Well, Osman, the keeper, his luck finally ran out. Perhaps he thought he was inevitable. Having not conceded a goal yet in this tournament. Carelessness at the back. And now his side are in a spot of bother.
Well, he might have a little worry about this, the keeper, because there's some treatment going on. He's got a big frame, though. He's going to take up quite a portion of that goal.
Well, yeah, he is an imposing goalkeeper.
I mean, the kind of keeper you'd maybe prefer for a soccer penalty. Maybe it's going to work out for the best for Sudan. Who knows?
I think we can assume that he won't be dashing off his line.
Yeah, I think he might hold position. Although if he does come off his line, it's going to narrow that angle down significantly, you would imagine. Although he won't fancy coming off it too much, so the player runs around him, you would think, his methodology.
Well, less of the goal to aim at for the penalty taker. Can we see one scored at last?
Well, they don't happen often. It's not an easy task, and the task has been handed to Catalan on the stroke of half-time. I don't think they will be another kick beyond this action. 10 seconds, one on the keeper. Catalan for Romania against Mo Abu Al-Qasim. Nails it into the bottom right corner. Sudan, whose game plan has been working. It worked last night against England. Are going to have to think again now because Romania have the lead. 1-0.
And that was a direct approach. He went straight for it, Catalan, didn't he? Went straight down the middle, hard, low, into the bottom right corner, and there was absolutely no doubt about it. The keeper beaten all ends up. That was his first introduction into the game. And that's the first penalty he scored in this tournament
That's
so
it,
far.
the first successful penalty.
And no doubt about it.
Oh, absolutely right, yeah. And it was the last action, as I predicted, of the first half. And it's Sudan 0, Romania 1. Sudan, who have had a game plan, are now going to have to possibly change it a little bit.
Is that the way to take those penalties? Go for it?
Yeah.
See a lot of caginess?
Well, I think if you're a player with skill and you've got a step over in your locker and you can get around somebody, then that's fine. I think when you're stepping up to that spot and you don't know what you're going to do and you're just going to run towards goal and see what happens, I think you're better served taking it on not narrowing your angle down and then getting yourself into a muddle where the keeper's right on top of you. So I think that was a decent tactic. And of course, he's a big guy. It's difficult to get down low if you drill it down low in the bottom corner from.
Perhaps that was his thinking.
Yeah, and I think that was the right thing to do. Well,
Shot
that's it.
Shot themselves in the foot, though, Sudan.
Well, yes, they have, haven't they? The keeper, who was a bit of a hero in some respects last night, has turned villain, hasn't he? Just unnecessary. But against, I've been saying it, they're not keen to get the ball away from that area when they're back in possession of the ball. It always seems to go right in, drop down inside the area or roll just outside the area, and they go right back to defending all over again. And this time they got themselves into a muddle. But plenty of shots, as you're seeing on your screen now, from Romania. None of them virtually on target. Very wasteful. And here's your penalty now. And I think that's one of the better ways to take them. Don't overthink it.
So we're going to have to see a different plan from Sudan. They're behind.
Yeah,
They're going to have to do something. They have to have a plan B.
I think if they tried to play a different way, they could pull it off. I think they've got the ability there, because when they're on a counter attack, they've got pace, they've got strength. So if there is a plan B, I think they might be able to utilise it, but I'm not entirely sure that there is.
Well, we'll find out.
We will indeed. And
it's to play through their creative force, their main player, Mohamed. He seems to be at the centre of everything.
Wali Mohamed was very good tonight, very strong. So too Moatsim Bardam, a big strong guy as well. Powerful drives through that centre on the counter attack. And he might come in useful as well, perhaps.
Who's the best player you've seen in this tournament so far?
Regrettably, I don't know his name, because I was watching from the sides and it's not a player I've seen before, but the number 16 at the back for Belgium today, thought looked a really good player. And a couple of the boys as well, really good. Which unusually, it's usually the striker, isn't it, the star boy? But I thought the guy at the back for Belgium, number 16. I will check that out. I'll get his name.
There was sorry to put you on the spot. There was an Albanian Kassa, number 10.
Well, yes. Now that's a guy who is a big soccer man.
He looked by far and away. He was by far and away the best player on the pitch.
Big soccer man, Kassa. Yeah, he's always involved. And if Albania win games and they play well, he's at the heart of it. Every time, yeah.
The game seemed to come easy to him.
Yes, he is. He personifies soccer in a lot of ways. He just oozes soccer, and he's a good player. And yeah, if he doesn't have a good game, I do Albania, and if Albania win a game, and it's generally because Kat is pulling strings, and he's just very kind of effortless, methodical, and he just bides his time, puts his foot on the ball. He does the whole futsal roll, and then he finds a space and he goes and he looks for the 1-2s.
So that's my nomination.
Yeah, always a good shout. Safe shout. Sudan back underway. And they are a goal behind after Romania scored the first soccer penalty of the 2024 Soccer World Cup in Sudan. Free kick for Romania. How long will the 1-0 lead be before Sudan decide they're going to go for broke? Question we'll have answered shortly.
The Barmy Army have gone silent for Sudan opposite.
Yeah, it's the first time they've really been quiet, isn't it? They need something. I'll tell you what, if they do score, then they will be loud. They were fantastic last night against England.
Certainly brought colour to this tournament.
Really
and
did.
A great atmosphere.
Yeah, credit to Sudan and their Brilliant. They really enjoyed it as well. Sudan in front of that support at the end of the night after the victory against England as well. Lapped it up. And why not? Romania in possession. And this isn't, again, usually they try and tear you apart now, Romania, but they look as though they're quite happy just to try and dictate play, possession. Sabara there with the large mop of hair on top of his head, if we can call it a mop. He goes to ground, he gets a free kick.
Reminiscent of an old Colombian player called Carlos Valderrama.
Yes.
Prominent in the 1990 FIFA World Cup.
Shot there was from Mujahid Ahmed. He was in against England. And there he is again now, the number 4. One of those little futsal type matches, just stepping on the ball a couple of times. That's tidy in the middle though from Sudan. That's what I mean, Scoot. When they knock it around and they football, if you will, they do look a comfortable side.
They do, and I've said it before, it makes you realise that England played well, considering most of the England side don't play at the highest levels of the game, the 11-a-side game. They're very good accounts of themselves.
That's right. So food for England. Not playing today. They'll be back in action tomorrow in Group G. One thing we do know is they will be bottom. In need of 3 points desperately, and if England do get those 3 points, the way things stand, and the group would, as I mentioned earlier, be wide open.
Osman living dangerously there at the back, the goalkeeper.
Well, we've seen a little different side to him and his personality as well. Looking a little worried, a little frustrated. Not quite the happy chappy that we've seen in the England game and the start of this one. Here's a big chance for Romania. Just took a little too long on it really, Bertu, and allows Sudan to get back behind the ball. Still some nice calm play and then a run from the main creator, Radu, and then a strike at the near post. Drifts wide. Sudan getting back on it quickly this time. Stolen back and it's never going to get away with that, wrapping his arms around Andrei Sincescu.
Great opportunity for Sincescu. Classic move, attacking down the flank, getting to the dead ball line and pulling the ball back.
Bertu into the area, gets it back in the area, strikes in the area, and cannons off the boot of Albara. Sudan have it up the other end now, but I don't think they're going to keep that in.
Another great opportunity for Bertu. Goal at his mercy.
Well,
Sudan defended well.
Yeah, he's another one who's seen a lot of Romanian caps at Soccer. Always in and around the mix on the goal scoring sheet when Romania are playing. It's a little risky in there, but it's just the ball through is intercepted. Romania again will be in possession of the ball. They're not an easy side to get it back off of, Romania. They're usually pretty well measured. It's a nice little turn just to evade his man and drift forward. Bit of space as Romania look to squeeze it. I have to go back. Sudan reverting back to type and getting men behind the ball. Space for a shot. Instead they go into the area. Cutback's going to be tricky with that amount of bodies in the area, and that shot from Adrian Pizarro I think is just a dabby from here.
It was not befitting of the possession, of the passage of play that preceded it. Romania stringing together about 25 or 30 passes. Some moment if they'd managed to score, but the quality of the finish was not there.
Yeah, Romania just demonstrating the quality that they do have with that untidy passing. sometimes that is their only downfall, is just that little bit at the end to nestle it home and make it count.
Well, it's the hardest part,
Of course.
putting the ball in the back of the net.
Of
That's
course.
why strikers are so sought after, because it's so difficult. And that's why it's the beautiful game.
Well, that's the number 7, Vincenti Toma, if you haven't worked him out already. You see enough of him. Iyi. And that's a strong challenge for me, but not quite appreciated by the referee, and he's given a free kick. Or has he? Yeah, I think. Kicking scoop? I'm losing my marbles, am I? Is it a
think it's a
corner?
corner.
Oh, it's a corner, okay. Third time lucky. Corner for Romania. In it comes, 2. And the whistle's been blown again. It's a free kick for Sudan, which the keeper wanted to take, but the ball moved, and so he has to once more. Doesn't mess around this time as he goes long, but it bounces all the way through for Alexandru. Bowls it out, and he gives it away this time. And now a chance to make their way forward. Romania getting themselves behind the ball, and then a shot well over the top from Albara. And it will be a Romanian goal. Minutes played in the second half. And nothing has changed since the half-time whistle. Sudan still trail by a goal to 0 against Romania. That's Catalan. Scored the penalty for his nation.
Seen a lot of goals right on the stroke, which have dramatically changed the half-time team talk.
And quite a few at the end of games as well, and that's something particularly someone like England have to bear in mind. They just hit the panic button a little too early last night. Plenty of time in soccer. It doesn't take very long to get the ball up the other end, and Romania have done that themselves. And shot on the angle. Sudanese sock. And it will be a Romanian corner, I believe. It is. Move that by the referee instantly on it. They do make sure that that is right on the 2 lines. And once again, Romania from a set had to go home. There's Razvan, the number 8. Familiar to fans of Romanian soccer. No nonsense at the back this time.
It's interesting how 1 or 2 of the players receive the ball
Well, here's a chance perhaps. I think they're going to deal with it. Albara does enough, but they've given it away once again. We'll go backwards. Go on, Scoop, fill us in.
In many forms of football, you're taught to control the ball with your instep.
Another ball to the edge. Chance for Romania to double it. And it's in off of a rebound, I think. Looked as though it had headed wide, but Romania have got a second. And Sudan now got plenty of work to do. They've only managed 1 goal in the tournament. If they're going to win this, they're going to have to score 3. Let's try for 2 first. Or maybe just the 1. Yes, off the post and then off the head.
Yeah, the keeper's used up all his luck, hasn't he?
Wow.
Got down well. And then the ball hit the frame of the goal, hit the back, and came in off the back of his head, I think.
The most bizarre goal. No wonder it looked as though it had gone wide and bounced back off the advertising hoardings. And then I thought it had just hit Romania. Instead of that, it's hit the post and hit the keeper's head. 2-0. Romania, as things stand, will be top of Group G after this one. They have played 1. Sudan will have 3 points, but with 2 games played. So a stronger position for Romania come the end of this one. Not quite, as you said. There's just been a couple of mistakes from Sudan that have been costly.
Rashness.
Yep.
Poor decision making.
And it needs. It might not. It might get worse. And just fizzes wide of the upright. Sudan looking a little devoid of ideas, but have got the personnel here to make a fist of this.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Well, there's 9 minutes of regulation time. Plenty of time for goals. But they need the next one, that's for sure.
Good distribution from Alexandru, the remaining goalkeeper, to get the ball out and start an attack.
Does make sure, Alexandru, and there's a chance for Romania to make sure of the points. And I think that is going to be that. Paulie, who is quite regularly in the goals for Romania, is in the goals again. And it's 3-0. And Sudan beginning to implode.
Damage limitation now. Need to regain their composure. Limit the damage on goal difference. That could be crucial at the end of the day.
Well, it caught flat-footed there. And Ahmed Nur not close enough to the striker at the back post. And in a...
Been impressed with Romania?
Yes.
On this evidence, they look stronger than Kazakhstan.
They are an accomplished side, Romania. And they do tend to get through to knockout phases of big tournaments. A little drag back was intercepted. Saeed Abadawi wanted a kick in, he didn't get one. Still not sure. Looks a frustrated figure, number 6. On we go, number 2, Adrian Panzaru gets it back. And the way they stroke it around, Romania, makes it very difficult to get the ball back, but managed to retrieve it for now. Header, just tried to angle right across the field, has fallen to the men in white once more. Romania, line again. Little bit of space on the angle. Instead, they go back to Bertu. Long ball up towards the byline. Bit of trickery from Paul Isak, but not enough, and it's a free kick for Sudan.
Romania play in a style, to me, befitting of their geographical location on the outskirts of Europe, bordering Asia, an amalgam of potentially those two footballing styles.
They've definitely got an idea, haven't they, Romania? Way about them.
Once famously beat Germany in the 1994 FIFA World Cup in America.
I was just about old enough to remember the bleached haired Romanian side.
Beat England.
They did indeed.
It was Bulgaria, of course.
The days of George Hagi and co. Seen some big Romanian players in the English leagues down the years, an 11-a-side.
Yeah, that was when they all came out with the bleached hair.
Oh, yeah, of course. Alexandru. It was little handy past Mohammed. And he didn't have the free kick given against him, and he does get the kick in. Didn't think he was going to be allowed to get away with that, but they've given it to the keeper. He's outstepped from the ball back to him, and we'll have a free kick given against him. A lot of rules for these players to consider. And it will be a free kick. And again, Romania are a side who really have a whole load of set-piece plays. Will we see one here? Looks a very tight angle for the shot.
We've seen so many free kicks to the wall when a bit of inventiveness is required.
I think you might get some from Romania. You do! And it's just... But I wondered if the keeper had tipped onto it, but goal kick is given. Sudan running out of time. 3 goals behind in Group G. And the two sides who qualify out of Group G will face the side B. I'm sure they'll be watching closely here. maybe paying a little bit more attention to Romania than Sudan currently in that group before Sudan. A win to their name last night. Keep up.
It's a strong group, isn't it?
It is, and
on the evidence we've seen.
And it's Kazakhstan versus Romania tomorrow at 10. And that looks to be a big game now because Romania and Kazakhstan have lost. And here's a shot coming in from Burdam. And it's a corner, which is going to be taken by Majid Ahmed. Wahid Mohammed wanted it, he gets it eventually. It's cannons around and it will be another corner.
Romania, Uruguay should be an interesting encounter.
Yes, and now just beginning after a couple of days to work out now who these sides of quality are and going to be. I kind of feel like every game in Group G is going to be a big game though. Romania coming through, 4-4, big chance. Keeper goes down and with his feet. And it will be a kick in for Romania, big chance there.
Really good opportunity. That would have put the cherry on top for Romania. Keeper doing very well.
Well, I think they'll be happy with their night's work, Romania, but they wouldn't mind another, I'm sure.
For the old goal difference.
Absolutely. There are some big games, tough games. I might not get a whole bucket load of them. And the rest of the games coming up. Keeper going full-blooded for that one and gets the free kick. Challenge given against Mikola Duru. Keeper goes long.
Again.
Yes.
Like he did last night at the end of the game.
Well, 2 minutes to go of this one. I don't think Sudan are going to catch it now. Romania, though, might extend their lead. Overhead kick attempted. It was missed by Bochis, who is a defender generally. And another long ball. I think that came off a Romanian head. It did. It's a corner to Sudan. I think they'll just want a goal to give them a little bit of something to take as momentum into the next game. Just reinstill that confidence that they looked as though they had back. The penalty was given. It's such a shame from the Sudanese point of view that they gave that penalty away right on half-time. If they'd gone in at 0-0, might have had a completely different game than we've had in the end.
Football always turns, doesn't it? And so many of these games here today we've seen turn on key moments when you think that two sides are evenly matched, and today's key with the penalty on the stroke of half-time.
Does often come down to details in soccer. And it's not always sides who will play you off to punish you when things go just a little bit wrong. You make a mistake, next thing the ball's in your back of your net. One skillfully by Burdam, and ricochets around and out of play for a corner. And want to take it quickly, and they do. And that's Bardam. Actually gets it through the legs on the pass. Don't think he meant that one, but it paid off. And Romania steal. He kicks it out of play, and it will be a Sudan kick in once more. Very close to the 40-minute mark. Shot from range. Reflection on its way through, and it is another corner.
Capable of playing football in spells, Sudan, you think? If only they'd been able to do it more throughout the game.
Yeah, it just does make you wonder if perhaps their tactics are just a little off. It's almost like they don't quite believe they're as good as I think they are. Well, that's the end of that one. Sudan, very, very close, who continued on from last night's performance against England in much the same way. They're allowing Romania plenty of possession in their half and in their final third, but they look very happy to deal with that. And until a mistake from the keeper led to a soccer penalty, which gave Romania time. Sudan didn't really recover, and a couple of mistakes ultimately, and some good football too in fairness, led to Romania adding to their tally and winning the game 3-0, and perhaps we'll feel at the end of this one, Scoop, that they could be contenders.
Yeah, look a good side. Organised, hard running, tactically aware, good set pieces, really good set pieces, a couple of very good players. Virtue, the number 10 and the number 7 is an important player for them. They look they'll be in a good position to get out of this group. As for Sudan, well, they've got the win under their belt. People are playing good football, and I still think they may yet spring a surprise, another surprise, if they can keep their discipline.
Well, that's it. Romania, after one game, go top of Group G. It's wide open. Uruguay, 3 points. Sudan, 3 points. Romania, 3 champions. Kazakhstan, no points. And it's currently 0-0 for good old England as well in Group G. That's it for now. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. Stick around. The interview's coming up.
دعوة للجمهور السوداني الشقيق مرة أخرى للتواجد في مباراة منتخبنا العماني لنشجع سويا منتخبنا العربي في هذه المباراة أمام المنتخب الأمريكي. شكرا لرابطة جماهير السودان على حضورهم تفاعلهم مع هذا المساء الجميل. نحن في إجازة نهاية أسبوع، لذلك من الجميل أن نرى تلاحما عربيا.
Alex, congratulations. You've won your first game of the tournament. How important is it to make sure that you get that first win?
Hello, good evening everyone. First one. It was a difficult game. It was more difficult than we expected. Both teams did a lot of effort to win the game. I hope we will improve our tournament. You know, with the next match, maybe against Kazakhstan, we will get better and better, because this is a game that doesn't satisfy us. You know, we are confident that we can do more than that to enjoy everybody who come here and sacrifice 1 hour to see us. You know, and thank you very much for all the organization, because it's very impressive. And for all people who come here, we should do the best to enjoy and bring a little bit of happiness to all people who come here.
Congratulations, well done on the win.
Thank you very much, sir.
موجود مع الناشط محمد الحسيني، ودعواتنا بالسلام ان شاء الله لابنة خليل البلوشي. اذا هنا الحماس، هنا التشجيع، هنا المنتخب وتسخين المنتخب موجود على اهازيج هذه الاغنيه.
It's the first ever the Middle East as 2024 sees the planet's best in six-a-side descend upon Muscat, Oman, and it's the Gulf teams that are staking their claim for progression through to the knockout stage. A shake-up that includes Qatar, who swept aside Canada this morning, and the host nation, who picked off Italy after yesterday's opening ceremony, and Oman have a chance to further strengthen their core as they take on the USA. Allies off the pitch become enemies on it. Kickoff is on the way, but first, the national anthems of Oman and the United States of
Please rise for the national anthem of the USA. إذن كل التوفيق رجاء الاستمرار بالوقوف للنشيد الوطني العماني.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Niall McCord, and alongside me, Dan Shaw. Good evening, Dan. United States against the have already won their opening group stage game. It came after a classy opening ceremony. The United States, though, yet to test themselves. What do you think might lay in store?
Interesting one, Niall. I fancy Oman off the bat at the moment. Just they didn't start very well last night in front of their home side, but they got better, and they got the win, of course. I feel as though there's a little bit more to come from Oman yet. I think they've settled the nerves with the win. They've got used to having a few people in here backing them and having a bit of pressure on them. USA, streamlined side. There's not a lot of room for change in there. And I really, really feel that in soccer, the sides with the really small squads 10, 20 minutes off games because it's just so hot. There's so much action. If you can't keep teams fresh and legs fresh, then ultimately you end up struggling. And I think Oman, of course, the humidity and everything else that goes with it will capitalise on that. And so that's why I fancy Oman this evening.
Well, just the 10 members of the United States. A slender team, and you mentioned the temperatures there, still up and around 26 degrees Celsius. The Omani national team have played far under floodlights. And although the sun has dipped behind the mountains of Muscat, it is still warm out there. And keen eyes watching on from the stands here as we get ready to kick off in Group A. Oman against Italy this morning. Qatar beating Canada by 3-0, and tomorrow more Group A matches as well.
The reason Oman ended up coming out on top, no, really, against Italy, it was because they ground Italy down in the end. They ran out of legs, and they too had a small streamlined squad. They have a little bit more youth in their legs, but ultimately it counts for a lot. If Oman can really knock that ball around and make the United States of America chase it around, then they could have a lot of joy in the second. But I think there's some quality in that Omani side. I don't think we saw enough of it last night, but I think it's there, and I think it's ready to explode at some point, and I think it's going to be tonight, really do.
Always sense of anxiety and tension when you're playing your first game of a big tournament. That will be the situation for the United States. Oman already have that to their belts heading into tonight. Wonder what the value is of that. America, of course, have had to travel a decent distance to be here.
Decent claim from the keeper there, Niall, early.
Al-Balushi. Al-Wahibi. Movement off the ball from Oman. They're a little bit cagey and tentative in their game on Friday night against Italy. Early on, it did take a bit of convincing that the to keep an eye out for in this tournament, but it did eventually blossom and flower into an exciting game. And it's the first effort, drawing the first save as well. Diego Diaz flying.
Decent shot on target, wasn't it, Niall, from range? There we go there, struck it well. That's angling to the top corner, really solid save.
And another from Diaz, this time beaten away from his United States. Able to wrestle back control. Talk about settling into the rhythm and the tempo of the game, and actually early touch is crucial, not just for the outfield players, but for the goalkeeper as well.
And that will give him plenty of confidence, won't it? That's your first touch in the game, goodness me. Speaking of rhythm, we've got a little bit in the stands as well now. Full voice.
We've had drums, we've had saxophone. The Sudan fans certainly made their voices heard, and the Omanis now showing what they're capable of. And the French team in the stands is up next. Turkey, their opponents, but here in Group A, It's Oman in possession with Al Balushi, which there are the same surname in the Omani ranks, Al Wahibi. And this is Sama Al Balushi. And Mutassim Al Shamsi wearing number 7, just on the ball. Star performer, they are missing Bajaj, who leaves a sizable hole in terms of creativity and quality. And it was a hole they managed to fill eventually on Friday night. Al Shamsi. America content just to sit behind the ball at the moment. Oman staying patient. And here is Mutassim Al Shamsi. Al Balushi. He just stood on the ball there, Samar Al Balushi. It's come here for Hidalgo. Lopez. Nice little shimmy down that right-hand side. And it deflects nicely into the arms of the goalkeeper.
Right, it was a nice little shimmy and a nice little run into the area. Could have gone anywhere really once he flashed it across there, but fortunately for Oman, it kind of just scooped up and the keeper was able to scoop in the previous game now. So many times, if you was to put a hotspot on where the most touches for finishing goals or goal scoring opportunities is right on that back post. Someone's in and around that area and you flash it across, you've got half a chance.
Well, Greece took on Belgium earlier and had a golden opportunity at the far post where it was just a matter of it. And you're absolutely right. The advantages of having a player at that far post are clear and obvious. And also the advantages of the opponents having someone Tunisia in their game earlier this evening, down to 4 players, 2 outfield players, Simbint, and it cost them the result in the end. So discipline, a key part of these.
Massively so, and again, particularly if you're United States of America, you don't want to be using up any extra energy when you don't have a great deal of depth in your squad. Keep as much energy in.
And it is the USA on the ball now, round the corner. Doesn't come off, so it will be the home nation. Speaking to some of the England players after their shock defeat to Sudan last night, who were perhaps somewhat surprised at the volume levels down on the pitch, Dan, especially with those drums banging away in the stands.
Yeah, they said they felt a little shell shock, didn't they?
Oman on the surge and whistling one past the left-hand post of Diego Diaz. Wasn't really the connection required from Al Balushi.
That's wasteful from the American keeper. I don't mind necessarily the attack. Target to hit, and you've got to hit it.
Well, USA, of course, take on Canada. It's a hotly contested sporting rivalry at any level in any sport. That'll be one to keep an eye out for. And of course, we have a Middle Eastern derby as well with Oman and Qatar. But it's the host nation against the United States at the moment. And no goals to speak of after just 6 and a bit minutes. Might that change here? Oman on the move. The USA's David Lopez for a corner.
Yeah, good defending in the end by Lopez. Quick corner to be taken.
Into the box it goes, and here comes the effort, and it flies over the cross. Maybe over the stanchions holding the stadium up. Hard to tell from our position.
It was greeted with almost a painful ooh from the crowd, so thought of it.
Well, me and you had a kickabout earlier this afternoon, didn't we, between the morning and evening sessions here in Muscat. It reminded me of some of our attempts on goal.
You speak for yourself now.
The shootout, me or you?
I thought it was me.
No, I won. You pulled it back with crossbar challenge.
Oh, okay.
I know which one I'd rather win. Corner kick then to the United States. Already a few hands on knees. It is warm down there. Oman blocking the box. All 5 of their outfield players in the penalty area. USA trying to work it to the edge, easily claimed.
Oh, well, I would say for the Omani keeper, I like his confidence. He's come and claimed everything. He's gone for it. He's been confident. He's put a name on it. He's a big character as well in that goal, isn't he? He's got a big frame. And he's
Ali Al-Ofi between the sticks for Oman. Free kick on halfway for the United States. 8 minutes gone, still goalless.
Yeah, I think that will probably suit the Americans more at this point. I think the longer it goes on without an Omani goal, that's the better for the Americans.
Who have another set-piece opportunity. They are waiting to introduce a substitute, Oman, towards the far side. Lopez fancies it, punched away by the goalkeeper Al-Ofi. Just wonder whether he might have been able to hold that one.
If you're not sure, just make sure if you are going to punch it away, you punch it all the way away and not back into your area, and he did that. Similarly from Lopez, if you're going to shoot from range, make sure you hit the target, and he did that too.
Well, a tester, not so much one for Ali Al-Ofi to be too worried about. In the sticks for Oman. America just trying their luck from different distances. Yet to see a significant opportunity for them.
Yeah, well, I wonder if that means they feel as though they don't have that one man who can unlock something, but just to try and find that little snapshot from range if they find a yard or two of space outside the area.
Of course, there's the argument, as you mentioned, of tiredness and fatigue. You have a small squad, but also the counter-argument is unity, togetherness, understanding. All things that the Americans will feel will work in their favour.
Well, that's one thing that Serbia have. I mean, they're organisation, and they're just what I would consider proper Serbs. Real bags of character, really strongly passionate about their country, and want to play and represent that pitch.
Well, no goals on this football pitch at the moment between United States and Oman in Group A of the 2024 Soccer World Cup. Might that change before this first half has elapsed? Snuffed out by Oman. Just boxed in the corner ever so slightly. Savvily done by Oman's number 10, who's Samir Al-Balushi, and the captain. Well, certainly we've seen some animated gesturing down on the touchline all afternoon, but both benches quite... I'm sure there'll be a flashpoint before long. There always is in these games. So highly competitive. And as we see so often, even if you do get yourself in front, maybe even a 2-goal lead, it can so easily fall away.
So we'll settle for a 1-goal lead right now, Niall. Not really created anything too clear-cut, but they have had to make a couple of saves. I wonder if they've got something in their locker from a set piece. Is there a little move that's pre-planned, or are they just going to go for broke and try and smash them?
Find out soon enough. Well, it was smashed goalwards by David Lopez, and smash wide as well. Via a deflection, I think, off of the goalkeeper, so chalk it down. Felt that that might have been creeping in. It's a corner to the USA. Luis Cifuentes takes it. Now it's Gilead. Probing, and they decide to go all the way back to their goalkeeper to try and reconstruct. Lofted forward and straight into the arms of Alofi, and for Diego Diaz, his bright a couple of really important saves. Distribution perhaps hasn't quite been up to the same standard.
Yeah, a little bit wasteful again there, wasn't it?
Now Oman's turn. America back in numbers and back quickly. Al-Shamsi. Al-Balushi. Not this time.
Yeah, less Balushi and more Balloony on that occasion.
Well, the Canadian team, who are also in this group, said it took them 30 hours to get here to Oman a couple of days ago. Delayed flights via other hubs in the Middle East. I just wonder how long it would have taken the United States to get here had it been a similar journey time, which we could predict could be other countries. Then surely that must play a factor, and maybe the Canadians might be able to pinpoint the reason for their 3-0 loss to Qatar earlier this afternoon, down to that.
Morning, well done, Canada. Do think that this fixture, when you're talking about the Americas fixture, Canada and USA, might well be a
Canada clash, 8 p.m. here local time in Muscat in Group A on Tuesday the 3rd of December. So tomorrow morning the Canadians take on Italy, and then the USA face Qatar at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but they won't be thinking about that. They'll be thinking about seeing out the remaining 5.5 minutes here against host nation Oman. Defensively minded in the next few moments, I'm sure, from this free kick.
Still looking for a little bit more from him.
Tassim Al-Shamsi. Diaz behind it.
Yeah, it's a good save, but at the same time, it's one I expect the keeper to make. Good height. Under the crossbars, the keeper had to deal with it, but again, it's one he should be making, really.
So a corner for Oman. The megaphones are on the go. Imagine that volume will crank up another couple of notches should Oman squeeze them. Might they find that lead here? For a corner. Now Balushi, who scored against Italy on Friday night. The United States just sat in at the moment. Oman dictating the tempo. Poked into the channel, round the corner. That's nicely done. Lifted back to his teammate. Diaz, or Oman, crafted that beautifully.
Lovely work from the keeper again there, Niall, in the end. Probably Oman's most dangerous look. Keeper had a bit of work to do, he did it well. Better look here, won't we? There's a nice little dink and a good clever ball. And keeper there at the near post, push it away.
And Oman wasteful from the resulting corner kick. And we've always the importance of set pieces in any game of football, but especially here at the Soccer World Cup. Set pieces can be your... In the last game for Romania, it was their friend, the first team to score a soccer penalty of this tournament. Yellow cards this afternoon as well. This a more mild-mannered affair between Oman and the USA here in Group A. Lopez. Pork decides he's not going to find it in front of him, so it's back he goes to Diaz. Into the feet of Luis de Anda. De Anda with a Petr Cech style head protection. Well, patience was key in some of the games we saw earlier this afternoon. And teams really had to wait, bide their time to find a goal. But falling into that category as well.
Well, there's a problem. USA a little bit wasteful when they've been in possession. And they're just... and goes, do you know what? I'm going to do something with this. I'm going to take someone on. I'm going to create a spark to light the fire. It's just a little bit too tippy-tappy and then just little basic passes like that out of play. And they've just not struggled, the States, but it needs a... I'm struggling to see which one of these players at the moment is going to be that guy to really grab it and take it to the Omanis.
I'm inclined to agree. They need some sort of propellant, spark, a bit of attacking momentum. Maybe that turn might do it. Snuffed out by Oman, one back by the USA. See a couple of changes as well. Into the final minute of this first half. Well, we haven't seen a 0-0 yet. A whole half of soccer to play. Rare thing to see, a goalless draw in this style of football.
Certainly is. It was headed that way in the last game, though. Sudan getting seconds, so it might not seem like there's a lot of time left. There's certainly enough for something to happen in a soccer game.
It's a really good ball, and also excellent from... And he took a thump on the top of the head as he came out as well.
Yeah, it was brave from the keeper, wasn't it? Complete accident, I'm sure. See, Omani ran in and it was...
Diaz is okay. Well, that's half-time. United States 0, Oman 0 here in Group A. Oman already have a victory under their belt. This America's first 24 edition of the Soccer World Cup here in Muscat. Oman probably shaded it in terms of possession, but in terms of chances, not a great deal to on that first 20.
I think you just summed it up perfectly, Niall, to be honest. Not a lot going on for either side. Both teams look like they're in desperate need of a fire starter, someone who can the neck, make something happen, force something to happen. It's neat and it's tidy from Oman, but it doesn't seem to have a lot of penalty. They're in the game, of course they are, but again, it just looks as though there's just a little bit lacking, particularly in that final third, to find a way through past Oman, and I think 0-0 is probably in the opening 20.
Just looking at those statistics side by side, the United States managing just one effort on target, Oman with 4, but even so, perhaps not reflected in those statistics. Well, this is the story of the game so far. Efforts for either side here and there. The goalkeepers have probably been the two players involved the most. The first half, Dan.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, again, the keeper did enough there, and if to be fair, if that's the best opportunity for Oman in the game, then it probably says that the game should select that little bit, hasn't it? We saw a couple of real top players in the Omani side in the Euro Cup who are unavailable, unfortunately, for selection in this World Cup, and they're the players that they're missing. I mean, they can play a little bit, they can pass it around, it's neat and tidy, but you need a little bit more than that in soccer. and at the moment it doesn't appear as though they have it. I think we might tops in the second half.
Just in terms of resource, of course, Oman on home soil, they've got coaches, they've got trainers, they've got physios, they've got a bigger squad. The Americans, many of them will be sharing their opinions as they huddle away to our right. You can see them there, just engaging in conversations. A few smiles there. What do you think the United States team might?
There was a lot of high fives and quite a few smiles. I think they'll be happy that they're keeping Oman at bay. They'll probably consider Oman to be one of the stronger sides in the group, and so they'll be quite pleased with what they're doing, and they'll shut at our end. Our chance will come. We will take one, and we'll probably nick a win. And I think that's probably the United States game plan. They probably don't believe they're absolutely full at the back and take the chance when it comes, then that's what hopefully they will do.
USA ready to go for the restart. Oman will shortly join them. In terms of what we've seen so far, we've seen a few drab first halves, it has to be said, in this tournament up till now, but we've seen some explosive second halves. Game involving Argentina earlier this evening against Tunisia. Argentina equalising after 4.5 seconds of the second half. That's how quick things can. And we're back underway. Al-Balushi. Well, we've seen goalkeepers so far in this tournament, some of them be brave enough, Dan, to come out of their penalty area and offer a passing option. You need to be brave to do that, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they need to, though. No, it's not as though the Americans are really pinning themselves in on top of their own area. It's just that Oman can't break them down. Usually if the keeper's coming out, it's because they try and move a few players around. I think America have actually offered a little bit of space to Oman. It's just that they're not utilising it right and moving that ball around quickly enough.
Well, they might utilise it now. They have. And Al-Wahibi hands the host nation the advantage here in Group A. America undone. Oman 1, United States 0.
Well, there you go. United States are offering the gap. Might get a goal. That's exactly what happens. Oman needed that. The game needed that. And the fans will get right behind their side now. Oman will grow in confidence, and USA will feed off of that.
That goal puts Oman temporarily top of the group, of course, as things stand. Rather peculiar. The American number 9. You can tell by the look on his face how frustrated he was, and Diaz was just sprawled on the ground, wasn't he? And it just took one. The American goalkeeper who lifts it long. The States search for an equaliser.
Nice touchdown. And if the keeper's going to play long, then you need to make sure he finds a target, and he did that. Seen too many long balls today. They've just gone absolutely nowhere from the keepers.
Gillian. Real pressure being applied by Samir Al-Balushi. Red shirt in the form of Gillian again. And Lopez back to his goalkeeper Diaz. Long it goes again from Diaz. Can't pick out a target. Just creatively, it feels like the United throwing a bit of mud at the wall and seeing what sticks. Hard to kind of decipher a clear game plan from the American team. Given away by Oman. Might this be America's first and clearest opportunity?
Well, it certainly was that now, wasn't it? And I tell you what, Needs to be doing better than that, Ramirez. He's not all that far out. He's bang in the middle of the goal. Hit the target at least there.
Oman into an early second half lead. Al-Wahibi. Might they have a second goal? The crossbar denies them that. Al-Shamsi. Crossbar between Oman and doubling their advantage.
Oh, well, that would have been nice for Oman. I think that would probably have settled it, even this early in the game. Time it's 1-0. There's jeopardy. There's the effort. Wasn't a bad one, was it? Keep in mind. But Oman now in control, really, Niall. Got the goal they needed, and they can just take their time. I do feel as though if another goal comes, it would be Oman at the moment. USA still struggling a little bit to creativity, but then they had that shot earlier on, so Oman have afforded them space, they have afforded them opportunities.
Here's Diaz up to the halfway line, the American goalkeeper. Lopez lofted towards the near touchline, and Ramirez around the corner he goes. He's had his pocket picked. Getting a shoulder to shoulder here with the backtracking Ramirez.
Yeah, that's good work from Ramirez in the end. He tried it, at least there with Ramirez, he tried to do what we've been saying. He's tried to take someone on, he's tried off the ball, he's stuck with his man, he's stuck to task, and he's got a foot in and cleared the ball away.
Into the feet of Al-Wahibi. It's poor by his usually pretty high standards. Well, an Omani player has gone down on the far side, immediately groped his left. Has been asked for. There is a substitution being readied on the sideline anyway in the form of Al-Balushi. He certainly looked immediately to that quad area.
Yeah, well that's a worry, isn't it? When someone goes down like that, it wasn't even though look as though it was really under a challenge. Didn't look as though he'd been caught or anything like that. And so when somebody just like that, it usually means that there's quite a substantial reason for it, and that will be a concern.
Well, the American team having another conflab. Goalkeeper Diego Diaz has come up to the edge of the centre circle, sometimes even as far as the halfway line. But again, just picking out a target with that next pass.
Well, yeah, it has. It's been an issue for both sides, actually. And it hasn't flowed, has it, this game? It's not been a tough watch, but it's quality, I think.
Yeah,
the good news for Oman, of course, is that they lead, and with two wins from two, they're right on track.
Yeah, they don't need to rush anything, do they, Oman? I think rhythm is probably the word.
There's certainly something that's been missing.
Well,
and just that little sprinkle of stardust.
It's coming from the stands. Plenty of rhythm up there.
There is absolutely bags of rhythm up there, and I have to say the guy on the megaphone singing is a job here and entertaining at half time.
Well, they're enjoying themselves, the supporters here in Muscat. Watching their team, a goal in front. Scored by Loai Al-Wahibi. There's Al-Shamsi. For the home nation. America's Luis Cifuentes really trying to apply the pressure, and the Omani's casual with it. And the USA have it with Cifuentes again. Everything America tried just seems to break down.
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing the issue a little bit, but at least it gives me some kind of encouragement that they're trying to do something, but it just looks as though that's done with difficulty.
Well, a bit of space might open up here. first time. Wasn't quite there.
I think those American legs are starting to wear now, Niall, as well. I think that small squad we talked about earlier, those tired legs are starting to a deficit as well. It makes it even harder. Thankfully, at the moment for them, it's only one.
Well, might not be one. The whistle has gone. And it is a yellow card, so the American team will be reduced to 5 players. Remember, if you are booked in this tournament, you will sit on the... So Oman with the numbers advantage as well as the scoreline advantage.
Yeah, not what the USA need or want at this moment in time now. Heavy legs, and they're going to have to do some extra running now as well for 2 minutes.
Cifuentes in the bin, and that's why.
Now, if that ball goes up into the stands, and they can just tick a few seconds away.
Here comes the effort, brilliantly saved again by Diego Diaz. Right behind it, the American goalkeeper. Al-Balushi, now Al-Shamsi. Returned to him by Al-Balushi. Effort on, not held by Diaz on this occasion. Drops for Lopez. He lifts his head, scans for options, and he finds one of them. Or maybe just... Let's see it flash through his head. Should I take this on? Of course, this game is all about confidence and often bravery as well.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit sorry for Lopez in truth now, because he did a lot of... Did a nice ball up towards that area, and you want him to either take a nice touch and shoot, or you lay Lopez back in perhaps. Instead, he's just spooned it up into the air and given possession away.
A free kick, but remember they are a man light in comparison to their opponents, Oman, who lead by 1-0. Lopez over this free kick. Flex off the backside of Shamsi. Latest effort deflected. Escher able to collect it. And can the host nation get themselves up the field? They can't. Al Wahabi's pathway was blocked off. And again, possession gifted straight. And back to Oman again. It's been one of those games, hasn't it?
It really has. Really has. I said it at the start, didn't I? Expected Oman to come out tonight and show us a little bit more to give, but there hasn't been a great deal more from Oman, to be honest, in this game. And America have just not been at the races either, and it has been a bits and pieces and not a lot of fluidity, and yeah, it's not a classic game of soccer. Six.
The United States back to a full roster of players meanwhile, as that sin bin has now been served with 2 minutes on the sideline. Can they make that parity in numbers count? Very nearly did. Well, great goalwards on that far side. The keeper was down, and it whistles past the post.
And that is the danger of only having a 1-goal lead, isn't it? Because, but somewhere out of nowhere can come a chance, and all of a sudden you're level. Still very much there with plenty of time. Still 7+ minutes left to go. Oman just to get themselves a cushion.
Al-Balushi. Al-Hadi. America trying their utmost to win the ball back. Just need to check that we've still got enough balls in the place. We've lost a few tonight.
We've seen a few go out the ground tonight, haven't we? Few in.
Straight against the white shirt. Well, America will need to consider when to try and perhaps take a few risks, be brave. Game at the moment. We do have a goals deficit to try and overturn. Might be more if Oman can work this one correctly. It's a good first touch. And bobbling, and the whistle goes before Al-Shamsi can lift it goalwards.
Well, that's gratefully received by America, I think, because they look to be...
Lopez. Not this time.
It's not a good ball, that now, but what I do like about Lopez is that he's trying to make something happen. Look, a pass there that hasn't really been read. I mean, it's a little bit adventurous perhaps, but I do like that he's trying to find a way. He just doesn't have necessarily the skill set himself to be the one who can do it. There's a bit of an urgency about him, at least.
Magallanes. Just feels like Oman have an answer to. Almost diffusing everything that the USA throw at them. And as we have that Oman have, certainly feel comfortable in that at the moment, looking the side more likely to score the second goal of the contest. And this might be it for the Omani. He took that strike on Al-Hadi, and over the top it goes.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of football, nice build-up play from Oman. Just lacking the composure at the end, really. Just under 5 minutes to go. It's only one goal. It's not over.
Well, 5 minutes an absolute eternity in soccer terms, isn't it? Looking to catch USA cold. They almost caught the referee's cold as well, and so the whistle is gone. And this will be retaken. Stepping across was Gordon Gilliatt. Well, sometimes in tournaments, you just need to grind out. Yeah, Oman probably aren't the favourites to go on and win the Soccer World Cup here in their home country this year, but a win is a win, and if it stays like this, as you've mentioned several times, there'll be more today.
That's it. No, points mean prizes, don't they? And maybe, if you're going to try and make some excuses in this game, they haven't had to go all guns blazing to win this match.
I just wonder as well how much emotionally it took out of the Omani team last night. Opening ceremony, World training night physically and mentally. And Shamsi with the latest.
Oh, they have to go for a few more nights like this, Oman, if they want to try and get to the final.
The opener, didn't they, against Uruguay, but they did the same last year in Essen in Germany, and they ended up winning the whole thing.
You're right, Kazakhstan off at your peril now. You really do. To the one that's lifted trophies. But they'll get better, Kazakhstan, there's no doubt about that. But massive congratulations to Uruguay on the victory. I think a lot of people are... Where were Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan's poor performance, but actually Uruguay won that game and they won it on their own merit and they did well.
Oman probing, that's a brilliant nutmeg. Could it... Off the woodwork.
That's incredible now. How that stayed out, I do not know. Looked easier to score.
Classy nutmeg from out. It all happened on that near side. Just get something on it, bundle it in, and crossbar was in the way. Here comes the latest tester from the USA, but it was Fran Magallanes. He's won his team a corner.
Well, we're in that dangerous territory now because if there's an equaliser, there might not be enough time for Oman to go and get another. And this is why you run the gauntlet if it's just a one-goal lead.
Taken toward the edge of the penalty area, well blocked by Al-Hadi.
Yeah, good strong defence that time. No nonsense, made sure.
Magallanes. Can America muster something? Can they find something? They'll have a corner to try.
This would really spoil the party, wouldn't it? If they would have scored out.
Headed down and poked goalwards. Oman scrambling ever so slightly. And it will be another set piece for the United States. And we're into the final minute.
They're having a good go, the States. You got to say, this final couple of minutes it's been all United States in that goal mouth. A nervy moment for Oman.
American corner. Lifted towards the edge. In comes the volley, cleared away. And into the stands, and I don't think the Omanis will be in any rush to claim that ball. Thankfully, we've got a few of them lying around the place.
Yeah, I think you're right. No, they'd certainly take the whistle right now. I think they're going to have to defend one more attack.
Lopez goes short to Magallanes. Back for David Lopez. The United States team are going to have to commit bodies forward. Oman quite happy to bank in and sit behind the ball and try and block out the United States. 10 seconds of regular time remain. Cifuentes, over he goes. And so there will be another free kick. Oman protest their innocence, but they're going to have to strap in and defend this.
Yep, hold your breath and cross your fingers if you're Omani at this point. I think that American bench would go pretty wild if they were to find a leveller now.
There's not many of them on the bench. There's such a small squad, as we've already said.
That is true.
The only couple of them left will be raising their arms in the air, but everyone watching at home back in the United States will be pleased if this finds its way in. Lopez leaves it for Ramirez. Runs across the edge of the penalty area. The United States try to be smart with it.
Well, that's a little bit of a waste and a little bit of a shame, really. None equally so.
Can't blame Gilead for attempting to score from there. Considering how little is left on the clock, we've played 1 minute of overtime. Oman on the verge then of a second successive victory in the home World Cup. And there it is, the full-time whistle. Oman victors by 1-0 against the United States. Luai Al-Wahibi, the goal scorer. And a result which puts them top of Group A and sitting pretty as they look to progress through to the knockout stages. The United States, a slender squad, but perhaps ever so slightly naive in the way that they went about their performance tonight. But for the home nation, Dan, another result that will put them in a strong position.
Yeah, absolutely, job done. You know, 2 wins from 2, and it will give them confidence. It will please the Omani support. We'll hopefully see these guys and more back for the 3rd game, and hopefully these attendances will continue to grow when Oman are in the arena. And it's another step closer to the knockout phases. Still not a perfect performance from Oman. There's still a little bit missing there, and they're still a little disjointed, still missing that bit of stardust perhaps. But ultimately they were the better side, and probably just about deserved to win that game. America didn't have enough, unfortunately, and back to the drawing board for them.
Well, Group A continues tomorrow with Italy against Canada at 9 AM, and at 3 PM Qatar against the United States, but it's defeat for America in this one against Oman by 1-0. Turkey against France is up next from Group E, 9 PM kickoff local time here in Muscat. I'm told Djibril Cissé, the former Liverpool and French international at 11-a-side, he is in the house as the French team prepare to take on the Turks, Latvia, Mexico, and then rounding off the evening, Hungary, Croatia. Both still to come. But from Group A and Oman against America, it is the host nation that take it by 1-0.
مرة أخرى بمفاجأة المنتخب الفرنسي. يا جماهيرنا العزيزة حاولوا تعرفوا ايش المفاجأة. شوفوا دكة المنتخب الفرنسي، لاعب عالمي ممتع جدا جابرييل سيسي المشهور بتطليعاته. ركزوا وين الرقم 9، وين الرقم 9. موجود جابرييل سيسي بقائمة المنتخب الفرنسي. ندعوكم جميعا لمتابعة هذه المباراة.
And with the Oman goalkeeper, Ali, what a moment for your side.
Yeah, really, it was amazing match. This is the second match for us. We picked up Italy last time, and this time we picked up USA. Alhamdulillah, this is because the successful from our Allah. Alhamdulillah, I would like to thank the players and all who support the team in the last few days only. And also I would like to thank you for this whole covering moment. Yeah, really, it was really fantastic. And the match really, to be honest with you, it was very difficult with USA. They played well, but alhamdulillah we did it, and we scored one goal and we cover very well. So because of that we got 3 points.
It's the perfect start, 6 points. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, thanks for Allah. You know, this is the group. You have to, as much as possible, you got maximum points. So that's for the qualification for the quarter. Maybe inshallah we'll avoid to play with the tough teams there. Still reach to the final inshallah, and there the difference will be inshallah.
And you can see what it means to the fans.
Well, alhamdulillah, we see the fans here from our Sultanate of Oman, from different nationality, and we encourage them to come more and support the Omani team.
Well done, onwards and upwards.
Well, alhamdulillah, this is tawfiq min Allah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so we move to this Group E clash this evening between Turkey and France in the 2024 Soccer World Cup. I'm your host, Martin Hopkins. Alongside me, Niall McCorn. We watch as the two teams emerge onto the pitch on a sultry evening here in Muscat, Oman. Turkey and France led out by their respective captains, and we now have the enjoyable moment when the two teams receive their respective national anthems.
Please remain standing for the national anthem of France.
And there are the two anthems, La Marseillaise, sung with passion and vim and vigour by the French team here at the 2024 Soccer World Cup. The two teams shake hands and embrace. What great spirit we've seen here so far in Muscat. Turkey will probably be looking to spring the prize. France looking to show their credentials as contenders, Niall, this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. France turned up with purpose. They were fully kitted out in their tracksuits, and of course a small matter of the fact they've got Djibril Cissé, a former 11-a-side French international, in their side. 41 caps, 9 goals for the French national team at 11-a-side level, and no doubt the sort of player that can give those around him a lift, and France will be hoping that that is the case against this Turkey side. I don't think we should underestimate, and in this group maybe they are one of the sides that aren't taken quite as seriously, but as you know, group soccer can humble you, and humble you very quickly.
Well, it's a team game, and what we've seen so far today and yesterday is that teams that play as a unit, where the sum is greater than the individual components, it is those teams who are going to prevail. And as you say, it'll be interesting to see how Djibril Cissé performs, now 40 years of age. Was at Liverpool most notably in the mid-2000s, from 2004 to 7, playing at the highest level of the game. And six-a-side, though, a very different challenge for him. And he will wear the number 9 shirt for France as the Turkish side pose behind their famous flag, star and crescent. And Niall, if you look at the Turkish flag, if you sort of look at it at an angle, it looks like it could be a famous football club's emblem.
I think I know which one you're referring to. Would that be Portsmouth Football Club by any chance?
Yeah, it's often resembled the similarities between the two.
Well, we've had a piece of iconic history from both of these sides, haven't we? A flag recognised the world over, as you mentioned, in Turkey. And then, of course, perhaps one of the most recognisable national anthems of all time from France. We're almost ready to get underway here, Scoop. And I always wonder with these evening games what the mentality of the players is like, because they've been waiting all day, effectively, watching the live stream, updating themselves on the app, and the last couple of hours being sat in the stands, anxious, eager, itchy feet. They want to get down there and play.
Particularly if you haven't played a game yet. Once you're into the swing of things, I've noticed a couple of the other teams that have come this evening and enjoyed the game, seen some of the other teams. I saw Sudan up there and England as well, and trying to learn as much as they can. And it'll be France that are playing from left to right, right in front of us with their famous dark blue shirts. Turkey all in red. We are off and underway with France in possession, trying to come over the halfway line. Here's over to that far side. Fofana to Asselmo. Fofana again, slightly miscontrols it, but does do so at the second attempt. Turkey have ceded possession and conceded a goal after 35 seconds. It's high drama. Another quick goal. Really well taken. And France are ahead already. It's Turkey 0, France 1.
Absolutely ripping strike, Scoop, from Lucas Asselineo. Excellent strike. Just belted that. And Turkey instantly having to come from behind, barely a minute on the clock.
I don't think they barely touched the ball, had they? There'd been a clear, I think, but certainly hadn't affected a pass. Well, they have done so now. Here they come down this left-hand side.
One way to settle the nerves, isn't it, Scoop?
Certainly a statement, one might say. Abate has it in possession over on the far side. Back it comes to Yetis. Swings it out into this near left-hand side to Senyil. France on the defensive. Down near that corner flag. And the ball goes out of play. It will be a kick in on this side. So an opportunity to make amends, deliver a low cross. Back it comes though to Yetis. On the halfway line is Yildiz. I wonder what's going through the Turkey players' minds to concede a goal on 35 seconds. Chip ball forward into the penalty area. Headed down, no one on the end of it, and it's cleared by the goalkeeper. That was an opportunity for someone with a striking instinct to try and get on the end of it.
Yeah, I think from a Turkey perspective, important not to overreact that they've gone behind so early. As you mentioned, I think only 34, 35 seconds on the board when they did shell that opening goal. Just keep your composure. Still a hell of a long way to go in this contest, and they should just back their course and a chance will arrive.
Here's Senyil passing it back to his keeper. Wearing the number 81, the keeper. I wonder what's the thing there.
My guess is year of birth, Scoop, I think.
I was wondering about that, but he looks younger than that. France in possession in the left full-back position.
Using some of your moisturisers. Heard all about this.
Perhaps he does deploy the moisturiser. Ball comes across to Fofana, this near side. Looks a good play already with a nice touch for Fofana. Ball played down the line. Asileo tries to get on of the return pass. And the goal scorer. And the referee signals a free kick to France. which their goalkeeper, with France leading by 1-0, and a whole rash of substitutions made by France.
Well, it looked like an entire team change. It is. Outfield players.
5 in one go.
The entire outfield team swapped for the French.
Huertas takes a position up front. Nicolas Huertas, listed as an attacking midfielder. France all in blue. Belbachier receives it back again on the line. 2 at the back for France, who took the fastest lead, I think, of the tournament so far.
Yeah, we saw such a rapid response, didn't we, in the Argentina game, where they scored after just 4.5 seconds of the second half of that game. But in terms of a first half start, I think you might be right, Scoop. Certainly one of the happy beginnings to a game we've had so far in this tournament.
We need to examine that Argentina goal frame by frame to get the second count.
I think 4.5 was
Is that the official
what I
timing?
counted it back as, yeah. And of course, all of the goals available on the official Soccer app, which is available to download. So if you missed any, go and check them out.
Quentin Bonacer, the goalkeeper for France, ball out, slide rule pass, and it's started a France attack over on that far side. Amer is waiting in the penalty area, almost got on the end of that low cross. Good opportunity, but Turkey can counter with Yildiz. Patient build-up stuff now from Turkey. That's clear heads. Recovering from that first round knockout. France content just sit back and let Turkey play it away in front of them.
Yeah, France will be really happy with their start, Scoop, obviously getting that early goal and now giving the opportunities to get minutes in the legs in this group stage open for them into pretty much all of their squad by now. Still yet to have seen Djibril Cissé make his way onto the field, but in terms of minutes into legs and a platform to build from with the scoreline, so for the French.
Out comes the Turkey goalkeeper, Bariciglu. Good stuff from Turkey, but a loose ball there, which gathered safely by Quentin Bonacer, who rolls it out to the right-sided defender. Don't look in any trouble, France, do they?
And it looks like they're lining up a raft of alterations again here, Scoop. Right in front of our commentary position, I can see at least another 5 players ready to come on.
Asaleno, Kotaccio, Hassidou, Lebeg, and Fofana. Perhaps they're employing his Belbachier through the middle. Bruno Mignon is there as well. Hassidou has it out on this near left-hand side. Out to far touchline. Can't find a way through though. Turkey play it back to their goalkeeper. What a shock for him to concede after 35 seconds.
He barely
pumped downfield.
Barely would have got his gloves on, Scoop, by the time he was picking the ball out the back of the net. Only 7 minutes played, and France have been the dominant force so far.
Asalino is back on the field, the goal scorer. Plenty of movement from him. And he's almost on the end of the flick there, but across comes the defender to deal with the danger. 1-0 and we're in the 8th minute. Turkey yet to fashion a noteworthy chance.
Yeah, but it will come for the Turks. I think that they've got enough quality in the squad. French so far have been very disciplined, rotated well, both positionally and with the substitutions, which is something we've said.
Bariciglu tries the shot, which Bonner has well to deal with. Shouldn't have been beaten from there, but good shot and an on-target shot. We haven't seen too many of those from goalkeepers.
Yeah, it's coming, isn't it? A goal from a goalkeeper in this tournament.
We've had a rush goalkeeper goal.
Yeah, we have, but a legitimate gloveman. We're waiting for one of those to genuinely go to the back of the net. I'm sure it won't be long.
I like that phrase, gloveman. Custodian. Kick in over on that far side. Turkey trying to get on level terms. hard to see what the intention was then. And kick it into France, and that is a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, got it all wrong, didn't he? Maybe just caught in two minds and end up lifting it over the crossbar, over the stands and out of the stadium.
And into the restaurant next door.
Apparently it's a really good restaurant as well.
Here's Bonacer.
TripAdvisor ratings will be taking a hammering if a football crashes through the window.
Here's Fofana, receiving the ball from his goalkeeper. Down the line it goes. Calaccio goes down. Kick in Turkey. Here's Vricioglu.
Certainly a theme of the French in terms of their tactics, Scoop, about those players rolling on and off. Another host of changes imminent.
Yildiz has it on this near side. Tries to receive the return. Smart defending from France. And here's the goal scorer. Can't keep it in. Yet to see Djibril Cissé.
I'm sure we will at some point, Scoop. The crowd will enjoy it, as will we. Always good to see professionals involved.
Played in the European Cup final, Champions League. Here's Turkey, though, breaking into the penalty area. Turns, shoots, more might break for Kilic. In fact, it was Abate, and it goes out of play, and it is a goal kick. Half chances for Turkey thus far. A real opportunity for France, which they took with glee. The atmosphere has just tailed off a little. The Omani clash earlier. Fantastic atmosphere. And the referees are going to change the ball.
It's one car park, Scoop.
Yeah.
I reckon that's been run over by a car or hit a sharp rock in the desert or something.
The pressure tested and it was deemed not up to standard. Milan receives it over on that far side, then makes a run forward, hoping to receive the return pass from defence to attack. Back he comes now. Cheer has it on the halfway line. Amer, the number 70, receives it likewise. Not the highest number in the tournament, not the highest number in his own side. Quick forward aim towards Amer, goes behind, and it is a goal kick.
What I will say, Scoop, is the silence is almost at this point after those two back-to-back games involving Sudan and the host nation Oman. So much noise and colour coming from the stands, so much vibrancy. It's just died down a little bit. Still a good number of supporters in the crowd. It seems strange without all of that fanfare.
Well, that'll be a challenge for the players. And playing in the first game of the day also is a challenge. Not so many spectators. Here comes Vricioglu. Slides it out to that far side.
You know, make communication better for both teams, though. Without a saxophone or a megaphone or a drum permeating the air.
I couldn't quite work out what it all was. I know there was a megaphone there.
There was definitely a saxophone. The gentleman had brought himself a saxophone. Brilliant to see.
It was. Yildiz has it on this left-hand side. Goes for goal spectacularly. And that's another one that goes into the car park. And the ball is returned. Another ball is returned, which Bonacer plays out to that left side. Calming influence, Bonacer. Le Gru has it. To Belbachir. Intercepted though by Turkey, won back well by France. Amer trying to get the move going. Milan has it, might receive the return, goes down, no free kick. Still France have it through. Back to Bonacer though.
And he's coming on soon, Djibril Cissé. Down in front of us in our commentary position, former Liverpool. He's on his way, Scoop.
Distinctive presence still. Distinctive of appearance. think they didn't start with him.
He is in his 40s now, I suppose, and this is quite a youthful French side by the looks of things.
So 4 subs. Fofana, Hassidou, Astinelou, and GBL Cisse. Turkey have Yetis. Trying to find Abate. Down it comes. All the way back to Vericioglu. And France wait for a break in play to make all those substitutions. Long ball forward, gathered by the keeper. And now we can see all the substitutions.
Including Djibril Cissé, and I think the French have been probably the better side marginally on the balance of it.
Of course, he will play up front, wearing the number 9 shirt. And just looking at him for the first time, he still looks in good shape.
He does. He's got 2 sons who have professional contracts.
Here's Hassidou. Good run from him to Cisse. What an introduction that is! All instantaneous. He was set up by Hassidou, took up a position, fine angle, and no question about the class of the finishing.
A striker's touch from Djibril Cissé, barely seconds into his introduction for the French side, and a big smile on his face, a bit of a smirk as he takes the. That is the touch of a man who scored hundreds of goals in his career. It had to be Cissé, didn't it? And the French double their advantage. Just nudges it in off of the post.
Turkey, he can go back off again now. Long distance shot. Yet again from Turkey. They've yet to find their range with it. Too many have ended up over the back of the stand. It was just too easy for Djibril Cissé there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And I mentioned that he's probably kept in good touch by his young sons. He's got a few of them. A couple of them, as I said, have professional contracts. One of them at Notts County in Football League 2 in England, which is where he still resides with his partner. And another one of his sons at his former club, Liverpool.
Cissé wins the free kick, and I think he himself might take it. Might fancy lining up a shot. Just 10 yards or so inside opposition. France with a 2-goal advantage. Hassidou's available to his right. And he does take the shot, deflects, and corner over on that far side.
Yeah, Djibril Cissé always was known for that burning pace and also composure in front of goal. Not the pace anymore, but certainly did have the composure in handing France their second.
He seems to be taking all the free kicks and all the corners. Here comes a low ball into the box. Really good delivery, that. The defenders, and another one. And we were talking about it earlier, I think. That's that corridor of uncertainty, that gully between keeper and defender that causes problems. Here comes another one, and that was yet another shot from France. That one almost played dividends, and France are really posing some problems.
Yeah, they are, and you mentioned that corridor of uncertainty there. Really difficult for the goalkeeper to know whether to get down and try and palm the ball away, whether to leave it and let it flash across, because both decisions risk.
Vericioglu starts an attack for Turkey. You have it in the centre circle. Here's a shot though. Good defending from Fofana. From Kidic. France back defending, including Cissé, positioning himself on the edge of the penalty area. In fact, taking up the far post. All out of play. Le Gru will take the kick in for France.
I know we've mentioned it already, Scoop. Through this entire game, France have been rotating, and you'll see them introducing more players there. It seems like every couple of minutes, the touchline is strewn with blue shirts. Red.
It can work, and it is working for France. It didn't work for Kazakhstan. Perhaps they were a little too rigid in their plans. Other teams have tried to adapt to the circumstances of the game. Here come France forward. Out to this near side. Crossfield pass there. Huertas has it.
Yeah, I think Kazakhstan in that game against Uruguay were undone by some spectacular strikes from the...
Amer. Inside, receives the return pass. Control, just let him down there a little bit. And it's back to keeper. Senil down the line. Turkey themselves prepare to make some substitutions. But not quite to the same degree as France. Here's Belbachir. France deep inside their own half. The half-time whistle? It is.
Yep.
That half seems to have gone quite quickly.
Well, certainly would have gone quickly if you were Turkey and you're behind in the game, which they are by 2-0. The first minute scoop, and then conceding in the first minute of Djibril Cissé's time on the soccer pitch as well. And I think probably good value for that 2-goal advantage as well.
Well, shall we call it a cameo at this stage from Cissé? In the action straight away. Was it his first touch, putting the ball in the back of the net, then and posed all sorts of problems for Turkey. Wasn't on the pitch even 5 minutes, I don't think, but he made his mark. And of course the real drama was in the 35-second start to the game. Asino, fastest goal in the competition so far. As we see some of the best moments of that first half.
Yeah, France had their opportunity. Djibril Cissé added their second. I mean, such a rapid start to the game with that opening goal, and here we can see some of the other opportunities that they did manage to craft. And Turkey, much of a sniff, it's fair to say. The French have really utilised their squad well. Even the goalkeeper was reduced to trying to take strikes on, forcing a opposite number on that occasion. But when Djibril Cissé came on, sometimes it's just that swagger and that presence. And Djibril Cissé, of course, isn't the same talent that he was all those years ago when he was playing for in the Champions League and for his national team at 11-a-side level. But sometimes, look at this, right place, right time, positioning. It never leaves you, you say.
No.
Leave football before football leaves you. Phrase used in recent times. And again, it's all about knowing where to be at the right time. And Cissé clearly still has that knack.
And he made the goal look easy, didn't he? He almost made it look like a tap-in, but replay now, it is far from a tap-in. Drawing the goalkeeper out, and the finish was exemplary.
Yeah, it was a tidy finish in off the post times, particularly on this surface. We've had to walk out on it and seen how spongy it can be underfoot. Sometimes it's difficult to get the right purchase on attempts, but that time he did what he needed to do, just lifted it goalwards. And we have seen some pretty poor misses from those sorts of positions actually in this tournament so far, Scoop.
I've noticed is the quality of the balls into the box from France, which have caused Turkey all sorts of problems, causing uncertainty to the defenders as their teams come back out.
And they come back out as well, Scoop, with Ludovic Obraniak, former Lille player, Bordeaux player, Werder Bremen as well in the Bundesliga, and actually played international football for Poland at 11-a-side level, 34 cap. But deciding that France is the team. He was born in France after all, but the Soccer World Cup, he's a Frenchman.
So France looking to preserve their 2-goal advantage, and it's Turkey who kick off attacking the goal away to our right. The ball goes out for a kick in a promising position already for Turkey. France didn't need the crowd to get them going, did they? Talking about how the atmosphere had just tailed off a little bit with after seeing Oman win. Here's a shot into the penalty area, not cleared by France eventually. So Cisse back on the field and comes back to defend in his own half. There's a shot spilled by the keeper. Still Turkey have it, and Yetis can't find the target. A piece of goalkeeping there.
Yeah, better from Turkey, Scoop, much better from them. The start of the second half, just a minute. And the goalkeeper maybe has just received a bit of a knock on the wrist after keeping out this effort from Turkey.
Perhaps it was the power of
the way he fell as well, almost kind of folded on top of the ball, and seems to be okay for now though. But interesting for the Turkish team how they deal with this. Not only Djibril Cisse on the pitch, but Braniak, players from the top 5 European leagues.
Braniak wearing 11, Cisse, of course, wearing number 9. Here is Cisse, and that's a nice little trying to find Kalakiko. Cisse is involved yet again over on that far side. Wants the free kick, not given. Up he gets. By Turkey with Kidic. Picked up though by France. Moving the ball quickly to Cisse. Gets back. Looks at the referee, who acknowledges that his complaint, but doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah, the referee, and rightly so.
Here's Cisse again. And that open palm gesture is one I remember from his at the top level. Free kick to France.
He's been involved in some real memorable moments in his career, Djibril Cisse, on both the winning and losing side. Part of that iconic Premier League game in 2012 as a QPR player then, when Manchester City won 3-2, 94-20 as it's fondly referred to by the City fans, and that famous Aguero.
Free kick to France, stinging shot, that really powerful shot from Hassidou.
That was fierce, wasn't it?
Aced it.
Turkish players had to stand strong in the wall.
Interesting to see how France are using their resources. Cisse not playing too much, but winning crucial free kicks and, of course, scoring. Here's Legrou to Hassidou. Takes his time picking out the pass. Elects in the end to go back to Bonacer. Huertas makes himself available. Tidy player. France bringing out with purpose from the back. There's Amer over on that far side. Amer looks a useful player as well.
Yeah, you can tell there's talent in this French side. There's almost so many of them, it's hard to keep track. Who are the ones to watch, because they rotate so often. A Braniak now has made way, so both Cisse and Braniak back on the bench, rolling subs on and off as this tournament, the World Cup here in Oman.
Good angle for a free kick over on that far side. Muntakavamba looks like he fancies it.
And for if he did want to cross it.
Milan available also on this near side. And no end product this time. Who hold the advantage.
Don't think Turkey have shown us really what they're capable of and their potential just yet.
There's Vericioglu.
maybe it will take a goal for the Turkish team for that to bring them to life a bit.
Betis. Down the line it goes with Kilic, the intended target. Ball out of play, kick into France, who lead by 2-0. Back to Bonacer. Took a bit of a risk there, but found his target. Has it, looks lively. Forward it goes to the Gru. Bit of purpose about France's work. Milan to Vamba. Huertas helps out. Oh, that's a great ball. Well, it almost was, but it was intercepted well. Good defensive work that from Turkey.
Well, Turkey are going to have to try something before long. They've been patient with the way that they're trying to execute their game plan, but it's not quite working. Passes like that won't help.
Given away, picked up by France. Here's Milan down this near side. One to aim at in the box. Can't find him though. France. And Huertas to Hasidou. Well, on this end, France look like they could be contenders in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that maybe they do carry that fear factor as well with names like Cisse in the side.
Here's Vamba in the corner. Looks to have a bit of pace about him, Vamba.
Just interesting how that can get into the psyche of opposing players when you see a team sheet. Oh my gosh, today we've got to play against a Braniak today.
Here's Asilino in the penalty area. Hope to receive the ball. Flashing shot. Decent it was with the shot, but over. Well worked corner.
Yeah, it was. Well struck as well.
I mean, it's great for players that play with former professionals.
Yeah, absolutely. Just can go one or two ways, can't it? It can either perk you up and make you think, get stuck into a former pro, let's test myself against someone who's played at the highest level, or you can shrink and go into your shell and think, oh my gosh, and you can be starstruck. So it can work both ways. On his way to be introduced again.
It's Bonacer, good ball that out from the keeper. France kick in. Asidou. Asinulu. Ball out of play from Lebeig. It's a kick into Turkey. Who, as you something, try and affect some changes, make things happen.
Yeah, it's just about the timing of that, though, Scoop. They don't want to rip themselves open and forward and take too many risks, because as we've discussed in several games so far in this tournament, goal difference could play a part.
Long ball forward. Bonacer doesn't gather. Turkey tried. Crowded out though, gathered. The low cross by Bonacer, who is thick in stature, but looks quite agile. Imposing presence. Here's Lebeig. Vamba. Infield, but given away. And here's Kalachicho. Tries to let fly. Cannons. Hits the bar. Hits the post. Took a deflection. And Fofana it was. The opportunity. In fact, it was Asinelu, who looks a good player.
Yeah, I think all of the French boys look handy, don't they? And that was post width away from France, and the 3 points.
Just lashed it.
Yeah, you can't see Turkey responding with 4 goals in 10. Unheard of in soccer, of course, but one of those things where you grab that third goal with 10 minutes to play and you fancy your chances of getting all 3 points in the group stages. France have made a life in this group.
as we pass the half an hour mark. And it's France who win the free kick over on that far side. And another useful opportunity.
Remember, Pakistan topped this group heading into this game because they were effectively handed a victory. Haiti didn't show for the game yesterday, and so Pakistan handed the victory.
Hasidou looks like he fancies the free kick. Kolakiko takes up a dangerous position at the far post. He will aim to do so. Defended well by Turkey. Here's Belbachir, left-footed shot. Cannons off the defender. Turkey do well to keep it in play. Took the ball clear. Down near the corner flag, which is not the place to give it away. And they've conceded a kick-in. In fact, it is a Turkey kick-in.
Yeah, and just to bring everyone up to speed, that Arguljan Yetis has been sin-binned actually. So Turkey a man down.
Snapshot there from Turkey. Decent effort. And corner over on that far side. 2-0 to France. They've got to try and make something happen with 8 minutes or so left.
Yeah, and with 5 players on the pitch temporarily, I'm sure they'll be quite keen just to soak that 2 minutes up into a full quota of players.
Back it goes to Yildiz. Cisse, Vamba and Legru prepare to enter the fray. Back with Griciogu. All out of play. And here come the substitutions. And let's see what the next 3 to 5 minutes entail with Cisse on the pitch. Straight away. Lays it off to Legru. Takes up a good position at the far post.
Yeah, your eyes are just drawn to Djibril Cisse, aren't they? Little tip-off around the... Made that darting run to where the space was, which was at the far side of the penalty area, as you rightly pointed out, Scoop. And you just can't help but watching that movement, seeing what he does differently, observing the way that he gets positions, just as he did in the first half.
Turkey have it though. 2-0. Long ball forward. The flick off. Here's an opportunity for Turkey. Couldn't quite take it. Here's Demirkaya. Didn't have the composure in front of goal. And that is a half chance for Turkey. Keeper did well, made himself look big.
Just wonder, difficult to tell from our angle, but looking at that replay, did it? Potentially.
Here's Milhon to Vamba over on that far side, trying to make himself dangerous. Put out of play over on that far side. France attacking once again. Lurking on the edge of the penalty area. Occupying a defender.
Uses his body well, doesn't he, Jib?
Making his presence felt.
I think his presence was felt on the team sheet.
Here's Cisse.
Before the tournament even started, to be
Fofana on for France, Milan off. Fofana receives the ball. Here's France again, here's an opportunity, and it's Vamba, and it's 3. The Turkish defence were all concerned with Cisse, and France have wrapped it up.
Yeah, Cisse just sucked those red shirts away, didn't he? But this is such a good touch from Vamba with his right between. It takes him away, and maybe not the cleanest or tidiest of finishes, but I think credit must go to that first touch, the way he zipped in between 2 players and finished it in the end. So goal's a goal, and secured the 3 points, no doubt, for France.
Cisse taking out that position at the far post, occupying the defenders. And that, you would think, barring some miracles, is that. And France using the opportunity to all their players make sure they get all the minutes possible in their legs.
Yeah, I think stranger things have happened than teams coming back from a 3-0 deficit in this environment against this team. And on the balance of what we've seen from Turkey so far this evening, hard to see any route back for them now that France have grabbed that third. Certainly no chance of them winning the game, that's for sure.
Here are Turkey, though, down this near side. We've kept Babachir down the right-hand side on his own. Didn't have too much support, but he's won the corner. Did well. Cisse will take. Cisse lines up to take the corner. Amer on. Aselino on as well. Amer lurking on the edge of the cross. Good quality ball. Forward, unable to get on the end of it. Here come Turkey. One man forward, crowded out by two defenders, including who just a couple of seconds ago was up the other end of the field. These players not only look as if they have the talent, they've got the work ethic as well.
Yeah, it's still early doors in this tournament, but people will be taking notice of the French.
Played forward, Amer tries to get on the end of it. Last ditch defending from Senyil. I think France are done yet. Amer with the kick in on this near side.
Well, France don't play again till Monday.
And there is another strike for France. Aselino with his second goal. 37 minutes after, and that all but wraps things up. It's Turkey 0, France 4.
Yeah, game over. If it wasn't at 3, it certainly is at 4. The goalkeeper sprawled to his left, and you mentioned that corridor of uncertainty, and that's a case in point there. Do I stay and let the ball run across, or do I dive? He commits for the dive, and that takes him out there at the far post, and it's Aselino again, and it's 4.
It's those balls that have been the difference between the two sides, really, hasn't it? There's been a whole host of them.
Yeah, and also I mean, we knew that we were going to get that from Djibril Cisse if he was given an opportunity, and he did take it. But when you give yourself such a good start, scoring inside the first minute, gives you a great platform. Done that.
So we're nearing the end of the 10th game today. The action coming thick and fast. Up next versus Mexico, and then at 11 o'clock Hungary versus Croatia. Still, France come into the penalty area. Here's another chance. Last ditch defending from Turkey. Amer again picks it up. And time stood still off the bar. Doing well to keep the ball out. And Turkey living dangerously.
Yeah, I mean, I think the saying is charmed life, isn't it? Goalkeeper takes a deflection off of his knee and onto the crossbar and down and cleared away by the Turkish side. But yeah, France hit the frame of the goal a couple. And with a minute left to play, we'll probably be searching for a fifth goal.
France on the defense. Over on that far side. Here's Fofana. Out over to the far touch. To Vamba. Looks a skillful player, Vamba. Turkey 0. Vamba with the kick in on this near side. As we enter the final minute, with a real statement from France. Can they keep a clean sheet though? Turkey player doing well. Real good endeavour there from France. Good defensive work in the left fullback position.
Oh, we've played 40 minutes, Scoop. Should be done and dusted soon.
There's a good low ball from... And there is the final whistle. Ruthless efficiency from France from the first minute until the last minute. Set just after 30 seconds in, something like 34, 35 seconds, and from then on, no, the result was never easy. And we had the enjoyable cameos of a player of the highest quality, Djibril Cissé, and he made his contributions as well.
Yeah, he did. A man who made a career at 11-a-side of scoring goals, some of them brilliant, some of them plundered, and maybe the goal he scored on 15 minutes fell somewhere between the from close in, and that really was that for the Turks. Disappointed with the way that Turkey played. I don't think they really ever came out of their... barely ever came out of their own half. But France used their squad well, rotated well, and as you put it, ruthless efficiency. They buried their chances when was impressive as well. Celino with those couple of goals really doing the bulk of the damage for his team. But a few people would have been watching this tonight thinking France to watch out for in this World Cup 2024.
I mean, you look at, say, France against Germany in any sport, in any tournament. That, for example, would be an epic clash, and it looks like it would be an epic clash here.
Yeah, absolutely would be if that was to be the case. Of course, of 16 will be confirmed once two sides from each group progress to the knockout stages, but France will very much fancy themselves, Scoop, as being through their respective group. Of course, the other teams, Poland, Haiti and Pakistan. So off the basis of what we've seen from the French, they'll think to being in the knockouts.
Well, this evening so far we've had Uruguay 3, Kazakhstan 2, Belgium 1, Greece 1, Tunisia was 2-1 to Sudan 0, Romania 3, USA 0, Oman 1, Turkey 0, France 4, Latvia versus Mexico next, and then Hungary versus... What do you anticipate from this next clash, Niall? We don't really know too much about Latvia. A little bit about Mexico, who have...
Hopefully entertainment. I think Dan Short is stood by with someone from the French camp, so we'll hear from them shortly.
Along with the nicest man in soccer now, Hugo de Silveira, the French national coach. Hugo and Djibril Cissé as well. Hi, Djibril. First game into the World Cup. Look pretty comfortable. I think you'll be pleased with your night's work.
Yeah, look, tonight we play very well. Strong team, really interested to win this game. We can't start the tournament without playing one game. Winning, it's important for the World Cup.
It looked like one of a Hugo's side, a proper side. Lots of strength in depth, on the front foot, fast-paced, fluid. Teams have struggled in this tournament, I would say, for 40 minutes to play that way. You've come straight out of the traps and you've shown everyone what you're about.
Look, I love football like that. I love passing, I love running. It's my mentality for football. I hope this year we can do better. And we have strong players like Djibril to help us.
I know you're going to be in it to win it, and guys like Djibril, you're going to help them, sure. It's easy, this soccer game, isn't it? Your first touch and you score.
Well, you know, football is a funny game. Sometimes you have 20 chances in the game and you don't score one. And sometimes your first touch is in. And I'm a little bit lucky on the touch because, to be honest, I wanna shoot it like just underneath the keeper, and there's a little bounce, and he hit the far post and come in. So it's lucky for me, lucky for the team. And we're happy. It was, you know, with my experience, it's I know that it's really important to win the first game and to make a strong impression, and I think it's exactly what we've done tonight.
How are you finding the small-sided football? What's the biggest difference for you?
The intensity. You know, in 11 aside, you have more space, so you have more time to recover. In 6 aside, if you don't follow your defender, and if you take, you know, too much distance between you and your defender, you can be lost and you can run a lot. So
I know the coach will be here to win it. Are you here to win it?
yeah, of course. You know, when I do something, I do it to win. Even when I play football with my son. So it's an important competition for me, for the guys. So yeah, we're gonna do me and Ludovic Obraniak. You know, we're coming from the professional football, so we have to bring our experience and to do everything to win.
And the final's on the 7th of December, so on the 8th of December, you'll wake up on your birthday with a bottle of champagne and a World Cup trophy in your bed, I assume.
We'll see. We'll see.
Thank you. Have a good time. Hugo de Silva, the French national team head coach in Djibril Cissé.
Europe continents collide in the Middle East. This stunning, purpose-built arena is illuminating the Muscat night sky, and in just a few short moments, it will provide a platform for Mexico's latest World Cup. Third in Essen last year, narrowly crashing out in the semi-finals to eventual winners Kazakhstan. Since then, they've enjoyed a productive 2024, lifting the Socca Copa America trophy. To go one better by conquering the world here in Oman. Latvia, the first side that stand in their way. Will they pass the test? We'll find out after the national anthems.
Soccer fans, please stand up for the national anthem of Latvia. الرجاء جميعا الوقوف للنشيد الوطني اللاتفي. البقاء واقفين للنشيد الوطني للمكسيك. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Mexico.
National anthems out the way, 2 pounds. And a tip of the hat to Mexico's little mascot, wearing the sombrero. He'll be cheering them on every step. But good time here in Oman, just before 10 p.m, deep into the night. 29 goals scored today alone, and we've still got 2 matches left. Next up, Mexico. Joining me for this Group F encounter is Dan Shaw about Mexico. because Latvia escaped the groups as well in Essen last year. They're a tall, strong, powerful side, but it is difficult to look past this Mexican team.
I mean, it should be the Mexican side that have won things. They were good in the World Cup last year. Almost, some would made them favourites for quite a long period of that tournament. It looked as though Mexico were going to go on and win it when they were knocked out. But yeah, a good side, a capable side, lots of strength in depth. It makes such a big difference when you've got a big squad. We've just seen that with France. If you've got numbers, you stay fresh. Goals in the last 10 minutes, goals that swing the pendulum. It doesn't happen so much if you've got bigger squads. It's you that stays in the favour. Latvia, though, are a side that can play. They're big, they're tall, they're strong. They're the complete opposite of Mexico. Mexico have got that low centre of gravity. They'll try and pass it around. Latvia will probably look to block a lot, although they can. It should be a pretty good game of football. I don't think we're going to see them sitting in and parking the bus at all like some sides do. So yeah, it all looks like we're going to have a good game on it.
Of course, have opted for the full squad of 15. They brought a packed roster along. And maybe we'll see them deploy the substitutes as France did and as Australia did to get us underway. Mesa, the man that starts proceedings in our second to last game of day 2 in this Oman Socca World Cup. Croatia clash with Hungary as the Mexican keeper takes all the space he's afforded and lets one go. And we've seen some good strikes from keepers so far.
We've seen Frankie, to be fair, but that was a good one. And out of his area and into the opposition half early to shoot. And it looked like he can have a dig, doesn't it? So still yet to get a goal from a keeper. We do get them in tournament. Last year was absolutely fantastic. He was up and down, in and out, taking penalties all over the place there, keeper. Senor Loco, I ended up naming him. And he was absolutely fantastic. We a lot of fun.
Well, the Colombians certainly pay their way in entertainment value, don't they? As Latvia pick the ball up, stride into Mexico territory. Neat footwork there from Corsacks. They're saying Dan, 29 goals scored so far today. And you would assume, without putting the kiss of death on it, that there'll be some more in this one. That's a neat flick round the corner. And that'll be a free kick for Latvia. Yeah, let's tackle on Zulus, the number 8.
Really good, bright start from both. Frankie, nice, quick, fluid play, nice touch away. I think he knew the challenge, and he rode it and took the free kick, and it was nice play. And Latvia have started with good intentions, as have Mexico. I think you're right. Hopefully we're going to be creeping up towards a...
Corsacks, the man with that bleach blonde hair, standing over it. In fact, he's not. He lets it go. The strike comes in into Luna's arms. And from Luna, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one he should have made, but at the same time, struck nicely. Keeper was in exactly the right place to take it straight down his throat.
Looking lively, both teams. We have seen a few games in this tournament start off with a slightly slower tempo. We are, of course, just past 10 p.m. Temperature's slightly cooler, which may help inject some pace into this one as Mexico have numbers forward all of a sudden, but that's a loose shot. If I'm honest, Dan, a little bit of a waste from...
3-on-2, didn't they, on a counter? I mean, you've got to move the ball quickly before other players get back, but you feel as though the ball across the face would have been a better option. 2 green shirts heading towards goal. Instead, he towards an near post and was miles off.
Long lofted pass for Latvia, looking to use their height, and they almost do so well. Mexico rise to the challenge on this occasion. Working their way to a byline, and again, Luna says no. Corsacks looking very lively for the Latvians. Not afraid to put his head down and run at the man. Plenty of soccer know-how in this Mexico team. In the squad is Rafael Hernandez Villalba, who scored one of Mexico's 2 goals against Hungary in the Copa Soccer Cancun, their home country, and this is a neat move down the left-hand side. Strike comes in, beats against the base of the post. Heart and mouth moment for Latvia, and Mexico give them an...
Well, they're very buzzy, aren't they, Mexico? Busy. Really nice strike. Couldn't have struck it much better than that. And just a whisker away. What are we, 5 minutes in, maybe? 4 minutes in, there you go. And it's been a very lively start from both sides.
Suda's Kula. And all the way out for a Mexico goal kick. And once again, that man, Luna, is going to take all the space that he's offered as he strolls towards the halfway. Let's do this so much yesterday. He shapes the shoot again. He's thinking about it, Luna, but opts against it on this occasion. Dan, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit and ask you what the game of the day has been for you.
Well, I would say give it 30 seconds. But so far, I mean, look, France in that last game were fantastic, weren't they? I think most teams have struggled to play on the front foot in an aggressive manner for 40 minutes. I think France did that. Tavares always sets his side up to play that way. And it's an exciting watch, and with the amount of players they've got as well, they're going to go a long way, I'm sure.
Thought, Dan, because Mexico looked like they were building something, but Latvia stand firm. Do see all the best soccer sides just bank up and sit in as a unit. Latvia certainly snapping into ranks when Mexico get anywhere near Sudas Kula's goal. And fighting for possession. Neat chip to the back post, and here's a chance for Latvia, directed back across the face of goal. Corsacks again on the ball. He's their danger man, Dan, isn't he? That's quite evident from this opening 6 minutes or so.
Certainly looks it at the moment, Frankie, yeah. It's a good solid unit though, Latvia. They move the ball nicely, find good shapes, good patterns of play. But yeah, he looks the danger man.
Straight ball into the feet, of course. Have numbers up, leaving that one anchor man back, just in case Mexico do break. Latvia, of course, as I mentioned earlier, made it through to the round of 32 in Essen last. We lost 1-0 to Oman in one of our earlier games. Of course, no round of 32 this year, straight to a round of 16. Only group of 5. Much more unforgiving format in 2024. Muscat Oman. Of course, if all the action and refresh your mind on what's happened today, you can do so through the International Soccer Federation app and find some exclusive content, including an Cisse. Neat ball over to the far post from Latvia. And there's a half chance in there. Vitolniks just couldn't sort his footwork out. But it just came off his shins. But they use those wide areas well, Latvia. And there was a sighter for them. Forward once more. Corsacks. Neat turn. And a clever reverse ball to boot. Mexico break it. Metha just ushered off the ball. Slightly weak that for the Mexico forward. Got the ball stuck under his feet, didn't he, Dan?
Yeah, he couldn't get a good run on it, but he does look dangerous on the counter-attack when he comes forward. He can sort those feet out. He'll be okay, I'm sure he will.
Both sides ringing the change. The Mexicans yet to find their rhythm. That's risky from Luna, but pays off.
Good quick start from both so far though, Frankie. 8.5 minutes gone. And both sides have given us a decent game so far.
To often feel the soccer, the longer it remains at 0-0, the cagier it gets. We saw that earlier this evening when Greece faced off against Belgium. They had to put a foot out of line. Fear of conceding the first goal. Who will blink first in this one?
I do get the feeling though, Frankie, that when that first one comes, a lot.
Absolutely right, Dan. It just stretches the game out, doesn't it? Introduces a little bit of chaos. As I've said already, the best sides in soccer sit back in this rigid formation, and for the first team banked in their own half, just stroking it around as the game ticks on. There's a little bit more space for teams to operate. So same with Mexico here. Happy to retain the ball deep in their own territory. Slightly short pass. Corsax drives it, tries the strike. Angle was against him, and he was getting fastly charged down by 2 Mexico players, but nonetheless he's earned himself a corner and a chance to use that height.
Will they whip it in because of the big boys, or will they have a plan?
Well,
went for the fizz.
It's a low fizzing ball into the an absolute man mountain. Must be at least 6'5".
He's a big guy.
The size of him.
I think he's the tallest we've seen so far.
It's a bit of a mismatch, that. Mexico on the charge. Again, opting to slow things down. 10 minutes gone. And aside from Mexico beating the post, about that may change now as Bilal skips forward. In, Corsac stands tall and charges him down, and it looks like he's going to receive a yellow card for it. He will today.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it. We'll most likely get another look at that in a second on the replay.
And Christian Corsac, the man who we highlighted, to be off the field for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mexico's the side you want to be a man down against either. I think they'll try and move this ball a lot quicker now, and I think you'll see Mexico spring into action.
We talked about things that stretch games. Sin bins are absolutely one of them. All of a sudden, a world of opportunities and angles open themselves up, and here's one now. And almost the heart of the Latvian defence. And Del Rio just tries to place it across the face of goal for his onrushing teammate.
Yeah, the Mexican player put his foot onto the pitch as he took the corner, so it got overturned to a goal kick. We saw lots of that in the the players in the World Cup and wised up, but it was seen the odd one, and that was one of them.
I think once you've done it once, it's like a foul throw. You make sure not to do it again.
Pointing from Mexico's point of view, an extra man and a corner to hand it straight back to Latvia without attempting to strike on goal.
Bilal out-muscled by his stocky frame in between man and ball, and out inside a free kick. And Dan, I hope you saw Mexico's mascot.
I did not.
Came out.
Please tell me it was a bottle of tequila.
He was around a 10-year-old boy wearing a sombrero.
Oh, fantastic.
And no doubt if Mexico do find the back of the net in this one, it'll be all smiles. But right now it's Latvia.
I think maybe we should put that forward, Frankie, as something for next year. Every club has or every nation, sorry, has a mascot.
What would England's wear?
It's got to be a...
Bilal, the goal scorer in the Soccer Copa America final. Trying to one up. Big game after this one, Dan. Huge game, in fact.
Indeed, indeed. Croatia, who were the 4th in the World Cup last year as well. Really good soccer nation. Got a chance.
Bilala with the corner. Comes back. Rush to load that box or pump balls in. Biding their time. Luna. Nice straight ball that opens. And he forces a really smart save from Sudas Kula, who has to get down low and split his legs to divert that one away.
Keeper did well in the end, Frankie. I think he was a little bit away, but did well in the end to get down and keep that out.
Well, you wouldn't think he's the most agile of characters looking at him. He's a tall, surly character. To make that save. Bilala on the ball once more. Mexico slowly still waiting for that first goal. Still waiting for the touch paper to be lit. And it may well be hit. Strike snuffed out at source and then booted high into the stands. Corner.
Let's hope Mexico can, sure not to encroach on the pitch this time, make this corner count. Not had a goal.
Curse to the commentator, when you build a game up, it always ends up for us to get the goals so that's we want.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't had goals, Frankie, but it's had a bit of quality, it's had a bit of pace. So it's not been a... And I do still feel that if someone can light the touch paper and get that first goal, then the rest will follow still. I think it will really open things up.
As he approaches forward once more from his goal. Paresh. Pax can drive. Any opportunity he gets to take a man on, he'll absolutely take. But those Mexicans are just hounding them, hunting in packs. And they turn. Guido. Always an outlet, always happy to receive the ball. A keeper you describe as a modern one, as comfy with the ball at his feet as he is with his hand. First pass opens up for a shot deflection. Almost wrong foot, Sudas Kula. And Mexico have themselves a corner.
You can bring him forward, it means that you open up space.
And there's a low drive. Finally, Mexico decide to put a corner into the box, and it almost pays dividends. Left for the freedom of the penalty area. And again, Sudas Kula has to get low. Mexico really getting into their half-time to sweeten that team's talk. Driven across the face of the box. Excellent bit of skill from the Latvian defender to hit the pressure release. Ducians almost got a toe on that one before Luna picked it up. Sapia. Moves it off to Parede. Luna's got a certain swagger about with confidence, says, come get me. Ball to the byline, reverse back across the face of goal. Good idea from Mexico.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, Frankie, is the Kazakhstan keeper had that same swagger. The ball and someone scooped it into the back of the net from inside their own half. So,
well, talking about games of the day, that has to be a close contender. Kazakhstan having their nose. As you say, Dan, an excellent finish from the halfway line. Well, further back than the halfway line. We've seen a few of them in this tournament. Against Bulgaria, who deployed a similar tactic yesterday on day one.
Yeah, Bulgaria pressed the self-destruct button, didn't they, yesterday?
And that's a neat ball over the top. The keeper is off his line to deal with it. It's been a little bit scrappy this first half as we approach the interval. A couple of moments of quality in there. Mexico, of course, hit the couple of minutes or so, but still no one finds the opener. Loose touch, and he just ran out of pitch there. Latvia's number 13. And all of a sudden the picture opens up for Mexico. Strike comes in. It was a wild one. Sena just cut across the ball, sliced it. Let's see the stats, Dan, because Mexico have had plenty of shots. Not sure how many of them on target.
Yeah, only one that I can really remember was that save from the...
And Korsak's there. Lets off a sighter of his own. Looked for a second like Luna got a touch, but our soccer referees disagree, and there goes the half-time whistle. It's a stalemate. Teams huffing and puffing. Mexico doing the better work so far, Dan, but just can't find that opener.
Yeah, it's not been a bad game. Mexico and Latvia started. It's slowed a little, but they're still moving the ball nicely. It's just lacking that little bit of quality and that little bit of magic in that final third or in and around the penalty. Latvia surprises me, but only 2 on target. It's 2 on target. Mexico with 5 and 2, so could do with upping the shot ratio a little bit.
They could, and 6 corners for Mexico as well. There's been intent there for the Mexicans, but it just needs to be knitted together a little bit more. There's that shot from Looney you're seeing on your screens. Whistling past the post. Latvia with a couple of opportunities of their own, half chances at best. What needs to change, Dan, in this second half? Niall said that to me earlier when we were 0-0.
It's very simple, isn't it, this game? Well, yeah, again, I think that defensively they've been okay. I think they've moved the ball quickly. I think there's some pace. I think that it's, like I say, it's just missing that little bit of stardust in and around the penalty spot. I still stand by the fact that if one goal comes, it will bring 2 quickly. I struck for the first 20 minutes, so I won't say any more than that.
No, I'd agree with you there, Dan. It does open things up so much, because all of a sudden it means one team has to go chasing the game, and when that the angles get greater, and usually we see one after the other. Just casting our mind back to that France-Turkey game, how impressed with you with the in 4 goals? Djibril Cissé getting one of them.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's his first touch. I said it's easy this game, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Djibril Cissé play, and it really helps with the soccer and the continual rapid growth of the game. But it's just also that little addition, as well as Abramiak for France. In Germany was just those couple of little stars, and they've got them now. And like I said earlier, they've got pace, they've got height, they move the ball crisply, they move the ball quickly, they've got lots of players that will take them further into the tournament as well as deeper into games. So yeah, France did impress me. Interestingly enough, Scoop earlier in commentary said that the best teams they defend for long periods, but actually when it comes to France, they don't. They just want to go out and play six-a-side football all night, get on the front. That's quite frankly, and that's how Hugo de Silveira loves to play and loves to set his sides up for. And there's a lot of his DNA and his signature on that French side. You really do see philosophy of football in their style of play. And, you know, you'd have to say, off the back of that performance, they've got a very good chance. And let me be clear, Turkey are not a bad side, and they were made to look...
Quite an interesting comment, Dan, in saying that France play the game with 6 aside like the English play it. And I absolutely agree, because the English, it's hard and fast, it's attacking football, it's taking men on. It's a little bit more tactical, a little bit more methodical. Speaking to the England lads ahead of the tournament, I think that's just the little piece that was missing in their minds. They had thought to themselves, we can win this thing. And then they play their first game and they realise, well, Sudan perhaps not the best example of that, because they do introduce a little bit more chaos. But when you watch teams like Germany, they just bank up in that tight unit and they break when they need to. They don't expend any wasteful energy just chasing the ball around, hunting people down high up the pitch. A couple of yards to the right, just cutting off the space all the time. So it was quite refreshing actually to see France play, because they brought a little bit of what I would call the English style, probably what they would call the French style.
Well, yeah, they've just, as I say, they've just got there's no fear in that French side, is there? It's a side that wants to go out and win the game, and win the game well. The team who scores the most goals, rather than trying to nick the odd one. They were going to want to try and really run people down. And you know, if you get through the group stages and you've scored a whole bag load of goals and you've played like that, when it gets to the knockout phases, you're already putting a little bit of fear in your opposition's mind before the game's played. And I think that's what they'll want to do. They'll want to command respect and feel, or make the opposition feel as though they've got a big game against the best side.
Speaking of goals, we're still after one here as Latvia get us back underway in this second half. The scoreline 0-0, of course, at the break. Time is just shy of 10:30 in Muscat. Still one more offering for you. Soccer goes deep into the night here in Oman. Hungary, Croatia on the way. 2 more sides that will have a horse in the race for this World Cup title. Mexico pick up where they left off, exchanging passes at the back. And a switch of keeper for them as well. Luna out. And Mejia coming in. But change of keeper, same style as he walks up to the halfway line. Clever ball down the touchline, reversed across the face of goal. And well, he had to be switched on then, Sudas Kula, didn't he? Latvia now have a chance. Shot goes wide, just couldn't wrap his foot round it. That's more like it from Mexico though, using that byline.
Interesting change, that keeper change. Frankie, I don't think Luna did anything to justify being removed, so I guess maybe they feel they've got 2 keepers of equal ability. They've come all the way to Oman. They're going to give them as many minutes each as they possibly can.
You don't usually see a keeper change at half-time unless there's an injury, or indeed unless a side is chasing a game and they decide to deploy the sweeper keeper, as Bulgaria did so calamitously yesterday. But for whatever reason, Mexico have changed the man in the sticks at half-time.
Well, he's come out with the exact same approach, hasn't he? Straight up to the halfway line, and he did think about the shot, and then he got closed down and laid it off. So there's obviously a way that Mexico want to play, and it's looked okay so far.
Sudas Kula has made a number of good saves in this game, but his distribution has been a little bit sloppy.
That was a magic touch, by the way, in the middle.
It was excellent from Ochoa, wasn't it? Just dancing around his man. You can see the technical quality that Mexico possess. As you said, the complete polar opposite to Latvia, a team of jinky players. And their skipper at the back. Guess who he reminds me of, Dan? A legend in Mexico, the way he carries himself. Marquez. Good strike there. And it was Metho who turned well and let one fly across the face of goal. Just flashes past the post of Sudas Kula. The Mexicans have come out with some vim and vigour, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Only 3 minutes of the second half, but they've been well on top. They've showing that they're not going to hang around in search of that opener in the second half.
committing more men forward now, the Mexicans, and it's Metha who let that low drive go just moments ago. Hernandez skips past his Latvian marker, looks to drive one low into the box. Bit of confusion between the Latvian defenders, but finally Corsacks does take control and just leathers it into what remains of the crowd. Of course, it's late at night here in Oman. They came and celebrated in their droves for both the Oman game and the Sudan game. Of course, there's a huge Sudanese cohort that live here in Oman. It was a real festival atmosphere earlier, Dan, wasn't it?
Yeah, they enjoyed themselves, didn't they? I was a big fan of the band, and the guys singing on the megaphone was pretty good as well.
And it was a first for me. I'd never seen a saxophone at a football ground before. And another half chance for Mexico at the back post. Perrido, the ball broke to him. But again, Latvia are so quick to close shooting opportunities down. And I said, people don't usually make the same mistake twice on corners, but Mexico have, and it's overturned once more.
Well, we're ticking all the boxes on the curse of the commentator phrase at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, showing how much I know, Dan. Dangerous defending there, and Latvia in. Corsacks, why didn't he pull the trigger, Dan? The ball broke to him. It's a loose pass across the face of goal. He managed to control it, get it under his spell, and instead of letting go, he decided to try and square it to his teammate.
It's crazy, Frankie. I do really appreciate an unselfish player, but he had to be selfish there. He's got to be shooting.
Far too keen to get the assist was Corsacks, and that's a smart turn from Perrido. Wild strike at the end of it, though. And we're just still waiting on that bit of quality, aren't we? That could have been the moment from Corsacks. But just lost his cool, made the wrong decision when it counts.
Yeah, well, there's definitely ability there. Saw Oman and USA for long periods without goals, and you did wonder where they were going to find when they didn't see anyone there who can unlock. But you do see players like that on either side here, so you would expect there's got to be a goal at some point.
Again, dazzling footwork from the Mexican in the middle. Ochoa lends it to his teammate, gets it back, but that's fine defending from Latvia, and all of a sudden it's 3-on-2. Can they use it well? Corsacks lets it run across his body, and he draws the foul from Cesena. I'm not sure how much contact there was there, Dan.
Well, I think it was a foul, but I just found it. I was laughing more at Cesena's reaction, to be honest. I thought it was pretty clear. But of course, no one ever fouls anyone in soccer, do they?
Good job, we've got a rather firm set of soccer referees.
Well, I'll tell you a story, Frankie. Myself and Noel were here at the break in the day when it was a little too hot to play. And the referees were out here training and practicing, and they were practicing for periods of time over dissent and arguments. It was quite fascinating to watch.
So they're well versed in dealing with petulancy from soccer sides, and Corsacks lets another wild strike go.
Yeah, they're prepared for nonsense, and they won't take it.
In soccer, never. You surprised me, Dan.
Scoop had mentioned to me before that there's a few things in soccer that could really do with taking into football, and the command that the referees have, and there's a lot more respect shown, and that's something that we could definitely do with in the bigger sided game.
It's the way that the officials around the pitch are allowed to take control when the moment calls for it, when they have a view. And as I'm saying that, Latvia have a half chance. It was the number 9, Vitalniks, who's just trying to stretch his toe out and poke it past Mejia in the Mexico goal. Rather scrappy. They've earned themselves a corner.
A bit wasteful from the corner.
Well, it's been the theme of the night from Latvia so far. They've done well to get themselves into certain positions, and that's another one. And instead of hooking it towards a teammate, Zalus could only hook it behind his own head. It's 27 minutes played, verging on 28. And still we wait for that goal, Dan.
Lots of goals were promised.
Metha cutting in, strikes. not far past the post.
Yeah,
Edging closer.
Decent effort that, Frank. Nice little run, jinked into the centre, tried to just nail it into the top corner, really, and it was just wide of the upright.
Latvia play a rather risky ball into the centre circle. Corsacks perhaps wasn't expecting it to squirm past the Mexico man. He wasn't prepared to take the touch. Neat hold-up play from Mexico. Can they make all this possession count? Maybe they can here. There's a chance. And almost poked past his own keeper from Zaluz. Now Latvia come.
Well, that was a move that deserved a finish, really, Frankie. Probably the best little sequence of play.
Flowing, wasn't it? And that's excellent skill. Cut back, and there's our goal, Dan. There's our goal. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally, Mexico break the deadlock. It was Rafael Hernandez Villalba with a magical bit of footwork on the touchline. He cut it back for Del Rio, who applied the finish.
That little touch there from Villalba sent him for a taco. And then just squares it across the face. And I mean, that bit of skill in itself deserved a goal. It was fantastic. That there. See you later.
Isn't it? Just sells him a dream, squares it to his teammate. And Mexico have that goal that they've huffed and puffed for so long in this one. It's taken us half an hour, but we got there. Mexico 0, Latvia 1. There's the creator, the conduit for Mexico, Villalba on the ball once more. Picking up in the centre circle. And he's got his dancing shoes on now, Dan, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we could be seeing a bit of samba in them sombreros come the end of the match.
Mejia. The second keeper of the night to be used by Mexico. And now they can afford to be patient.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they're inviting Latvia just to come and have a go at them really now, aren't they? Without taking any risks.
Be interesting to see this, how Latvia respond, whether they will go for the sweeper keeper. We've seen a few teams do it so far, but you almost think, with plenty of group games to play, you might as well cut your losses and just see if you can find your way back into it naturally.
Yeah, it's a little bit early for me. I think you saw that, was it Bulgaria? It did way too early. There's like 10, 13 minutes to go, something like that, when they made that change. Started using a rush keeper. So much, that's a quarter of a game to go with a 2-0 deficit. And they ended up just digging their own graves and getting embarrassed, really. And you've got to remember, it's the first game of the group. So you could get to the final game and you know, have to qualify on goal difference. And because you've gone and put a rush keeper in and conceded 3 rash, needless goals, you go out of the tournament. So if they're going to do it, then it will have to be late, I think.
Well, as we were talking, Michel Navarro Del Rio, the goal scorer, who applied the finishing touch following a delicious bit of skill from Villalba, has been shown the yellow card, which means he's out of action for 2 minutes. And Mexico will have to temporarily defend their lead with 5 on the field. The sin bin count rises once more, Dan. Seen plenty of yellows today, haven't we? And they've all been, or pretty much all been, for pullbacks. Soccer referees trying to set a precedent early on in this tournament. Mexico, though, the side, a man down, do have a corner. Managed to fashion a cross into the box, but there's no one in there apart from Sudas Kula, who will collect gratefully. Can Latvia capitalise on this man advantage? Now's the time they've got to roll the dice down, surely. They've got to commit players forward while they have the extra man.
Well, yeah, I mean, now's the time to try, isn't it, for sure. You've got to make their moments count. They must tick away so quickly when you're the side of the extra man and so slowly when you're the side who don't.
Corsacks couldn't get it under his spell, and despite having a man less, it's Mexico on the attack. But just conscious of the fact he hasn't got too many players ahead of him while he waits for his teammate. It was a loose touch from Mejia, but he manages to dig it out of his feet. Strong defending from Latvia, and it's Corsacks. Can he shoot? He does shoot! And it's a stinging effort that Mejia has to collect at the second attempt. More like it from Latvia.
Yeah, nice strike. On target, hit with a bit of fizz. Probably would still have expected the keeper to make the save, but it's a bit of encouragement.
Clever ball over the top, and it's a neat touch to boot. Tries to chop back, does chop back, and pokes home. Mexico, a man down, but 2 goals up, and it's Sergio Flores Gonzalez who plucks a long ball out of the sky, jinks round his man, and prods home to double Mexico's lead. And that's a crushing one for Latvia, isn't it? Just when they thought they might be able to squeak back into this game, go slam the door in their faces.
Yeah, well, the first touch alone deserved a goal, really. Brought it down beautifully. The second touch was clever. He didn't execute it quite as well as he would have liked to. He stretched for the final touch, but did enough to send the keeper down to the ground and poke it into virtually an empty goal, such with the keeper down and out.
And you're absolutely right about second touch. The idea was there, but for a moment, it looked like it was one too many.
Yeah, it just looked as though it had escaped him for a second, but it was enough, actually, to just send the defender around the wrong way so that he could still get the touch. So, but it was all in the first touch, really, Frank. If he doesn't get that as beautifully down as he did, then he's in trouble and he'd probably get closed down. So the first touch was magnificent.
Mexico back to full complement and sitting pretty with a 2-goal lead. Just over 5 minutes to go, and it looks as if they're going to be rising to the top of Group F tonight. They've got a chance to seal it. Spurned. A really poor finish from Jose Maris Morales. He had the goal at his mercy, tried to be clever and reverse it into the near corner, but just got his angles all wrong, Dan.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately. It was a lovely ball across, that first time ball back to give him the space to bear down on goal and take the shot, but he got it all wrong, didn't he?
As I was saying, Albania currently top the group. They beat the plucky Australians 2-1 earlier today, leaving them with a +1 difference. So as it stands, Mexico will leap to the top of Group F. And here come Mexico, looking to put the gloss on this performance. Corsacks doing his defensive duty. Loose clearance though. Mexico firmly in control. And Latvia have tried. They've just been slightly outthought by a Mexican side. It took a little while to get going. But now they look to be in full flow. Latvia just struggling to get their foot on the ball, but now they have a chance to shoot. They do shoot. And it's Just who just drags his effort, and quickly Mexico counter. Mejia playing a curling ball into the channel for Aguirre to latch onto. Tidy footwork there from Pulido. Can they find that third goal? Spin and a shot, but one that won't do too much to disrupt Suda's Kula. But they're really finishing this one strong, aren't they, Dan?
Yeah, they are. Latvia look a little bit tired now, and a touch devoid of ideas, but here's a chance.
A chance indeed, and it's cut back. And again, another chance goes amiss for Latvia. It was the slightly loose touch. Just saw it squirm away from him. He had to try and cut the ball back instead for Corsacks. But Mexico were on the same wavelength and managed to nip in and prod it away. They've had their moments, Latvia, haven't they? But they've just not made the right decisions at key points in the match.
Yeah, you're right. They have had a few chances.
Strike from Mexico, and another great save from Sulis Kula. Originally getting it, but he had to put both arms in the air to tip that one over.
Regulation save, I think, Frank, that one.
And he won't be needing to save that shot. Scuffed into the turf. Aguirre. Mexico just popping it around now. They've got 2 minutes until their first win of the World Cup's confirmed, and that's an excellent bit of skill through the left. How about that? Now they've got an overload. Chance for a third, off the post, still there, into the side netting. And that nutmeg deserved to finish, but Morales just couldn't find it.
What a score from one of those chances there, Frankie. Very good chances indeed, and to miss both is not quite unforgivable.
The skipper, Sasena, how about that for confidence? Slipped it through the letterbox. It's not often you see a defender do that.
No, not since I retired.
Well, I saw you out on that soccer pitch earlier, Dan. And you couldn't even hit the target, let alone secure.
Well, should have stuck around, mate, because you missed a real spectacle. Just get myself warmed up and would have put you to shame.
Morales struck the post. Down in pain on the turf. Referee pulls him up. Doesn't want to hold this one up any longer than needs be. Just a minute left on the clock.
I get the feeling that Latvia be grateful for that whistle now, don't you?
Yeah, I feel like they've accepted their fate. They look rather dejected. It's been a professional job from Mexico, who've done what they've needed to, but not much more.
Yeah, I think you're right, Frankie, actually. Not quite the level that perhaps people had expected. Similar to Kazakhstan as well.
But so often, Dan, you see sides that go deep in tournaments have a slower start, and the ones that explode out the blocks.
Well, listen, Kazakhstan lost their first game in the last World Cup. Yeah. So it doesn't mean anything, and Mexico aren't going to lose.
Every team still finding their feet here, and Latvia have one back, and all of a sudden, we may have an interesting last few seconds on the cards. It was Korsak's dangerous all game, but just hasn't been able to find the finish. He struck a low drive through a sea of bodies, and it just deceived Mejia. And Latvia are back in this one. 2 seconds to play.
Yeah, I think you're right, Frankie. I think that has gone through a few bodies, but I think the keeper will be disappointed with that at his near post.
Now wanting to keep hold of that ball, all of a sudden, what was a calm finish to a game for them. It's just got a little bit more nervy, but they might allay those nerves now. Chance. Korsak's nudged it round the defender, but just runs out of space.
Yeah, it's a little unlucky from Korsaks. You can see what he was trying to do, what he wanted to do. And Latvia, we said wanted that whistle. Will certainly not want it now.
Mejia pumps one forward. Sudan pumps one down the pitch. Header comes in. And it's that rangy number 4 Bolvitis who nodded it goalwards, but just couldn't generate the power needed to trouble Mejia.
Well, we've had word that there's 2 additional minutes, so about 40 seconds left for Mexico to either put it to bed or Latvia to finally equalise it.
Strike comes in from Mexico. Still, can they restore their 2-goal buffer? Sudan with the ball in his palms once more, dashes it quickly downfield. He knows they're fast running out of time. And now it's end-to-end. Mexico work the ball across the face of goal, but Sudan is there once more. Oh, and the break was on, Dan, but Korsak let the ball run under his boot. And could that be costly? Strike comes in, Sudan gets low, Mexico have a corner.
That's a disappointing end for Latvia, isn't it? When it went up there, you just felt as though that might be the chance.
2-on-2.
Yeah.
2-on-2, and there goes the final whistle. Too little, too late for Latvia. They finally showed us, but the clock was against them, and despite 2 minutes of additional time, they couldn't find their way back in. Mexico secure their first points. 2-1. That wasn't the most convincing of displays.
It wasn't a classic. It started brightly, it was quick and it was fluid, and then it kind of lost its way a little bit, and waiting eternity it seemed for that opening goal. But Mexico did just enough, and you know, look, first game of the group, win it. Just win it. You've got time to adjust, you've got time to put things right. We can't all be like this, you know, when you're fantastic from the off. Very, very rarely do you see that, and I don't think we've seen any other team other than France who have done that. So they've got Mexico. They know how to win tournaments, and they've got a chance in this one too still.
Yeah, and as you say, Dan, 3 points is 3 points. In a couple of games' time, no one will remember the fact that they're not quite at their best.
Well, yeah, you're not going to get extra points for playing well or being the best team in a group game. So 3 points is what matters. They're on the board and they're off and running.
And very shortly, we're going to hear from someone in the Mexican cohort. For now, we'll sign off, but we'll be back very, very shortly because we've got one more offering for you. Courageous Hungary, live from Muscat, coming up.
So Mexico victorious over Latvia in Group F of the 2024 Soccer World Cup here in Muscat, Oman. Joined today by the Entrenador de Mexico, the coach of the Mexican national team, Sergio Lopez. Congratulations, important win. How happy are you with the performance?
Very happy, very happy. You know, the first game is always hard. The players are nervous. Our game at the end started to move, to work. That's what I'm hoping. The hardest thing passed already.
You had to be patient. You had to wait a long time for your goals, but they did come. What did you say to the players at halftime?
They have to take their time. They were a little bit anxious to get to the goal. And our game is play, touch, and a lot of intensity defensively. It worked in the second half, I think.
And this game will give your players confidence, Sergio?
Of course. We come here to become champions. There's no other objective. This team is ready, has experience, have young players. We have the things to become champions. But it's going to be hard. We have to work hard, especially defensively.
Sergio, congratulations, felicidades. Enjoy the victory. Mexico winners over Latvia by 2-1.
Thank you.
with Alejandro from Mexico. Alejandro, you've just witnessed your side win in their opening game. Did you enjoy the game?
Of course, I feel amazing, Dan. And I'm happy to be here in Oman. I was in the last year in Germany. Now we're here in Oman.
And what do you think of this Mexican side? They obviously won the Copa America recently. They got to third place, I think, in Essen, Germany last year. They've obviously got some ability. Can they go and win the World Cup this year, do you think?
We wait so. We wait for it. The guys are working hard. The team is working hard. They have a big heart, so they bring it here to Oman to get this nice cup and win it. If not, we got the next year, though. We're ready.
Can I ask you, when you saw Kazakhstan, the world champions, the twice European champions, lose today, how much has that made the Mexican side step up and go, oh, hang on a minute, this is here for the winning, this is big now, this is a big, wide open competition?
Yes, it's big, it's good, and we have opportunity. I mean, Mexico have a good team. Always he plays technical. They have a lot of time playing together. That's something good. I see some of the teams, they not come the whole team. They change a few players, so we have a team more completely, more together with experience, and I think we're gonna win this.
Maybe not a classic Mexican performance today, not their best, but they won. They've got 3 points on the board. That's the most important thing at this stage in the first game.
Always that's happened with us. The first game is difficult. We have to taste the court. We have to be more sure. I mean, secure what we do, what we're playing, and then we see that in the half time. Second time, the team start playing, start doing their magic. So I know the next game we will start doing this magic that Mexicans have.
Well, there you go. Mexico are the Copa American champions. They're looking to be the world champions out here in Muscat, Oman for 2024.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, Jordi. I'm
Soccer fans, let's bring this night to an end by national anthem first. Please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Croatia.
Well, apologies you didn't get any commentary before that. We were a little busy, as you might have seen. A little bit of a bolt out of the blue, but we are resuming now. It's myself, Dan Shaw, and alongside Frankie for the final game of the evening. It's Hungary against Croatia. Croatia missing a fair few names from the list that was supposed to be on their way out here to Muscat, Oman, which means they are a little light on numbers. And that will prove a little bit of a problem as the game goes on and as the tournament goes on, perhaps, Frankie. We keep talking about strength and depth in squad numbers. Croatia have lots, but if you haven't got the numbers in this kind of heat and this kind of humidity, it can cause issues.
It absolutely can, and take France for example. They were making 4-5 every 2.5 minutes, just keeping those legs fresh in these hot conditions, making sure everyone had full energy, and that is a luxury that Croatia cannot afford with in a squad and they'd hoped for and that they planned for. And make no mistake, it will be a tough fixture against Hungary. As we know, Hungary, a side that reached the Socca Copper. They were beaten by Mexico, who played in our previous game, but the Hungarians a serious soccer outfit, and they'll provide a stern test for the Croatians in this one.
And South Africa top the group at the moment, and it's South Africa next for Croatia, so they'll be very, very keen indeed to get 3 points. Hungary always the same, big, tall, and they move the ball around quite quickly. They defend quite resolutely as well. So the one thing with Croatia usually is that they know how to play this game. They're very, very good technically. They make it hard to get past, and then they pick you off. But picking you off requires some stamina. It requires some legs, and again, that might cause an issue. Croatia are a good side, though. Absolutely no doubt about that. They were beaten Euro finalists this year. It was a disappointing final for Croatia. They played so well in the knockout phases by Kazakhstan, of course, who else, but they gave the ball away in the first minute. They gave Kazakhstan a lead. They just couldn't get back into the game. They beat Cyprus, Serbia, and Romania on the way to the final and knockout, so credible sides. They did lose to Mexico 2-0 in the third place playoff, though, and Mexico beat them as well in the group stage in the World Cup. We've just seen Mexico. We sung their praises before the game. Weren't quite up to expectations. Let's see what Croatia have to offer here against Hungary. Croatia, of course, in black, in red. And it's Croatia who give the ball away early. A chance for Hungary to steal in at the near post. They do enough to poke, but it was the Hungarian number 9, Tibor Soron, who just for a moment looked as though he may have had a little gap in the bottom of that near post to poke into.
Well, Dan, you literally just... Croatia did the same against Kazakhstan, and they almost started the same way, just gifting away possession.
And they were the winners of the Aegean Cup as well. They have a chance possibly to get on the end of this one. It ended up being a slide from Dusan Medak, who was just running out of time and space to get the shot away, and felt that it was the option at that point.
Desperate to get there, Medak, wasn't he? He sprinted half the length of the pitch, and he wasn't going to give it up without trying.
Well, Medak at times has got the golden. He has a little sprinkling of magic. One of the main players, Josip Haluska, the number 17. Keep an eye out for him in the Croatian colours of his armband. He's someone who's always in and around. He's a real proud Croat as well, and he loves his soccer, and that caused the keeper a little bit of an issue there, and that's a corner.
It did. Bounce. We've been on that turf, Dan. We know it's still a little stodgy. Of course, it's a brand new surface. It needs a little bit of treading down, and it almost caught.
Corner for Hungary then. Just a short ball in the near post, and the ball back out to the touchline was away by Medak, rather. Borna Vidicek, incidentally, the number 23 for Croatia, just on the edge of the penalty area there, jumping around on your screen. He's another one who is a top player. And that one goes out for a kick into Hungary.
Nice tempo to this game so far. A lot of early running from both sides.
Stefan Perisic missing for this one. He comes next week. He's Croatia. He's just had a baby. Well, as Roy Keane would say, but he didn't have it, did he? Many congratulations to him. Sure baby will be watching Daddy on the TV. One of the first actions in the world. Possession on that left-hand side. Decent, strong challenge to win the ball, but it goes out of play and it'll be a kick-in for Croatia. That's Zvonimir Filipovic. On the ball down to 97. Cross to Vidicek. Had a look up, didn't see anything ahead of him that he fancied and went home, and the return ball is off target for Teo. New goalkeeper for Croatia. Mario Skirkin back in the Croatian side as well for the first time since 2018. He scored against Germany in the group stages of the World Cup. Germany went on to win that one. World Cup, that is. There's a shot from range. Keeper juggled for a moment but held it, and there's a very quick break. Croatia. Hungary do enough. Mammoth tackle on the edge of the area, and a shot that fizzed in. Post. And away for a Croatian corner. Borna Vidicek, the man to the edge. Skirkin gives it over to the left-hand side. And a no-nonsense from Daniel Hutsi, who is another one who has been in and around it for some time.
Really strong group this down. South Africa, still the only side to score 6 goals. A really competent outfit. And then, of course, these two sides as well.
Croatia. Just possibly a little bit more of a foothold in it than Hungary at the moment. There has been a little end-to-end at times.
But Croatia have certainly attacked with a little bit more purpose. They're ever so quick and direct, the Croats.
That's blazed over, and another one on the list. Be retrieved outside the ground. Fortunately, we have got a perimeter fence at this location.
Ball boy is earning his money today.
Be a little harsh to say it went over row Z. It doesn't quite go up that high. Free kick in the middle will be for Hungary. And Filipovic didn't agree. Might get another look at it in a second, Frankie, but it looked fairly regulation to me.
Aside from that early loose pass, Croatia have been really strong in this game, haven't they?
Yeah, that's what you expect from Croatia. There is the main man, or the main man in my eyes at the very least, on the ball. There's a shot over the bar from a really strong position from Tibor Soron. Surely should have done better with that.
Yeah, had to do better, had to get over it, had to keep it down. They're not going to get too many situations in this game where they find themselves 2-on-1 versus that Croatian defence.
And that's a Hungarian kick in. 7 minutes, roughly, in the first half. Still 0-0. Croatia, slightly the better, as Frankie said. Intent from the Croatian side so far. But Hungary very much in it and almost took the lead. And probably should have taken the lead with that last effort they had on goal. But 0-0 it remains.
It's so apparent, Dan, of watching this first 2 days, 2024 Soccer World Cup. strong outfits. So many potentials that could take this tournament back to their home nation with them. Germany are strong. We've got Croatia in the mix. South Africa are looking and the world champions. Lost today, but they'll only grow stronger. Mexico with a win. France. Some really, really good sides in there. Just testament to the pace is growing around the world every year. Nations taking that a little bit more serious.
You know what's interesting is that for the whole of the day, all four of us, the commentary team, about a huge amount of sides that could win us, and you know who hasn't been mentioned is Uruguay, who beat the world champions.
And they had to dig in, they had to defend, but by and large, they were good value for it. Scored some really, really nice goals. One from inside their own half. It wasn't a smash and grab by any means.
No, certainly not. That's Laszlo Jacko in yellow for Hungary. Out to the left-hand side for Varga. Croatia working hard to win it back. Shot comes in from Duja Medak. Stick in the Euros.
He did well there, Medak. He shoved his man off the ball. Did well to maintain his balance.
He's neat and tight, skillful, but he looks deceptively strong as well. Kind of see him almost on the eye as a small man. You look a little bit closer and you realise he's a bit of a lump.
Yeah. And it's not often Bill can move so elegantly. Tricks the eyes, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, it does. And, a lot of things, to be fair to him, usually with his feet. He's a good player, an important player. You decide which ball to use. Bit of check. Check's chosen the wrong one. Oh, he's been told to move back the Hungarian. It's Tibor Soron. Croatia muster. Well, they try to back post for Frankekovic. Big tall guy. So too is the keeper, and he read it.
Yeah, nice idea. Trying to catch Sasko napping.
Ball at the back for Croatia. Happy to knock it around. Keeper not quite so happy. And has to scoop it out and away for a kick into Hungary. Looks a little nervy, that one, Frankie.
We've seen some keepers take some risks, take their time, dink it over the feet of on-rushing forwards, but there was absolutely none of that there. The Croatian keeper.
Who loses out, and now Croatia have it at the other end, into the area, and just couldn't quite get a touch on it. Hungary on the breakaway. It was good feet, but at the same time, it just meant that Croatia were able to get their bodies right back behind the ball again when they had a bit of a counter-attack on. Might have felt they could have been a little braver. And he may well have been able to get into the penalty area and stop the retreat from Croatia. Vidacek lays it off, gets it back. Forward it goes for Frankekovic. And out for another kick in to... There's a little bit of a descent towards the referee, which is immediately stopped in its tracks.
Just watching the Croatians down, one thing is so apparent. So slick with their passing, so purposeful. And I think we might see a booking here.
Yeah, we are going to see a Nadimov in the 12th minute.
Well, it was a clumsy tackle, wasn't it? It was clear that he was getting beaten to the ball by Filipovic. Decided to engage, and he's earned himself 2 minutes in the sin bin.
Well, you can't complain with that. It's pretty cut and dry.
Too late.
Croatia up and running with an extra man advantage for 2 minutes. Going to pull some strings. If he finds the room, he will shoot. Have no doubt about that. Skurin gets it back. Vidacek from Croatia. Oh, wonderful clearance. It's not over yet. Beautifully worked from the Croats. That's what they do. And when you see those little glimmers from Croatia, it's a joy to watch.
Everything about that, Dan, I absolutely loved. The football was so intense, so precise, so purposeful through that Hungary defence. But then Hutzi on the line, bit of heroics, stretches out the leg, does amazingly well to divert that onto the post. Excellent defending.
Croatia, who minute by minute are getting stronger and stronger and really grabbing hold of this game. What they haven't got yet is a goal. It remains 0-0. Kovic gives it inside to Vidacek. Vidacek will see plenty of the ball, particularly with that. Makes things happen. Croatia trying to stretch and move the Hungarian back four, and into the area it goes. On the spin comes the shot and cleared away. Keeper goes down to ground, and the referee will come over to give him some kind of attention. There's a bit of a giggle from the goalkeeper and the referee, which probably to know about where the keeper's probably injured himself there.
Really smart save that. Put the sensitive parts of his body on the line, but it was well worth doing to make a point-blank save. But you just have to admire, Dan, this Croatia side. They move the ball so quickly. You can tell they're all technically sound players, because that pass is their teammate at real pace, and that's not a thing that a lot of sides can do. The speed in which they play.
And that should be a corner. Referee blows it up. And it is a Hungarian corner. Couple of 3 red shirts loitering on the edge. Chip towards the back post on the angle. Massive challenge comes in. Forward will come Croatia. Have to charge, do so. Wasn't able to just steer it round the corner for Dorjan Frankekovic in the penalty area, and it will be another kick in for Croatia. Good fast break though from the Croats.
Yeah, and Hungary looks to be clutching the top of his boot / shin. It was a full-blooded challenge, but I don't think there was any malice in it.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Croatia missing players. Kovacevic was supposed to be here. Hurasic, Lubas, Bozinovic, Bradaric as well. Those have travelled from the squad that was primarily registered for this World Cup. And as well, as I said, Perisic missing. That ball was intended for captain number 17, Haluska, who has it now on the halfway line. Always rolls that foot over the ball. Very Haluska. That goes out of play, and it will be a Hungarian kick in this time. Patrick, the man to stand over it, gives it to Husti. And then to the keeper, Laszlo Šaško. With 3.5 minutes remaining of the first half. That's a little loose, and it's picked up and pounced upon by Borna Vidacek, who also draws the come and take a breather.
Well, he highlighted Vidacek a couple of times. So impressed with him in all areas of the pitch.
Vidacek and Medak just make things happen for Croatia. Hungary have the ball, but they're under pressure and they're on the edge of their own. Out the way though. Oh, miscontrol from Tolnay. And Croatia.
Really sloppy that from Tolnay. You won't see a lot of the ball against Croatia. And when you do, you need to look after it, and he certainly didn't there, Tolnay.
Superb football. They find a bit of space out on that left-hand side. Still, they will move that ball and themselves around and try and find that space. But Hungary have snuffed out the danger and get the ball back. Half with Nagy. One man fronting him up in the form of Dorjan Frankekovic. Back they go again. Nice ball. A little bit soft. And the referee has waved it away, and it will be a kick in for Croatia.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing wrong there. Skudin just stood his ground.
Bit of space to turn there on the edge, though, for Hungary. And it was Martin Vojtich who hit it. He hit it past the post.
I'll tell you what, Dan. What a Stoma and Kuljac stood next to each other. You think you're watching a basket. They are humongous.
Yeah, big guys are Hungarians. Lithuania tend to bring a few as well. Long ball off the back of the head of Tolnay. I don't think he knew much about that. And here come Croatia. This is what they do best, that quick end-to-end stuff. And blink of an eye, defence. The finish didn't quite match the urgency in Croatia's approach. And that ball up to the edge, being held up. Tibor Soron. And back at the feet of the Hungarians, who are just having a little bit more of the ball now in the last few minutes. Defending against a relentless Croatia.
I have to say, Dan, really good forward play there from Soron on both occasions. Just backed into his man and protected the ball so well. Second, just laying it back to his teammate. Hard thing to do that, playing with the back to goal. Only certain forwards can do it.
Shot goal! What a bullet that is from Daniel Husti of Hungary. And Croatia have looked more than likely in this first half. 10 seconds left of the first half to go. It's Hungary who draw first blood, 1-0.
Yeah, it's a sucker punch for the Croatians. Just a moment ago I was talking about. Again, he does excellently well to hold the ball up. Bit of trickery as he just rolls it back with his right boot. But talk about a finish from Husti. Struck that with everything he had in his.
Two. Hungary looking thirsty for it, and goodness me, that is an absolute rocket into the top corner, and one becomes two. Hungary have doubled their lead before the break.
Well, Soron was the creator for the last one, and he's turned finisher for this one. And I said it was a sucker punch. Croatia as Hungary swarmed forward, and Soron again, the power in it, and both strikes. Hutsi's with a rocket, and that one was a heat-seeking missile. Bang! Look at that top corner.
Well, 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 who would have thought it? Hungary with a 2-0 lead at the break. Half-time. It was all going so well for Croatia, and all of a sudden they were sat in that dugout having to come back from 2 goals down.
Well, in footballing cliche terms, that was the old one. We've sat here and waxed lyrical about Croatia for the whole half. Hungary have been feeding off scraps. But in the blink of an eye, they're 2 up, and they're 2 absolute rockets. Word, let go with that left boot. Just flew past the Croatian keeper. And then Soron, such a powerful target man. Far to the top left corner. We just see the highlights. See the chances that Croatia have had. Goal line interception to save Hungary's blushes early on. They just absorbed pressure, Hungary all half. Another save there from. And as you can see on your monitor, on your screen, chance after chance. But then whang, wallop, look at that. Hootsie with some smashing it into the back of the net. Playing the violin for good measure afterwards. Just saying that, looking on the screen, you just see chance after chance after chance for, and then these two thunderbolts.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? You've got to take your chances when they come. If you're not the better side on the you know you've got to score when those chances come along, because they don't come along often. And boy, oh boy, have they delivered there. Hungary. Two of the best goals. They've come within the space of a minute, and again, it's amazing to think that Croatia are now sat on the bench talking about how they come back from a 2-goal deficit, because 30 seconds stuff. I'm sure the coach would have said, well, look, we're in control and the next goal's ours.
Yeah, the message would have been from the Croatian coach, more of the same. But now that picture has completely changed. And they're chasing a game they've been in firm control of. The bonkers world of soccer just keeps on delivering.
You wouldn't write them off, though.
Things can change so quickly. One goal from Croatia, one goal that they're well capable of.
Yeah, plenty of skill in there, plenty of craft. They've got a slightly smaller squad, and so if they're having a chaser game in the second half, then there's every chance that they could slow themselves down. Hungary have a slightly... I mean, what did Hungary do now? Do they just take the sting out of it? Do they try and keep the ball? Or?
That's exactly right, Dan. They do well to come out and try and frustrate Croatia, because what will happen then, Croatia will have to roll the dice. They either commit more men forward, or they may even bring on a rush keeper. And we know in both scenarios, you're then vulnerable on the counter-attack. So if Hungary can keep it tight, I know it's difficult, I know it's easier said than done. It's one of the best teams in the world when it comes to soccer. But if they can, for the first 5-10 minutes, just frustrate, just slow down, bide their time, I can see a 2-goal tally as this one draws on. And of course, as you mentioned, smaller squad, tired minds, tired legs. Those Croatian players are going to have to put a lot of energy into getting themselves back into this one.
Well, an exciting and interesting 20 minutes ahead then. Hungary with a 2-goal lead over Croatia, against the odds, against the run of play. Two raspers in the space of a minute has given Hungary massive opportunity. Against the odds, as I say. That's a free kick though. And that's looking a little bit uncomfortable for Borna Vidicek, and he's not someone you're going to want to lose. Looks as though he...
And Szabo's shown that yellow card, which means 2 minutes off for him. Not the start Hungary would have wanted.
Well, that surely would have been part of the conversation as well. On the yourselves sin-binned early on. Don't give Croatia any opportunity early. Well, that's what's happened. They're dangerous, really dangerous in these areas.
Just so well drilled. It's almost rehearsed, that move, isn't it? Someone stands on the touchline, they collect the ball, and then they bounce it back across.
People can't stop it. Another shot comes in, deflected away from the shot of Borna Vidicek. In a rush is Mario Skurin to take it, and he's put his to a goal kick. Well, that will do Hungary when they've got a man in the sin bin.
Yeah. And you can see the keeper there, Shasko. He's and why would he be if he can waste some precious seconds and help get his teammate back onto the pitch? Why not?
Two Croatians defending the long ball here. You see all that often. Still, the ball is up in and around. Croatia haven't cleared their lines. Hungary have won the ball back, and they've got themselves a free kick as well.
Well, you have to applaud Vadas Torma, as you say, man marked by two Croatian players, but still managed to pluck it out the sky. Yards.
Wait for my whistle, says the referee, who has been quite regularly compared to Pep Guardiola. Hungry, thirsty for more. Goodness. I think that one's just landed in Dubai.
Well, we've seen a couple of rockets in this game. And that one was not one of them.
That one was one of the very highest, has to be said.
Space shuttle.
Well, here's another chance for Croatia then. At the near post, keeper clutches really well. And goes long once more. I think he's gone. Has he gone for the shot there, the keeper? At the other end wasn't off his line at all. Vidacek again will come forward for Croatia. Skorin. Filipovic. Hungary back in possession with Soron. Nice little nod with Soron as he drives towards a corner and then towards the penalty area and lets fly. And the keeper holds it, and he had to.
Set up the first, scored the second, and led the charge there. Excellent footwork. Just didn't get the connection on the shot he would have wanted.
Darakovic. Touch away and a drop to the ground for Filipovic. Now, I think he was fouled. I think he also made absolutely sure he got the free kick.
Yeah, clever turn. Knew what he was doing, anticipated it came.
Vidacek will want to shoot here, I'm pretty sure of that from seeing him in the past, but the wall is not back far enough for him to possibly take it. Penalty area as well. And it's Dusan Medak who's getting a talking to, as well as the Hungarian kick. And Vidacek will have an opportunity to go again. I don't think he'll shoot this time. Doesn't. Goes to the left-hand side. On the angle, shot comes in, cleared away. Vidacek will collect once more. Medak. Had it. Croatia given the free kick. Medak again. And he's player Medak, as I've mentioned. They need some magic from him now. Lovely spin this time down the left-hand side from Ivan Hasdic. And another kick in, and once again Vidacek will take responsibility. Oh, to the edge, and it was missed by Medak. All the world there.
Well, there's been a host of scuff shots and missed chances from Croatia. Time is ticking. They really need to start doing everything but putting that final piece of the puzzle together.
Shakso goes long. Touch is enough from Zonomir Filipovic to put it out of play for the kick in. And it is a kick in for Hungary. The Hungarians, quite understandably, not in a huge rush to get back on with it. And the 2-0 lead it remains. Sliced off of the boot of Hudsti.
Well, I think we can tell from that one, given how he struck the goal.
I think that would be the natural conclusion. Filipovic. He might hit one himself. And the keeper, a smart save and a free kick, but a foul. Nicely hit there though as well.
Yeah, really fierce effort. You just feel if that was a few inches left or right, it would have really caused Zaxko problems. But as it was, he just had to what he did.
Skipping away, the Hungarian. Nice ball out to the left-hand side, receives it back in the middle. Szabo saved. And out for a kick in.
Really, really clever touch that from Szabo. to lay it back into the path of Hutsti, who has a much better connection with that one. Smart save. But another good move from Hungary.
Szabo again, who wants to turn and drive towards goal. Loose pass into Nagy, was wide of the post. Worth a snapshot though, the keeper just slightly out of position.
Exactly, Dan, worth a snapshot. He saw Krančić off his line. Angle. And catch him napping. Couldn't get round it.
Free kick to Hungary, growing in confidence and belief all the time. Sorry, to Croatia. Thought as though the referee had sent it the other way, but actually given it to Croatia, and they need something. 11.5 minutes of plenty of time.
We said, Dan, didn't we, if they can keep it tight until the half-hour mark, the game may stretch.
Ball in. Scoop of the highest proportions from Kuliac. I don't think he could have got underneath that anymore if he had a digger.
The Croatians, Kuliak in acres of space, a well-worked move, but the finish just so far off.
That's nice play from Croatia again. Hungary trying to flood the box. And Hungary on the counter-attack, lose possession in the middle. And Croatia again will have a chance to come forward. Nice little up. And Hungary defend well. Bring it away over the halfway line again. Touch in from Kuliac. Trying to get there, and he shoots left-footed. And the keeper saves. Another corner though.
Excellent play from Kuliak. First of all, he just rouletted his man. Stopped a Hungary break and span it over to Vidacek. Tested the keeper.
Keeper has to save again. He might have to make another one. Well, that goes and into the big screen.
Yeah, took a few pixels off that one.
Hadžić, the man to have the attempt. Shell shock perhaps from being two behind. Lots of possession, but a really solid performance from Hungary, it has to be said, as well as two magical goals.
Yeah, Dan, we had to wait for the ball to be chucked back from the stand because the amount of missed chances that have gone over these stands have depleted our multi-ball system here in Muscat. Pitch. Or somewhere in the fan zone.
Screwing with the multitude of step-overs. Haluska's going to have to chase that one back. And he will have time and space when he turns and looks up. Gives it to Frankekovic. Might want it back, does. And that looks like it's Croatia's, it is. Hadžić doing the work to get the tackle in, and then got a little foot inside the kick in. Good defending again from Hungary, and another free kick for Hungary. Just looking. It's taken probably up to the half-hour mark to start to say, well, it's looking like Hungary might do this, you know, because you just fancy Croatia so much, but they look solid, Hungary. There's still lots of chance. I'm sure there will still be more, but they've looked a decent outfit.
Yeah, and the longer this game goes on, the more space they're going to have to operate in.
Maybe Croatia are just missing those few extra bodies that didn't travel.
They do look off colour, the Croats. So slick in the build-up play, but perhaps they need those fresh legs.
Kick in for Hungary. And he slammed it towards the near post. Haluska. Wide for Kuliac. Haluska again, might shoot. Little sight, and he let fly, but it wasn't. his finest of efforts. Hungary cleared, and then they won the free kick in the centre circle.
Really good play. Did exactly what his team needed of him. Hitting that pressure release button, neat bit of trickery, and the free kick. Wind down the clock that little bit more. Croatia.
A little bit of a laugh and a giggle though from the coach as he spoke to the official. They see plenty of each other, Croatia. Former Croatian player himself, the coach. Luska. Dorokovic plays it over to the right-hand side for Skurdin. With a chance to shoot, perhaps, is Medak. And it's another corner to Croatia.
Well, Petric celebrated that block like it was a goal of his own. Joy in defending.
Deflected away, and now Hungary perhaps can catch Croatia on the counter, although it is three black. Really decent hit. Now Croatia have a chance to counter perhaps. Down through the middle. Little touch wide. And again Hungary. Defense and Medak is denied. Corner taken quickly. Whacked into the Hungarian's face, but he's not even.
Didn't he? Just gobbled it up.
Yeah, he might be chewing a bit of leather in the morning when he wakes up, and that's a lovely ball in. Chance for Croatia. Oh, what a lovely little scoop. Duše Medak. Just fainted the keeper, didn't he? Lofted it over. Beautiful.
Top quality, Dan. Top quality. And we talked about seeing in this one for very different reasons. That has got to be up there. The first touch is just delicious. Look at him. Just says see you later to the defence. They've been waiting for that moment of quality. They've had the chances, and finally they found that Croatia have arrived at this World Cup.
Well, game on. 35 minutes on. Croatia have found a way back. Can they complete the comeback is the question now. Long ball, keeper has to watch that. And a little bit of pushing and shoving inside the penalty area. Last time is the instruction of the referee. No more.
Guardiola.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Perhaps if Pep Guardiola carries on in current form with City, he might have to try his hand at refereeing.
Poked out of play. Hungarian kick in. I think it is. Not where Croatia need it to be right now. Hungary will certainly take it. Floating around the back there is. That's drilled high and wide and not particularly handsome. Varga, the man, to blast it over. Have 3.5 minutes to try and find the leveller. You still wouldn't put it past them, Frankie, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Enough time. I mean, look how quickly Hungary scored their 2 goals. Must have been 20, 30 seconds between the two.
A little bit of frustration from Croatia, who were unable to get on with it quickly. Had to restart a couple of times there. A few more seconds. Medak doing his best to try and get a free kick, won't get one. Shot comes in, takes a wicked deflection and goes out for a Croatian corner.
Dorokovic will be happy with that deflection because it actually steered the shot closer to goal than its original course. It's going well wide of the target.
Back to Croatia, chance to shoot on the edge, just over. Left-footed swipe from Filipovic. They must have taken a touch on the way through because they've got the corner. Now for Croatia. Vidicek, the man in the bib. That's probably the right man to play. Try and make those passes thread the eye of a needle. Here he is again, Vidicek. 38 minutes in now. For Vidicek and Croatia at the moment, but their play is patient, and this is where they're good. And there they are. Never say die. Rescued it again. And you know what? There's time. There's time to turn it around and make it 3.
Yeah.
It's hard. Scored 2 absolute beauties. Oh, hold on a minute. What's the discussion now? I think there's something to do with a rush keeper or a substitute. We are back underway, and Croatia have got their leveller. But yeah, hard on Hungary, Frankie.
Hard on Hungary, but it's straight out the Croatia playbook, isn't it? That ball to the touchline, we cut across the face of goal, and this time Dubravkovic was well placed to poke it home.
There's time for a winner. There is time. Hungary want a free kick. They're going to get one, and it's a yellow for Dusan Frankekovic. So Hungary, for the last 2 minutes, if it should go that far now, will have an extra man on the pitch. So there's only 40 seconds left. So it will be at the referee's discretion as to how much extra is allotted. But Hungary will have that advantage.
Time for another twist, Dan.
Szabo going backwards. Out to the left-hand side. Hungary trying to stretch Croatia and find the space. Szabo thought about shooting and then thought better of it. It could have gone anywhere. It went to a Croatian foot. Szabo was just about to come in and pull the trigger. And the referee pulls it back for a Croatian free kick.
Big chance for Hungary.
Well, we're right over the 40-minute mark now. It's just added time. 2-2 the score.
That would have been heart-wrenching for the Croatians had that one have found the back of the net.
Well, there'd have been some story for Hungary. It might yet just... It is soccer after all. That shouldn't trouble the keeper. Long ball, wasteful ball from the Croatian goalie. For Hungary. I think there might just be a touch more time. Maybe one last go at it for Hungary. It's patient from Hungary. Trying to move the Croats around just to generate that space to feed it into the penalty area. They might have to shoot from range. Time is to the right-hand side. Szabo gets his head up and has to go back again. Croatia applying the squeeze. And they've done enough. Well, Hungary this evening and scored 2 of the best goals they may ever score. So have a 2-0 lead over Croatia at half-time. But the Croats fought back. An equaliser. We thought it still could come. We do believe in Croatia because they are so good. And they proved, Frankie, that they are a top side. And we're able to...
Yeah, and that one will undoubtedly leave a sour taste in Hungary's mouth, having held the lead in that game for so much of it. And they'll feel disappointed, but... If we're honest, after that game, they were well bested by Croatia in every single department aside from finishing. But as soon as Croatia found those shooting boots, they clawed themselves back and looked for a moment as if they could even steal the winner.
Well, when the dust settles, both sides will be happy with the point. but it may just hurt Hungary for a little while tonight because they had a 2-goal lead, but Croatia did what Croatia do. And finishes here, Hungary 2, Croatia 2. That concludes day 2's play here in Oman. And it's just coming up to midnight here. I think we're back up in the morning for day 3. You can join us then.